Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the additional round of hearings for Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders, past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Graham and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Special Minister of State, Transport, the Arts, Music and Nighttime Economy. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Ms Hawes, as you have not yet appeared before this committee for budget estimates, you will need to be sworn. Could you please state your name and position title and either the oath or affirmation?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Melanie Hawes, the Secretary of the Department of Creative Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And for all other witnesses, I'll remind you that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. And also note that there are witnesses in the overflow seating area. I'd like to remind you that if you come forward to answer a question, to please bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you at the table. This assists Hansard in ensuring the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the crossbench today. So, Minister, the Marlborough Bar in Newtown is experiencing police trying to impose certain conditions on their liquor licence at the moment. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that, yeah.
Police are pushing to introduce facial recognition cameras. They're pushing to have conditions such as uniformed security guards monitoring the dance floor and beer garden after 10pm, alcohol restrictions after midnight, and limiting capacity on the venue's dance floors to one person per square metre. Does that sound a lot to you like we've got police imposing their own lockout laws in Sydney?
Well, it definitely doesn't sound like police imposing anything, because this is in a process at the moment. Police are making an application, but a decision's yet to be made on this, and that's a really important distinction, because police are able and appropriately to provide whatever advice they feel is appropriate into the system. That doesn't mean that's the decision. And look, certainly that question about social distancing is one that sparked up my attention. I hope the days of social distancing were behind us, but of course we'll let the process roll out. I don't want to comment too closely on individual cases as they're in motion. The government's goals are clear. We want Sydney back, we want vibrancy back, we want music back, we want good venues, and I couldn't comment on how the Marlborough's running in recent months, but certainly over time in Sydney it's been a good venue.
I've also had I get quite a few venues and patrons, actually, just people going out wanting to enjoy themselves or have a few drinks in a pub with friends, and so many complaints about the behaviour still of police walking into venues with what seems to be little intelligence other than the fact a certain night is happening. I've heard quite a few examples of the Arc Bar in Oxford Street. Many, sometimes it's difficult to count. Some people have said 12, others have corrected me and said 10 police at a time with a dog in tow. Coogee Bay Hotel, many. You do a post on this and everybody's got their photos and examples of what's happened recently. Why is it that the police, the government's got a policy of 24-hour economy, vibrancy reforms, opening Sydney up. It's okay, everybody to come back out and enjoy themselves. But the police seem to be on the completely opposite page to you about this. In fact, I asked the Police Commissioner Mel Lanyon about it the other day. He seemed to be completely unaware this even happened in Sydney's pubs. You're aware it happened, so aren't you? Yeah,
look, I've certainly heard those reports. I've heard them over time. I don't agree with the characterisation that the police are at odds with the government on this, but obviously they've got a difficult job to do, and I really want to acknowledge that. My point is venues have got a difficult job to do as well. Running a venue's got pretty hard in Sydney. That's what we're trying to turn around. There has been some good discussion though. I want to acknowledge that the incoming police commissioner, one of the first appointments he had was to turn up at the Neon conference. He was very explicit that he, as commissioner, and the force understands the direction of the government's vibrancy reforms and backs it in. One of the consequences, though, of the way the local area command structure works is one of the challenges is often the laws are enforced slightly differently in different places, and I acknowledge that's an issue. It is something we'll continue to work between ministers on, and we'll work with the police force on that.
Yes, but the police commissioner has agreed to or said he'd welcome a meeting with me to discuss this in more detail and for me to provide examples, and I did say I'd have plenty of examples for him of venues that have been targeted in this way.
And I'd really encourage you to take it up. I think that's like that statement alone is a world away from where we were. So,
I absolutely agree, and I'm looking forward to that meeting. When you said the local area commands apply the rules in a different way, you're actually talking about the culture, aren't you? Different local area commands towards venues.
Yeah, look, I think there's been a clear signal from the Commissioner. I've also seen a similar change when it comes to, for example, the festival roundtable. This is the roundtable that the Parliament insisted on against opposition at the time.
All right, we'll get to that in another question. I just want to pursue this. We will get to music festivals, Minister.
No worries.
I'm looking forward to that as well. But I wanted to make sure we didn't lose this thread because you said that you're on the same page about, I think maybe with the police minister, or I want to see if you are on the same page with the police minister on this. Have you met with the police minister about the issue of the way in which police conduct themselves in venues? And I will make the point, that New South Wales and Sydney are brought up in discussions around the world for this. This ruins Sydney's reputation amongst people who want to come out for the night, is the absolutely ridiculous, heavy-handed approach by the police and sniffer dogs in tow, it's just not needed. No other city does it. You know that.
Well, first I want to acknowledge the challenges. I think that is exactly what we're trying to turn around, this international reputation where Sydney was known for being the city that locked Madonna out of her own after party, not Justin Bieber out of his own after party. The city that the Chelsea Football Club coach walked out of a venue at 1:45 and couldn't walk back in. So the entire club left as they were touring here. So yes, we want to turn that round. There's absolutely no question. I acknowledge the challenges. My point is this, that I've seen real changes. Certainly it's a discussion I'm having with my colleagues. one of the positive things in this government is a number of my colleagues are equally keen on driving this vibrancy.
So you've
agenda.
raised this, your colleagues are slightly different to the police minister potentially, given the big broad church that the Labor Party is. Are you meaning you've had discussions specifically about?
Yeah, look, I tend
this
not
with
to
the police
detail.
minister?
I tend not to detail a whole lot of discussions with my colleagues at these forums. I think that's important for us to be able to do our job. But I've absolutely talked to the police minister about these issues, and that's important.
Okay, so I'll come back to you once I meet with the police commissioner, whether that's at a budget estimates or with you personally, if that's okay, seek a meeting with you after that to see what else can be done. And I will make the point that I'm giving voice here to many venues who are desperate for something to be done. They said that so much else has been done, and I'll be asking questions obviously about 24-hour economy, licensing, which is excellent, but this is the sticking point, and it is something within the government that people need to know. I think that you're also pushing as hard as you can with the police minister, because something's got to give in New South Wales when it comes to the amount of cops and dogs that are just harassing people who are having a beer.
Certainly happy to continue the discussion. I reiterate my point. Look, it's a tough job being a cop on the streets of Sydney. It's a tough job running a venue in Sydney. We've got to change. Yeah, we've got to change the culture we've had. It is changing, but I acknowledge the concerns, and this is an issue. It's certainly not the only other issue too. We've still got a lot of work to do before we get to where we want to be.
Yeah, Minister, we had this committee's inquired into cuts into the arts space as well as the transport space, had a hearing last year. Now, at one of those hearings, we heard that at the launch of the Western Sydney Arts Plan, you said in front of a packed room of arts workers and Create New South Wales staff that the funding for that plan was being redirected from the cuts the government was making to Create New South Wales, and that Create New South Wales had to scramble to restructure and announce a Western Sydney Grants program with like 3 weeks' notice. Outline why you're making decisions in this kind of rushed way, and what cuts were made in terms of staffing cuts to Create New South Wales to fund that plan.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's certainly not the position you've just put. Then it's certainly not a quote from me. Just to be clear, I think you're caricaturing.
This is actually a direct quote from somebody who appeared before I'm reading out.
Oh, right, yes, understood.
Just to be
yeah,
clear.
well, that's certainly not the view I put there or elsewhere. But I'm not disagreeing that someone else may have said that. Look, we've been pretty upfront. Arts funding has increased in New South Wales. That's important. It's increased to the small and medium sector, but the sector's still really under pressure. And we made the difficult decision to restructure Create, to change the business model for Create and put that money back into the sector. That was a difficult decision, and one of the places it flowed into was the Western Sydney Arts Strategy. That wasn't done quickly. That process took quite some time, both the restructure, the extensive work that went into that plan. So I certainly don't accept that characterisation. But look, it was a difficult set of discussions. I know how important the work that Create does is, but we want to keep supporting the sector.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to questions from Mr Benaziad.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, we've previously discussed emergency response arrangements for the new and proposed metro lines. Are you able to provide any update on whether that's progressed towards establishing a permanent standalone service for that network? So this is essentially for fire and rescue, and if there's an issue on the metro lines. Well, firstly, there are, of course, I want to reassure passengers that there are strong systems in place at the moment, and those are oversighted by the National Rail Regulator. They're supported by Sydney Metro. So we are considering, though, what happens as the metro network grows right across Sydney. This will be one of the longest metro lines in the world. It'll touch all parts of Sydney.
So we are evaluating the best way to provide support, including for fire and emergency issues that develop over time. The government's still working through those issues, so we'll have we haven't made decisions about the long-term arrangements, but there's strong arrangements in place.
When do you think you'll come to a decision as to an arrangement?
Yeah,
Do you have a timeline for that?
It's a live discussion, so you're right to. It's certainly something that's been raised with the government. I wouldn't want to predict. We'll work through it. It's really important as we reach as the metro network grows, but it's important to get the right decision, not a hasty decision on this one.
You talked about it being a live discussion. Are you at the point in this live discussion where you're talking about dollars and cents and doing a cost-benefit analysis on your different options yet? Well,
in my experience, anything in the transport world involves a discussion of dollars and cents, and often they're quite big numbers.
They often are.
But this, just to give you some reassurance, this is not primarily a fiscal issue. The numbers here are very small in the transport world. The discussion's really about what's the best way to provide support. Given the scale of the metro lines that are under construction, they will stretch all over the city, and we want to make sure that we've got the safest arrangements possible.
Thank you. Can I just switch tact and go to illegal e-bike enforcement? You've spoken over the recent weeks about going out and crushing e-bikes. When are we going to see the legislative reforms to crush these e-bikes?
Well, I've committed that we'll have them in the Parliament by August, but we hope to go much quicker. Obviously, these
if it's so urgent, and it's causing, it's a huge contributing factor to roadside trauma, as you were quoted in the press release. Why are we waiting until August?
Well, we're not. Look, I agree with you, Mr. Banasiak. We're keen to move sooner, and I anticipate we will move sooner.
You brought us back for Christmas pretty quickly to move through laws. Why can't we do the same if it's so urgent?
Well, because we want to make sure the laws work. We've got a good model in WA, and that's what we're basing the seizure and crushing laws on. But I guarantee you we'll be crushing bikes in New South Wales.
Are we getting all our advice on legislative reform from WA?
No, we're looking far more widely. But in this instance, they're doing a great job on this issue.
Have you had more advice than the Police Minister, just a phone call? Have you actually got some written advice from WA or on this?
We've got the great benefit in the e-bike area of having their legislation on the books. Their administrative arrangements are clear, and we're looking at something. The great thing they've done is really simplify this process.
Okay. And how much funding are we putting towards procuring and deploying these dyno testing units?
Look, we'll give you the specific cost of the dyno testing units. This is trial technology, so we've got we're trialling 3, and we're going to have a look at how those work. The first of those will be in the country shortly. They've cost about $100,000. And they'll be, I think that's the total cost. That's the total cost. So they're not especially expensive. We're really trialling them.
How many are we getting for $100,000?
3 of those. And we'll have them deployed in the field rapidly.
33. So 33,000 odd a machine.
Well, that's much cheaper than the cost of someone who's really been hurt walking down the street by one of these.
Do they fit in the police vehicles?
This is a question that I think you may have raised in the Parliament, and I've answered.
I think the Honourable I won't steal Honourable Rod Roberts'
no,
glory. I think he raised it. Yeah.
No, and he's raised a number of really sensible enforcement issues. You're now doing the same. Look, I've made it clear we'll have transport officials working alongside police. I think that's really important that police don't do this job by themselves. And so we're looking at those practicalities, what the vehicle is at the moment.
Have you worked out what the procedures and policies are going to be in terms of actually doing the stop and checks? Like, we don't have a situation like we had with the mini petrol bikes where cops were just calling off the chasers because it was too dangerous to chase these people on the bikes.
Yeah, look,
You got to be able to stop them, to check them, and if they just run off, what's the policy or procedure going to be there?
yeah, we're doing that drafting exactly at the moment. Can I add to the problems here? At the moment, if you want to seize a bike, there's an extensive court process, which takes quite some time, a whole lot of paperwork. In the end, if a forfeiture order is granted, someone can simply pay a fine and the bike's returned, the vehicle's returned under existing law. So at the moment, the existing laws are too weak, too slow, they involve too much paperwork. Our system will be much simpler. We're modelling this on WA and we're drafting at the moment, so those issues that you're referring to, we're sifting through carefully, talking to police, talking to transport, talking to other agencies.
Is there going to be some sort of appeal process, or
look,
is it a straight crushing?
One of the questions that's come up is, will there be extensive appeals where someone can turn up and say, look, yes, this person was riding the bike, but I'd like to make an appeal. We're not minded to have extensive appeal processes here. I think that'd be a loophole. We want this to be simple. I want to be clear, we're not going to be crushing all the bikes. We'll be seizing more bikes than we crush. But the sort of aggravated behaviour we've seen, if we see that on these illegal e-motorbikes, we'll be crushing the bike.
What do you plan to do with the bikes that you seize but don't crush?
There'll plans for, as is the case in WA, plans for storing and disposing of those safely.
Right. But crushing them isn't disposing of them safely? Like I'm not getting the difference.
No, well, look...
you either crush them or you... Like, what's the difference between crushing them and disposing them safely?
The way I described it in the House was, look, we hope not to crush all these bikes. We'll crush one and educate 1,000. That's the view here of the government.
So it's showmanship, it's symbolism.
No, absolutely not. No, but I think if we see the sort of behaviour we saw on the Harbour Bridge, on golf courses across the city, it's really important that the bike's not just seized, but is taken off the road altogether in a way that people understand.
Well, why did it take the antics of those young kids doing what they did on the Harbour Bridge or the golf course for your government to act? Why did you allow it to get to that point? It's not as if this hasn't been going on for quite some time. People haven't been coming to you and saying these e-bikes are out of control, they're knocking over elderly people. We've had a whole inquiry about it. Why did it take, Ben Fordham on 2GB doing his nut about these kids on the Darling, on the Harbour Bridge?
Well, I don't think that's it. I mean, that's certainly not the only incident that's driven this, and the government's been regulating now for some time, including the share bike schemes. But you're right to
be
say...
fair, it's been a very light, as Andrew Constance used to say, a very light touch regulation.
There's no detail.
Well, it's a lot less light touch now when we're crushing your e-bike.
Only some of them.
Seizing.
Depends on who's watching.
It's about to get a whole lot heavier. But there's a lot to do in this area, so we are working through that. It is a growing problem, like essentially as the import controls were released, as the move to high-powered bikes in New South Wales was allowed to happen, the problem's grown. So that's why we're having to act in this manner now. I wish that some of those decisions had been different, but we're dealing with what we're dealing with.
Are you going to target the point of sale?
Yes, well, on the regulation in this area will be comprehensive. We're looking at import, we're looking at the retailers, we're talking to the manufacturers, we're talking to the riders as well as the bicycle groups.
We'll go to questions from the opposition now. Ms Natalie Wood.
Thank you, Minister. Welcome back. We've got
Thank
3
you.
hours to play.
Great.
Game on. Minister, if you were hit by an e-bike, how would you identify who was riding it?
Well, look, like most Sydney-siders, I've had my near misses, and that is of concern to me. It's almost like there are no road rules some of the time, and that's why the government is determined to get this message out. The road rules do apply. There's significant fines, and by the way, the penalties are about to get tougher. They may involve seizing your bike. They may involve crushing it.
How do you identify the rider and deal with that behaviour
Yeah,
in order to give them the fine, the infringement and crash their bike? If they just ride off, how do you identify them?
Yeah. Well, look, police are enforcing these rules at the moment in the normal way, and they're doing so very successfully when you look around the country, but their job's too hard at the moment given the laws that are in place. That's why we're changing the laws after police and transport advice to make it far simpler, and I think that'll have a real effect. And you're right, there is a problem here. This should be easier.
So what do you say to members of the community who want to be able to identify riders and change behaviour?
There are changes on the way here. This is a growing problem, I'm aware of that, and the government will be tightening up enforcement.
So what do you say to people who've been knocked over by an e-bike and want to be able to identify that rider today?
Well, the police should be involved if someone's hurt in these situations, and they are involved in a number of those cases. However, their job is too difficult under the current laws. That's why we're changing the laws.
Do you think, how do the police identify the rider?
Police have powers to ask for someone's identification under the LEPRA arrangements, and that was the case under your government. It's the case under this government.
If a rider rides off on an e-bike and the police have no way of identifying them, what do they do then?
Well, they follow police protocol in the ordinary way, but police have significant powers under LEPRA. We're about to make police's powers more significant because of the problem we were left with.
So, kid rides off on a bike, police, you're saying, should enforce the rules, the road rules, and chase those. Do you think that identifying those riders would improve that behaviour?
Look, well, I think it's a really good question, Ms. Ward, and I do want to look. I really want to thank and congratulate you for the fact you've actually put some policy ideas on the table. That's unlike your colleagues. You've actually put a thoughtful contribution on the table. I regard that as real leadership in this area. We are interested in registering more e-bikes. That is the government's view.
Is that part of your draft legislation then?
What I'm keen to do is draw a real distinction here between low-powered e-bikes, which should be as simple as possible, and effectively electric motorbikes. Those, in my view, should be registered and licensed, and we need to step up that registration.
So what does that mean?
Your specific proposition, the advice to me, and feel free to quiz this today with the officials, is that it won't work, that it's diagnosing the wrong problem, and in fact it's blurring the lines between these electric motorbikes, these high-powered bikes, and the low-powered bikes that we want people to be out on our roads.
Minister, why don't you support licence plates for identification and accountability for riders?
Well, I want to be clear. Well, firstly, I'm grateful for the suggestion. I'm not, and I haven't ruled anything out, but the advice to me is your scheme won't work, and I am concerned specifically that it really blurs the line between low-powered...
What does that mean, it won't work?
What it means is your scheme allows an 11-year-old to jump on a 1,000-watt bike.
No, I'm talking about identification of the rider. Why wouldn't a licence plate identification work?
Yeah, because your scheme is explicit that it would allow an 11-year-old to jump on a 1,000-watt bike.
No, it's not. Minister, I'm asking you about identification. I'm not asking about wattage. I'm not asking about age. I'm asking about identification on the back of a bike, because your changes are coming in 9 months' time. In the meantime, your scenario allows golf courses to be ripped up, 40 kids on the Harbour Bridge, and something coming in August, potentially, across New South Wales. Why wouldn't you embrace identification tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I am prepared to embrace registration and licensing. I think you're onto something there, but you're trying to licence individuals rather than the devices. And I think the risk there is if you're saying that 11-year-old can jump on any sort of bike, a low-powered bike or a high-powered bike, and that is explicitly your policy. It's device agnostic, power agnostic, wattage agnostic. That's very dangerous, and that actually takes us backwards. The real clue here, what we have to do, is draw a red line between those devices. Low-powered devices, no problems. There's no issues with that. What we want to get off the streets is the high-powered bikes that have been allowed to flourish, and it's been allowed to flourish by the import rules and also the high-powered rules that we introduced just before
Thank
we
you,
came
Minister.
to
I've read
government.
your second-rate speech. So your handling of this issue is what does Ben Fordham think? And I'll get out there and press that issue. It's taken you 3 years to get to this point. Will you bring in registration and registration plates before the election?
Yeah, look, I think you're, again, I return, I'm not allergic at all to your registration, to the suggestion we need more of these bikes registered. In my view, we need potentially hundreds of thousands of these bikes registered, licensed, with helmets, with lights and with brakes.
Minister,
that
will
does
you
not
bring
exist
in,
at the moment.
will you bring in registration plates before the election?
Look, we're working through those issues. I'm not committing to a timeline because we haven't settled on exactly how we're dealing with the registration issue. I'm in discussions with the bike manufacturers at the moment about exactly that. The advice to me is your specific proposal wouldn't work. It wouldn't help with enforcement, and I'm happy to run through some of the issues with it. But your suggestion about registration is part of the clue here. I want to thank you for putting it on the table.
Thank you, Minister.
We'll be registering more bikes. We'll also be crushing more bikes.
So low-powered bikes are better and okay. If a kid destroys a golf course on a low-powered bike, that's okay. That's a good outcome.
Well, absolutely not, and antisocial behaviour won't be tolerated. However, look, I think the government's view and my view, and I know the Premier's view, is, look, we don't want to complicate life too much. If you're on a normal pedal bike, if you're on a low-powered e-bike, let's keep life simple. We don't want big registration or licensing obligations on those. We don't want heavy insurance costs on those. We want to keep life simple. We want people on these bikes.
To be
if we're
fair,
talking about high-powered bikes, absolutely different. We are going to register and licence many of those. Many of them don't meet the standards at the moment, and they need to.
Sure. So to be fair, the advice that you've received from the department has led to 40 bikes across the Harbour Bridge, golf courses being ripped up, people being injured on a very regular basis. And you're comfortable with that?
Well, no, I reject the characterisation. Those bikes are on the Harbour Bridge because of the laws you signed as Minister immediately before the election, licensing high-powered bikes. That is the problem, Ms Ward.
So a low-powered bike, 40 of them across the Harbour Bridge, is acceptable an outcome for you?
No, and I'm not sure why you signed off this letter, regulatory amendments to enable the use of higher-powered e-bikes.
You've had 3 years,
immediately
Minister.
before the
You've had
election.
3 years, and after 40 kids ride across the Harbour Bridge, you hide under the doona for 5 days before you say anything to the community. After golf courses are ripped up, 40 kids on the Harbour Bridge, Ben Fordham on 2GB, and suddenly, 5 days later, you emerge from under the doona to talk about crushing in Western Australia to come in August.
No, I reject that characterisation. We're working here in the import space, and as you know, the Commonwealth changed its approach on the rules for imports
All right, well,
after
let's
New
talk about
South Wales and
New South
Victoria. No, I'm going to respond, Ms Ward, to your question.
We're not the Commonwealth.
Changed the rules after Victoria and New South Wales
Yes.
pressed the case. I want to thank them for
But
doing that.
let's talk about New South
We're working in the
Wales.
retail space. We're
Understood.
regulating in the share scheme
Okay.
space.
Can we
and
talk
we'll
about the
continue to
licence
regulate
plates,
in this
Minister?
area.
So you've referred to the opposition's proposal that these about the registration plates. In fact, I think you said that the proposed plates are tiny. How big would a plate have to be, in your view?
Look, I think the real issue here is the blurring of the lines. You were for high-powered bikes in government. My concern is you're still blurring the lines between low-powered bikes and high-powered bikes
But let's talk
in
about the
opposition
plates
as the
on those
shadow
bikes,
minister.
low-powered, high-powered. Let's
Well,
talk
they're
about
not-
the plates that are on there. So it's my fault that 40 kids are riding across the Harbour Bridge 3 years into your government. But nonetheless, let's go
Well,
to the plates
I agree with you,
themselves.
Ms Ward. I agree with
How big would a plate? How big would a plate need to be, in your view, Minister Graham?
you. Look, the essential issue with your scheme is there are 5 key regulatory issues with your scheme, separate to the observation you're making at the moment.
Minister, my question was quite specific. How big would the plate need to be? Does it need to be longer or wider? Is it higher? What would be an effective size, in your view?
Well, none of those would be effective because of my 5 specific objections to your policy, based on advice from Transport.
So size doesn't matter to you?
Ms Ward,
Well,
I'm
Well,
happy
you've
to
said
run
they're
through
tiny.
the significant issues with the in the advice to me.
Minister, you raised the issue of
It says it
size.
doesn't.
You raised it. I'm responding to it. You've said that they're tiny and they wouldn't be effective. So I want to know what, in your view, you think would be big enough to be effective.
The issues here are there's no roadworthiness test, so an 11-year-old can pick up one of the plates you're proposing and take it on a bike that might be dangerous. No one checks it. It's not to standard.
How do you define tiny?
Depends on how you-
Well, Ms Ward, it's your proposal. I welcome you telling us more details about it.
I'm responding to you, Minister. You said it was tiny and that's not good enough. I think I probably agree. So let's find a landing on what we think is adequate in terms of size. Is it height, width, length, visibility, or is it...
It wouldn't matter
What you do
how
with that.
large you made your proposal to give an 11-year-old to ride one of these high-powered bikes, it will still be dangerous.
So a low-powered bike, 40 of them on the Harbour Bridge, perfectly fine.
Well, the individuals on the Harbour Bridge were riding a range of bikes, some of which were actually motorbikes,
Yes.
some of which were trail bikes,
Sure.
some of which were e-motorbikes.
Thank you, I'm aware. Yep. When does your government intend to legalise e-scooters?
Well, not until we've got the e-bike situation under control, is my view. And I've been really clear with the agency on that. In my view, the public mood is, let's actually deal with this issue we've got on Sydney streets. I want people on these bikes. I do want to be
Do you
really
want people
clear
on
about
scooters?
that.
Do you think it's
I
a good
don't
idea
want
to
them-
have e-scooters on the road?
But I don't want them bowling over someone who's trying to walk along, someone pushing a pram, and that is the situation, particularly in some coastal suburbs in New South Wales.
Sure,
Till
but
we've
my
got
question
that,
is in relation to those e-scooters. Do you think that we should have those on the road?
until we've got that situation with our e-bikes
Mm-hmm.
under control, we won't be making changes to private e-scooters
Mm-hmm.
or to the e-scooter share schemes.
So do you think that, is this being a bit tin-eared to the community, saying that these e-scooters are coming as well?
No, well, look, I think other cities have made them work. I just think it's the wrong moment today to introduce them onto our streets. I think the public mood is, and feel free to disagree with this, we should get the e-bike share schemes under control. That decision's been made, those regulations coming into force. And we should deal with some of the private e-bike issues that we've seen. We should do that first.
All right. Well, Minister, you've said in terms of introducing age limits around bikes that you're unsure what age limit you've said you're in favour of. Can you, you've got an expert review in place. Can you guarantee that you'll follow all the recommendations of the expert review
Well, any
that you commissioned?
Any decision the government makes will be informed by that review. It's not that I'm unsure. I think we should consult government agencies and we should consult the community. We actually need to get this call right. It is a big call. I've also been clear in public. So the government's asked for advice between the ages of 12 and 16.
Yeah.
This could be different in the city or the bush. People are using these differently.
But you can't guarantee you'll follow the review.
Well, I can
That's what you're saying
guarantee
to me.
that any government decision will be informed by the review, but that government decision is yet to be
So
made.
what's the point of the review if you're not going to guarantee that you'll follow its recommendations?
Well, I think we need some community views, and I want the expert views of the agencies who have to enforce this. And I really want to tease out this issue about how this is working in regional and particularly bush communities where the distances are different. I don't want a kid not to go to school because they're relying on an e-bike.
But Minister,
to
you
get
don't
to
seem to
school.
have a view. You've commissioned a review. You said it could be 12, it could be 13, 14, 15, 16. What is your view? You said your preference is age 12 or age range or younger, but not older, is my understanding, than 16. What's the point of the review if they say they recommend 16 and your preference is 12?
Well, I reject the suggestion that I don't have a view or the suggestion that you've then made about what my view is. We're consulting. We're going to consult the community, but also we need the advice. This is a key landing. Personally, I'd like to see something on the younger part of that age bracket. I do worry about kids in the bush and the fact that if they don't have access to public transport, and I'm conscious some of them don't. I mean, that was true under your government, true under our government. that these are alternative ways of getting around their communities.
Minister,
that
I
are quite
consult the
valuable.
community every day. Every day they're saying to me and to other members of this place, they want identification. They want rider behaviour dealt with. They want something done now. They don't want more reviews. They don't want something in August. They don't want legislation kicked down the track. They don't want it kicked into the long grass. They want identification now. They want to be able to address rider behaviour. And you're saying you don't have a view, you'll have a review, you may not follow it, and you may do something in August, but you're not prepared to identify those riders as a starting point tomorrow.
What the government's proposing is comprehensive regulation of the import, the retail, the riding space, as opposed to a scheme which deals with some of the problem, blurs the line, and is unenforceable. That's the advice to me, Ms Ward. I mean, feel free to ask the agency.
Minister,
but it'd be irresponsible of me to sign up to a scheme.
Sure.
That the advice to me is
Minister,
it just won't work on the streets of Sydney.
Is the Blue Mountains a city or a bush area in your view?
Look, I think these e-bikes are important in Blue Mountains communities. I'm certain of that. Given
Is Shell Harbour a city or a bush area in your view?
Look, I've spoken extensively to the member for the local area, and I know what the e-bike problems are in Shell Harbour. In fact, when we
The city or bush?
crushed an e-bike and announced this policy, the member was there because this is a real issue in her community.
So you've said you want to split it. So we've got a vague plan for potentially a range of 6 years in age. We're not quite sure when that will happen or how it will happen. There's no detail behind this. There's no detail behind the crushing. There's no detail behind any purported legislation, which my colleague quite rightly said could have been brought in easily or you could do under regulation. There's no detail. Well, the community wants action on this. The community wants to know tomorrow, if you walk out of this hearing today and get hit by an e-bike, you've got no way of identifying that rider or dealing with their behaviour. So the community has no detail. What do you say to the community who want action now?
Well, I say these are the laws you left us, Ms Ward, and
So
you
it's
made
my
it
fault
worse.
that riders are tearing up golf courses?
No, but I think it is hypocritical of you to be put in that position given these are the laws you left us.
So is it Ben Fordham or is it the WA government that's deciding your policy, Minister?
We've significantly improved the laws. We've improved the import laws, working with the Commonwealth. We've improved the e-share bike scheme laws.
How have you improved outcomes for the community when they're hit by e-bikes regularly, day after day, and they are saying to us, please do something today?
We're taking back control of our streets after you
August.
let loose the high-powered e-bike challenge we've got in our streets at the moment. You were the leading
Minister, how many
cheerleader
injuries have
for
there
this
been from
policy.
e-bikes
Point
this
of order,
year?
Chair.
Point of order has been taken by Dr.
move
Sarah
on.
Kane.
Oh no, I think we've really.
Thank you. I have 1 minute, Chair. I'll move on.
Yeah, no, we'll
Could
just
you hear my
we will
point of
hear
order,
the point of
please?
order, but
Yes,
quickly.
Thank you. We have let Ms Ward have huge, lengthy, introductions to her questions, and then she's interrupted the minister when he's tried to comprehensively answer them.
Yes,
I have one.
thank you. There's no point of order in terms of lengthy introductions. Obviously, members can ask the questions they wish, but I think it's been reasonably polite. The minister is clearly coping with the questions directed
He's a
at
big
him
boy.
as well. So we'll just continue, but please let
understood.
him respond to some degree, Ms Ward.
I'd say to the Honourable Sarah Kane, people are getting injured and they are very concerned about this, Minister. They're very concerned and we want to know. Minister, how many injuries have there been from e-bikes this year?
Well, not all those injuries are reported, so I'm aware that reports are up significantly for people being injured on these, principally riders hurting themselves.
What's the number?
That is the majority. We'll get you that number. The issue here is
Do you
primarily...
know the number?
I'm briefed on the number. So,
Do you know the number of e-bike injuries this year? People
well,
that have been injured?
Yes, the point I'm
You
making
don't know the
is...
number?
A point of order has been taken.
It goes to courtesy under the procedural fairness resolution.
he's a
There are
big
these
boy.
constant
Yeah, look,
interjections by Ms Ward.
Thank you,
just
Mr.
as
Nanfer.
though-
I'm ready to rule. There is no point of order. That was just asking a tough question of the minister.
Pass him the note. Everyone
wasn't-
watching
it was-
behind,
it
someone
wasn't
find
that
the
tough.
number and pass it to
I
Minister
think this has
Graham.
been-
Quick, get him the note. Get him
This
the
has been
note. Quick
much more-
six.
This has been much more polite than normal, is the point I was about to make.
Thank you. Minister, in response to questions, supplementary questions to the last estimates that we received, members received in September last year, I put in a few detailed questions regarding travel and accommodation, staffing, structure, expenditure, basically operational expenditure for the 24-Hour Economy Commission, for Sound New South Wales, and I think for one other. Now, firstly, I just wanted to firstly ask, why isn't there more transparency in the budget papers around the various agencies and their expenditure in Create New South Wales? It's a very different situation to, for example, Multicultural New South Wales, where you can see the amount expended on staff and what have you. Why, firstly, the lack of transparency? Because this is a decision, surely, that you can have oversight of.
Look, I think there's a couple of answers to that. Firstly, Treasury obviously sets the framework. Secondly, in general for the budget reporting, I can't comment on Multicultural New South Wales. In relation to Create New South Wales, it's very much within the broader department. That's the structure. So while it is an important outward-facing part of the department, it's very much within the structure of the department itself. I think that's important. I'm very comfortable with those arrangements. I think if it was, for example, an independent authority separate to the department, I'd be worried we'd be wasting resources that otherwise could be put into the frontline arts and culture community. So as I understand it, this is the ordinary reporting. But I'd invite you to any of those questions. I mean, we're here at Estimates. I'd invite you in the afternoon to press those questions, and we'll attempt, I'm confident, to be able to get you the information you need.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I think that's part of the issue here, is that the members do ask questions, they're taken on notice, and then the responses that we get on notice or as supplementary questions are less than satisfactory, to put it mildly. So the responses to the last questions, for example, which, to be brutally honest, Minister, also led to the decision to have the inquiry into, a deeper inquiry into arts and music and transport, including in terms of the job cuts and the decisions being made. So in response to the questions that I asked in last August, I received exactly the same response from Sound New South Wales, except with a different figure in there, to as the Nighttime Economy Commission. So I received, I'll give you an example, how much did Sound New South Wales spend on wages, salaries in the 24-25 financial year? And this was the same response consistently. Wages form part of the Sound New South Wales budget. The 2024-25 budget contains $27 million for Sound New South Wales to deliver programs that drive audience and international market development, strengthen the live music industry and champion New South Wales artists. Next question I asked was around travel and accommodation. Pretty much exactly the same response.
Yep.
Next question I asked, operational, was staff in the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commission. And the response was pretty much the same with a different figure in there. So then I asked in the arts inquiry who signed off on those questions, those responses, and that was taken on notice. And then on notice, I got that the answers were prepared in line with budget estimates manual and coordinated by the Minister's Office for the Minister and departmental witnesses. Information provided received necessary approvals and was subject to considerations such as confidentiality and cabinet provisions. So, cabinet provisions, I mean, I think the reason I'm pushing this is because the last questions that were asked was from a budget estimates committee that is literally in this parliament to scrutinise the spending decisions by ministers and government agencies, and we get this slap in the face, frankly, response, and then finally, when we're probing, we get that it's something to do with cabinet provisions. Is that right?
Yeah, look, I can't comment on the specific answer, but I've got some sympathy for where you're going, and I think, look, the fact you've just spent some time detailing that, I don't underestimate. So I think we should work with you to make sure you do have access to the information
But everybody
you want
should
to
have access. And again,
scrutinise.
the reason I'm asking this is people within the broader arts and cultural sectors are concerned about the lack of transparency coming out of these new agencies in terms of the way in which these decisions are made. And when an upper house inquiry and an upper house committee that is literally set up to look into the budget can't get it, something's really quite dire,
these
isn't it?
aren't new agencies, and I do want to reject the idea that there's not information being provided. The advice to me, feel free to disagree with this, is here's some of the information that has been released. Full-time equivalents per
It
agency.
has now.
Total salary costs per agency, travel and operational costs per agency, key strategies. You've got the org charts. You've got the key programs, the total applications, the applicant success rate,
Yes.
the share of total grant funding, along with the process for grant assessment and conflict of interest arrangements. You've got significant information in relation to specific programs, including regional
Thank you.
touring program. We're happy
Yeah.
to provide more, but the more specific we can be about what you actually want, I'm very happy to. I accept that Parliament's got an important role to scrutinise, so we're happy to work with you to make sure that's possible.
What about that it shouldn't, I mean, it really shouldn't also take a committee to try and get to some basic levels of accountability when you've got $30 million or whatever it is that an agency has. Shouldn't there be more than one single line item in the budget for that $30 million? You can't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't find it anywhere online, like how to, for the public to see how that's being spent.
Well, the questions about budget reporting are the standard arrangements that have been in place. These aren't new agencies, these are the existing arrangements. Your point about, well, shouldn't Parliament be able to scrutinise below the budget line, I think is true. I think that should be the case, and we're happy to help assist with that. One of the challenges is if it's unfocused, and the call for papers that the Parliament produced recently has taken up a significant amount of agency work. The advice to me this week is it'll cost $500,000 to be able to comply with that. That's $500,000 that won't be spent for small and medium arts organisations. I'd prefer to spend that money there because rather than deal with an unfocused application, but I absolutely accept your premise that the Parliament has a right to scrutinise budget and government expenditure.
I mean, Minister, that $500,000 could also be spent, I mean, you're talking about to small and medium arts organisations. It's also potentially could be spent on a senior, one or two senior executives' wages within those organisations as well, couldn't it?
What do you mean by that?
So we did ask for the structures of again, just
And
in
you've got
terms of
those all
transparency.
Yeah.
And within the 24-hour and sound leadership team, for example, there's 5 positions at band 1, which is 197k to 271k, more than I think most of the politicians in this room earn, most of them. And then Clerk 11, there's 18 people within the Office of Nighttime 24-hour economy, 18 people on Clerk 11 and 12 earning between 149,000 and 173,000, 18 people. So all up, that's 24 staff earning over $149,000 a year within the 24-hour economy commission. That's probably looking, you're talking about this Parliament calling for documents for transparency in terms of costs. So you're looking at how that's happening in terms of that recruitment?
Yeah, look, I
thought your government was supposed to be cutting senior executive positions.
We are meeting those targets, including in this agency. I've looked at the work that's being done and the arrangements in place, and I've satisfied myself. But, for example, that is one of the reasons why we made the changes we made in Create. I couldn't satisfy myself in that instance that the resources that were being applied were delivering for the sector.
It seems like a lot of those resources are gone over to the 24-hour economy, though.
Absolutely
is that
not.
Correct?
Absolutely not. They've gone into the arts sector, largely into the small and medium arts sector. So categorically, no, is the answer to your question.
And Minister, how are you assuring yourself that decisions...
Ms Fenner, can I just add one thing, which is your right to assure yourself as well. I think you've got a right to do that, and we're happy to work with you on it.
Thank you.
But I am satisfied.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Mr. Mark Benezia.
Thanks, Chair. Does the government have any estimate as to how many of these high-powered e-bikes are actually out in circulation in New South Wales?
Look, it's difficult to assess, but hundreds of thousands. And we are doing some more work on that to get some more specific information. I might just refer to the... is there anything we want to put on the table at that point? Otherwise, we can give you some more detail this afternoon.
We estimate that there's around 700,000 e-bikes in New South Wales. That number could be higher though because of some of the off-market purchase over recent years where people have not bought them through retailers or the like, or they may have been purchased and may have since been destroyed. So the number is a little difficult to track, but as the Minister says, we're trying to narrow down on how many. In terms of high-powered, again, we're looking further at where that number is. We know there are a lot that fit within the 250 watt designation, and that have been sold, especially through the licensed retailers. Then there's that next category of the 500 watt bikes, which is under focus from the government with the change of law down to 250 watt. But the high-powered, we understand there are a number of bikes out there regularly meeting the 1,000 watt categorisation and over.
What about the bikes that are, off the shelf? Say they can do 250, but with a little bit of reprogramming, can up themselves to 500.
So the key part of the changes that will be coming to the Parliament shortly around the European standard require the manufacturer to certify that the bike is non-tamperable. Whereas the scenario previously, without the EN standard applied at the borders, has been that bikes could be sold and the user could go online very quickly and find a YouTube video of how to disable any limiting technology.
Can I just go back to you, Mr. Graham, with the age limit proposals? How many reported serious injuries in the last 3 years have involved children under the age of 16?
Sorry, just repeat that question.
So how many reportable serious injuries on e-bikes have we had in the last 3 years that have involved kids under the age of 16?
Look, we don't have those figures for you here. I can tell you about the number of
Can you take it on notice?
injuries. Yeah, absolutely. But I will tell you the number of injuries between 2020 and 2024 was 494. And of course, last year there were 5 fatalities on bikes in general. Not all of those would have been e-bikes. But we'll take on notice your specific question.
And am I right to assume that those 494 injuries are the ones that have required presentation at an emergency department?
Yeah, and this was the point I was trying to make in between Ms Ward's gentle questioning. I want to concede it was much more gentle than the last time round.
Oh, don't. Now you've done it.
But yeah, my view is there's some underreporting here. When I talk to people or talk to MPs, particularly in coastal areas, I think there's some underreporting here. But what we've given you is some of the official statistics.
Right. So what empirical evidence supports setting a minimum age between 12 and 16 rather than at 16?
Oh, well, that's exactly what we're going through at the moment. We're looking at the empirical evidence. Secondly, we're looking at the advice from agencies about enforcement, because there are questions around enforcing as the ages get younger. And also, I'm open to community views on this. I actually think we should discuss it as a community, particularly in some of the regional areas of the state. I want to make sure we don't get the age limit wrong.
So we don't be creating 2 classes of legislation, one for the bush, one for...
Absolutely not. No, and I do want to pick up on that and reject that suggestion. There'll be one age limit for the state, but I think we've got to make sure that it's appropriate both for regional and city communities.
Okay. Does the department have any evidence or modelling that demonstrates that age is actually the primary safety risk factor and it's not speed capability, supervision, education? What evidence do you have to suggest that dealing with the age is going to solve the problem?
We're doing, obviously, I'm receiving advice from the agency. We're doing a lot in this area, so I concede the point that there's a whole lot of things here that will make a difference. Common sense, though, suggests if you're 11, you haven't developed your peripheral vision, you can barely lift one of these heavy bikes, the idea that you're careening down the road at significant speeds, and that's what's going on, sometimes 2 or 3 to a bike, look, we have to stop that. Someone's going to get badly hurt. And that's why we're looking at this measure. I just don't accept it safe. If you're in primary school, those should be the circumstances.
You're not getting any argument. You're not getting any argument from me on that. But
They're doing it because
what?
WA did it.
Yeah, a phone call. That's all it takes. You said in the response to Ms. Ward's gentle questioning that you are leaning towards a lower age. Rather than 16, so more towards closer to 12. How will the police or transport check a proof of age of a 12-year-old?
Yeah, look, that's a good question, and that's one of the things we're getting advice on. We're getting information. WA is able to effectively enforce their laws, but they're set at 16. Other states don't have age limits for e-bikes. They do in some cases for e-scooters. So we're getting that information from other jurisdictions. Enforcement's an important part of it. And while I'm, like you, I'm keen to get these rules into place, some of the complexities that you're asking about and the opposition are asking about is exactly the reason why we're doing this careful work.
Oh, well, I want laws that are actually enforceable.
Correct.
From a practical point of view, if you can't enforce it, there's no point having
I absolutely
having
agree
a
with
law.
A low-body bike is still dangerous.
So to go to that issue, you're aware of the incident that happened out in Sadleigh on the 14th of February where the police tried to stop a 39-year-old man on an e-bike who was allegedly riding without a helmet, and he essentially continued to ride away before hitting a pole and then is in hospital with critical injuries, and the police are now under review by professional standards and LEC.
Yeah,
you aware of that?
Yes, I'm broadly aware of the incident. It goes to exactly the point I was making. Police have a difficult job at the moment, and the laws aren't fit for purpose to let them do their job.
Can you see that if you give them the task of trying to pull over 12-year-olds and 16-year-olds on these e-bikes, and they have this issue where if one of those kids injures themselves or tragically dies, they're going to be in front of professional standards. It's going to have a chilling effect on enforcement, isn't it? Yeah,
look, Mr. Benasiak, I can assure you it's really weighing on my mind. That specific issue, I am concerned about that. Police have got a tough job. I don't want kids riding away from police in a manner that might prove dangerous, and we have seen incidents in the past. So it's absolutely weighing on my mind. But the current situation we need to deal with. And in my mind, the key distinction is to really draw a red line between these bikes that we want people on, the low-powered ones, but really getting these high-powered bikes off the road or getting them registered and licensed with the normal training that goes in place with helmets. That's really what we've got to do here, is really separate these two. At the moment, the grey area is huge because there have been no rules.
When's the expert review report due? I'm assuming before August.
Yeah, we're working to the middle of the year on that. So, but I do think we've got to get some community views, including from regional areas.
We've got community views.
Do you
right now.
Of the 700,000 e-bikes currently, how many actually now comply with the European standard? Have you got those figures?
Yeah, we don't have a precise figure. I mean,
or an estimate.
Mr. Murray's taking you through some of the top line figures. I do want to just clarify one thing. That 5 number for 2025 fatalities is actually e-bike riders. There are an additional 2 push bike riders in 2 push bike fatalities in 2025. We've taken you through the top level figures. We do have some survey information that probably for time purposes I'd encourage you to ask the officials this afternoon.
I'm happy for them to come back to me this afternoon.
Yeah, we can give you a little bit more detail on some of those areas.
No worries. I'll cede my 20 seconds to the opposition.
Okay. Questions from the opposition?
Thank you. I just have one. Minister, do you think people would drive more safely or be less safe if we remove licence plates from cars?
No.
No?
Oh,
No.
no, absolutely not.
You think they wouldn't be more safe?
It'd be less safe to remove licence plates from cars, correct?
Thank you.
Minister, some arts questions now, change of tack.
I appreciate your...
The South by Southwest cancellation, which happened 2 years before the contract was due to expire, did the government incur any termination or break fees?
Mr Rath, I'm upset to inform you that is not actually an arts question, it's a tourism question, given that the support for South by South.
But are you aware of any break fees or termination? Have you been briefed on that?
For South by Southwest is really coming out of DNSW, so they're best
Okay, so you don't have any knowledge of it?
Look, the former tourism minister, so I've certainly got knowledge of the contracting arrangements, but they're probably best. I wouldn't want to cut across my colleagues, and they're probably best directed elsewhere. You're entitled to chase those issues this afternoon.
What about the funding cuts to the Australian Design Centre that has now led to its closure?
Yeah. Well,
what was the rationale behind doing that?
Yeah. These were the Australian Design Centre was granted funding under the ACFP funding. That's funding to the small and medium arts sector that's been increased under this government and indexed under this government. So there's more money going into the small to medium arts sector. Of course, it's competitive. There's a lot of people bidding for that. The Australian Design Centre did receive funding. In their view, not enough. They wouldn't be unique in having that view, by the way. Those decisions were made, those recommendations were made by the art form boards, not by myself as minister. I haven't sought to be making those individual funding decisions. Now that's different to some of the former ministers who've been much more hands-on, and I'm not critical of them for doing that, but that's not the approach I've taken as minister.
You've followed every recommendation from the art forms boards.
Look, I would have to consider that, but I certainly would have come close. Anytime I think probably the answer is yes. Anytime I have disagreed with it, I certainly would have spelt out my reasoning on the brief in writing. So all those documents are before the Parliament, by the way, so feel free to look for yourself. But yes, by and large...
well, soon will be, I think.
Yes, well, it is. No, you're entirely correct, actually. It's taking us some time to assemble the masses of documents that have been requested.
Art Gallery of New South Wales, you've reduced the funding by $7.5 million. How many staff does that equate to in terms of positions that have been removed from the gallery?
Yeah, well, look, the good news is art gallery funding, now that they've moved to 2 galleries, is up significantly over where the funding was under the former government. So their operational budget is actually significantly increased. It's true that we've also asked them to follow a budget, and that has meant they've had to restructure. I want to thank the team and also the workforce and the union delegates who've worked through. They're a very professional team, and they have made adjustments there. But we're continuing to supply significant funding to the art gallery.
But what's the headcount reduction? Is it 50 staff or 30, 100?
Yeah, we'll get you that specific number. I'll just get it for you. I think we can provide that in the hearing rather than take it on notice. It was initially speculated as being higher than it ended up being because of the work that was able to be done by the gallery, but also because we provided some additional assistance in the financial year as the restructure was being done.
Right.
But let's get you the specific number.
Thank you, thanks. And I might have more questions this afternoon on that as well. Minister, you told...
I have provided those on the record before, just so, but we'll get you those. I think you're entitled to those.
Thank you. Minister, you've told the Parliament that you, quote, expect festivals and cultural institutions to make a contribution to social cohesion. How can this occur when you are providing $250,000 in funding to the Newcastle Writers' Festival, headlined by Randa Abdel Fattah, who is on the record as having publicly celebrated the October 7 massacre, as well as saying that Zionists have no claim or right to cultural safety?
Well, I reject those comments. That's not the government's view. In fact, I've condemned those comments. That's not a new position. I did that at the time, around the time those comments were made. In my view, those comments were out of touch. They're the exact opposite of what the government's trying to do. We're trying to keep people safe in Sydney and New South Wales. I don't believe, though, that means we should cancel the Newcastle Writers' Festival. I don't believe we should cancel the Sydney Writers' Festival. I think that'd be a mistake and it'd be a big loss to the cultural scene in New South Wales.
And then it's not, you mentioned Sydney as well as Newcastle, but it's not just a one-off instance of the government providing funding and support to festivals headlined by writers who openly promote and stoke division in our state. Abdel Fattah is also going to speak at the Sydney Writers' Festival. After she had been confirmed as an author at the Newcastle Writers' Festival, did the government take any steps to prevent her from also featuring in the Sydney Writers' Festival?
Look, the Premier's been clear about what he thinks of those decisions. I've referred to my comments on the record stretching back quite some time. This is back quite some time ago when the comments were first made. We're not cancelling the festivals. It's not the job of the government, in my view, to tell writers' festivals who to take off their stage. I have asked each of the cultural organisations and these festivals to think about how they're making particularly Jewish arts and culture lovers feel welcome. I'm worried about that. The ask from Sydney's Jewish community is they want to be able to lead Jewish life on Sydney streets and they don't feel they can at the moment. The government's very concerned about that. That's why we're very active in this area. There's a long backdrop to why they might feel that way. Thousands of years of discrimination and anti-Semitism.
It's good you say that, Minister. So what steps have been taken to ensure that the Jewish community do feel safe to attend events like the Sydney Writers and Newcastle Writers' Festival?
Look, I think the organisations themselves are making significant steps, and I know that having worked behind the scenes with those festivals. The government, it's why the government's been outspoken, it's why the Premier's been outspoken, it's why I've been really clear that we don't accept the status quo where people don't feel welcome. I want them to feel welcome. We're also working to provide advice behind the scenes with some senior community leaders to these organisations, the ones who are trying to lift their game and do better. I want to congratulate some of the organisations who have, but there's no question we need to do more here. It'd be made worse though, in my view, Mr Rath, feel free to disagree with this, if we cancelled these festivals. That'd be a real setback. Actually getting people in the room at these writers' festivals, often it's a good discussion and a much better discussion than what you'll see if you tune into social media where people are having a go at each other.
Look, Minister, I accept that you condemn that you and the Premier have condemned the comments and that you don't share those views. I completely understand that. But you're also funding the events to platform people who celebrate the October 7 massacre and say that Zionists shouldn't feel safe. I mean, how do you justify that? How can you justify using taxpayer funds to platform people that celebrate October 7?
Well, these are independent writers' festivals,
But you fund it.
and I think it'd be a mistake to cancel the writers' festival as a result. And I've got to say, I thought that was your view. You've been a free speech advocate for quite some time. Your view was this: free speech underpins the success of liberal
Free speech
democracies
doesn't entitle
worldwide.
you to government funding for that speech, especially if it's hateful and if it
I agree with
stokes
that, Mr.
community
Rath.
division.
And that is a key distinction here. If hate speech happens, it is illegal. That is
This
something
is pretty
that,
close.
That is something that and that's a view you're entitled to take. But the hate speech laws are clear. They're also stronger under this government. No government's done more to strengthen those for the reasons that you're aware of and I'm aware of. That's why we're active in this space. And hate speech, wherever it happens, won't be tolerated.
So Premier Malinowskis' approach was wrong?
Look, that's a matter for South Australia. So, but I mean, I don't think that cancelling artists. It's just not my preference. We have an obligation as leaders to call out this behaviour, but I don't think things are assisted by cancelling the Writers' Festival. I was opposed to your call to consider the government's funding commitment to the Mardi Gras. I think there's a real question about when does this stop. The Leader of the Opposition was fear-mongering about what might happen at Vivid. We can't cancel everything. And I'm concerned that the opposition is really moving to a position so far from free speech that really there's a question in my mind about where will this stop.
The Roxy Theatre in Parramatta, Minister, is a potential key nightlife hub. What steps have you taken to acquire the theatre, or will you just let it sit dormant?
It's a great question. We haven't acquired the theatre. I think it's a jewel in the crown, certainly historically, and it's so close to the metro. It's obviously of interest. We have done important business case work. We haven't made an announcement about a future step. I know the council's interested in the future of this. I know the Parramatta community is interested in the future of this site, and we'll continue to look closely at it.
Moving now to local small commitments, our favourite. Your former Chief of Staff, Damien O'Connor, has confirmed that, quote, my recollection is that after Minister Graham was allocated the responsibility for the LSCA program in April 2023, I received via email or via thumb drive an Excel version of election commitments. A detailed comparison between this Excel list held by you and the so-called Source of Truth document on 28 July 2023 shows during July 2023 the Premier's office unilaterally made changes to the projects and allocations for 27 of the 93 electorates. Minister, given you had the original list of commitments all along, why have you approved several millions of dollars in funding for projects nominated by the Premier's office in July 2023 and not by Labor candidates in March 2023?
Well, look, I haven't seen those responses. They may have come to the committee, but I don't know if they're public at the moment. Look, I reject the characterisation of the program. You've asked these questions or similar ones repeatedly. I've responded in detail in the House. You've conducted an extensive inquiry into these. The reasoning for these is all on the record. I released the briefs that informed my decisions publicly.
Minister, you had all along the list of Labor election commitments. The grant guidelines are very clear that they must be election commitments that you fund. Why didn't you at any stage check what you were approving with the list of election commitments that your office had from the very beginning? Why did you just blindly follow the Source of Truth document and not cross-check it with the election commitments?
Well, Mr Rath, your characterisation of the lists has been repeatedly wrong, including in the House. None of that you've withdrawn, and I don't accept your characterisation.
Minister, on 29 May 2024, you approved as an ethical use of money $25,000 in funding for new gates and lighting at the Masjid Ar-Rahman in Kingsgrove. A stated benefit of the funding was, quote, an increased number of worshippers attending the mosque. When you approved this funding, were you aware that in October 2023, 400 people joined in a celebration at the mosque of 3 Hezbollah fighters, commemorating them as martyrs who died while on jihad?
No, I was not, but I make no apologies for stepping up security at mosques in Sydney at the moment. It's really important that all communities of faith feel safe, and I've got to be clear, the Muslim community does feel under threat at the moment, including as they go to worship. We're not accepting that either. I've been outspoken on the issues of anti-Semitism, but we want people to feel safe, including and especially as they go to worship. So I don't support the behaviour you're describing. I wasn't aware of it at the time I signed off the brief, but I do support stepping up security to make sure people of faith feel safe regardless of what that faith is.
Well, had it have been brought to your attention at the time, would you have approved the funding?
yes, I would have approved the funding. If this is about security for a mosque in Sydney, and that's as you've characterised it to me, I think it's very important that we're stepping up security. It's why police are providing enhanced support to all communities. We have to do that regardless of the faith of those communities, and I hope that's a bipartisan position.
Well, so Minister, you would still have approved the funding even if you knew that the funding was being used to drive attendance at a mosque where 3 Hezbollah fighters were commemorated as martyrs who died on jihad. You'd still give money to that mosque to drive attendance.
Mr. Rath, you're describing, as I understand it, the position you put to me is you're describing security funding at a mosque. My view is that funding is a good use of public funds. I don't support the behaviour you're describing, but we actually have to protect people of faith in Sydney who have had a very difficult couple of years, and that's true for our Muslim communities, and of course it's true for our Jewish communities in Sydney. We are one of the most diverse cities on earth, more diverse than London, New York, LA, and we've actually got to work quite hard to make sure there's social cohesion in our city. That's the government's number one goal here.
Are you pleased that the approval of $25,000 has facilitated more worshippers being able to celebrate in that way?
Mr. Rath, I just discourage you from going down this path. I think we've all got an obligation here to encourage social cohesion, and I don't think these are helpful observations.
Did the conflict of interest process you established in relation to the LSCA examine whether candidates had received political donations from organisations they nominated for funding?
Look, I would have to, I might take that on notice just to make sure that I give you an accurate answer, but we've canvassed this extensively at estimates, potentially in the House. Ms Boyd has addressed this issue extensively about the distinction between political donations and why, in the view of the agency, it'd be inappropriate for a grant decision maker to have that information in front of them as to whether someone's donated or not as they decide a grant. I think you can understand a common sense view might
and was a councillor at Liverpool City Council. However, the nominated organisation for that project was changed to the Liverpool Olympic Sports and Social Club, which had donated $1,100 to the member in late February 2023, days before the member promised this $85,000 upgrade for the club's reserve. This looks dodgy, Minister. What possible explanation do you have for this?
Well, I don't. I'm not necessarily happy to accept the facts you're providing on the basis that you've repeatedly made errors in the past. However, I am happy to take it on notice, and of course we'll get you that information. In relation to the relationship between donations and decisions, I've already agreed to take that part of the question on notice, and we'll get you some information about that. Feel free, though, to ask Ms Boyd about what those arrangements were and why she's given the advice she's given previously.
Thank you, Minister. Just back to the arts. So, we've seen cuts to the Australian Design Centre, cuts at the Art Gallery of New South Wales. We're seeing no clear plan for the acquisition of the Roxy. I know it's not in your portfolio directly, but we've seen cuts to funding at South by Southwest, which is arts related. It seems like there's a lot of cuts in the arts portfolio. What possible explanation do you have for all these cuts coming through the pipeline? Is it simply that you need to make budget savings for the enormous amount of money that you've handed over to the trade union bosses?
Mr Rath, I think you should cheer up and stop trying to cancel the Mardi Gras. Arts funding's up in New South Wales. Of course, individuals have won or lost in the course of that, and those decisions are made by the art form boards in relation to the small to medium sector. But the good news is there's more support for arts and culture in New South Wales. I want to work with the opposition to increase that further. I'm confident we can do that, but I reject the characterisation that you're making of arts funding in New South Wales.
Okay, we'll go to Mr Benasiak for 3 minutes and then opposition for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Just to try and close the loop a bit on the e-bike stuff. With the legislative reform coming through in August, maybe, is there going to be any increase in offences for people failing to stop for police while riding an e-bike or a micro-mobility device?
That drafting's happening at the moment, so we're considering the advice from the agencies at the moment.
Is that one of the things?
Yes.
Is that one of the things you're considering?
Yes, it's certainly something the government's looking at closely. What are the enforcement mechanisms? Also, what are the fines in this area? So we've got to deal with this comprehensively, and all those things are on the table. What ends up in this bill? Because, like you, I want to deal with it quickly, and what ends up being the next round of this change. We'll be making a range of changes here.
Are you considering statutory protection for police officers who act within police pursuit policy when dealing with e-bikes or micro-mobility devices?
Look, I'm open to any advice from police about what they need. I think we'd be hesitant to disturb the well-established balance in LEPRA of what police obligations and responsibilities are, and I think police probably would be as well, but I'm open to advice on that.
Are you, just switching tack, are you able to provide how much funding has been given to Fuzzy Events Company over the last 3 years under your portfolio?
Look, I'm sure we could take that on notice.
Would you be able to get it to us by this afternoon?
Yeah, if we can provide that information this afternoon, we certainly should.
Sure. Could I just quickly go to the Heartland plan, the roadmap for arts and culture in regional New South Wales?
Yeah.
What's the total dollar value for the 10-year Heartland plan?
Well, for the we committed, I'm open to being corrected on this, but we committed $5 million in the short term. There'll be more over the 10 years to be able to really kick this off. That was well received by the sector, of course. The sector would always like more, but there's a significant amount of funding to get this going, and it's very well applied. The committee's done a great job on this.
Sure. Is that new? Is that $5.2 million? Is that new funding, or is that reallocated from cuts elsewhere?
Look, it's new funding to back this strategy. Obviously, there's so yeah, it's new funding is the best way to
So it hasn't been
characterise it.
reallocated from existing programs?
No, it's new funding for this program. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're not rebadging old programs, if that's the exactly the concern. Yeah.
Okay, 3 minutes for the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, under your proposed reforms, what will happen if a child refuses a dino test?
Sorry, you'll just have to speak up, Ms. Ward.
Under your
What was the
proposed
question?
reforms, what will happen if a child refuses a dino test?
Look, that's precisely the drafting we're doing at the moment. I can guarantee we'll be in a better position after they're passed, hopefully with your support, something you're yet to clarify on the public record, by the way, but we'll be in a better position to enforce
clear
than
about
the laws.
identifying the right. I want to know what you are doing if the kid runs away.
Than the laws you left us with.
So it's my fault that all these kids are riding bikes and you've done nothing for 3 years.
Look, I don't want to apportion blame,
can't
Ms.
answer
Ward, but
anything,
if I did
Minister.
have to
All right,
apportion blame,
I'll
you'd be
move on.
right up the top of the list.
Minister, why, if removing licence plates for cars is a bad thing, why are you refusing to introduce licence plates for e-bikes?
Well, I'm absolutely not refusing, and I think that's the important point. Your direction is good. Your scheme's just unworkable. That's the advice to me.
You're going to cave,
But
aren't you?
I want.
You are. You're going to cave.
No.
There's no way the Premier goes to the election and says, this is going to affect us, John, we're going to have to cave.
I'm caving right here and now. Don't miss the
Transport Minister
headline
tells
here. I want more registrations, and we are going to register licence, we're going to register more e-bikes. I agree with your direction. I want to thank you for the direction you've charted.
So what
your
is
specific scheme just won't work, but it's been a significant inspiration to the government, really trying to work with the
So what's your licence plate policy then? You said you were licensed. Yep, you've said you're licensed. What is your licence policy?
Yeah, we're working through with manufacturers, but essentially there's 3 options about how this might happen. Manufacturers may be able to change some of these bikes to fit the existing moped or motorcycle class. We're open to working with the Commonwealth, and I've written to the Commonwealth Minister to indicate that we'd be open to changing the Australian design rules or
Sure.
working to create a new class of bike.
In terms of that
or
registration.
we may even do something in New South Wales.
Okay. In terms of registration then, so someone registers an e-bike, then they go and change the motor. How will that work?
Sorry, you'll have to repeat
Someone
the
registers
question.
a bike under
Yep.
you, whatever level it is. They register a bike under you, then they go and change the motor. How does that then work?
Yeah, well, that's exactly something that is allowed and was allowed under your high-powered e-bike bonanza, and something we're looking about how to really tighten up. But
So in
I
terms of
agree with you,
registration,
that needs to be
You
tightened.
can't answer anything here today, Minister. We've asked about registration, identification, the size of the plates, how you'll enforce it, when you'll enforce it. Can't seem to answer anything. There's a review that you may or may not listen to, probably not. You've got some ideas on 12, maybe 16. Where is it that we're going today in terms of injuries in New South Wales for these e-bike riders? You can't identify them and you don't want to. Do you apologise to the community for 3 years of inaction?
That's a very unfair characterisation,
How's
Ms
it
Ward.
unfair to
And
the
we've moved
people
on
injured?
imports, we've moved on share e-bikes. We're going to be crushing bikes in New South Wales, and I hope for your support, particularly given what you've done on these high-powered
3
e-bikes.
years of inaction and you're blaming me.
Call the WA
Order.
Premier in the break.
Order. Are there any questions from the government?
No, there's not. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. All right. We will now break for morning tea. It means we're back at 11:15. We're good. Okay, all right, welcome back. We'll go straight to questions from the crossbench, starting with Mr. Mark Latham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, sans your musical entertainment. But to go to the evidence of the Electoral Commissioner yesterday at PC1 Premier's
Mark, do you want to pull the microphone a little closer?
integrity officials, I know you haven't had a chance to look at it, but I don't think it's unfair to summarise it as a question about transparency and effectively that in the examples I gave, the 2022 example of One Nation knocking off admin money in New South Wales and trying to launder it through merchandise in Brisbane, a scenario of a leader of the opposition having an illegal scheme identified in her electorate in an election campaign with the Electoral Commission make a public statement about that. And the position was, no, they wouldn't in both those scenarios, which I find disturbing in the role of the Electoral Commission, which obviously should be about transparency and our democracy, voters being informed, voters having the right to know about major scandals and problems that have been unearthed by the Commission. And we shouldn't tolerate a situation where voters would go to the ballot box ignorant of things that would quite obviously influence their vote. Can I get your response to this problem? Why doesn't the Electoral Commission make public statements? They stopped for some reason in 2018 when those statements overwhelmingly inform the electorate about matters that voters should know in an informed democracy casting their vote.
Thanks, Mr. Latham. Look, yes, you're correct. I haven't seen the evidence that was given by the Commission yesterday, so I'm hesitant to comment on that. But I have seen this has been discussed in the House, and you've raised a number of questions, including on notice, that have been the subject of government response. So I'm aware of the general issues. Look, a couple of things. I think, firstly, it's important to say the Electoral Commission's independent. Of course, that's crucial. It shouldn't be subject to the government of the day, and it's got to play a role refereeing often the political disputes. So in the first instance, that has to be a matter for the Electoral Commission. And I wouldn't want to comment on the choices they make to do that in individual instances. Where I do think you're on stronger ground, and strong ground, is in relation to the powers that the Commission has to do so, and if there's any impediment there, and they do seem to be suggesting that there are some constraints on publishing compliance audits or taking or regulatory actions that they take in certain circumstances. I am alive to that issue. It is something the government's open-minded about. We'll be bringing a bill before the Parliament in relation to the electoral law as early as March, so the next sittings. And I am quite, I anticipate the government's view will be, we will be making sure that the Commission's got the power to to publish the outcomes of compliance audits and regulatory actions in certain circumstances, if it's in the public interest. It's important they make that call, that the government doesn't make that call, but should they have the powers to do so? Well, I'm of the view they should.
But isn't that what Section 2682 of the current Act says? They've got a public interest capacity to make those statements.
I think
so that power's there. They argue they need something more specific, but can I just point out to you, Minister, in the thick Police Act, there's no specific power for the Police Commissioner to make public statements. Obviously needs to about crime. So too with ICAC and the Auditor General. Isn't it just an ordinary part of the Electoral Commission's charter to make public statements to inform voters about a crooked political party, a candidate who's been found to have done the wrong thing, so voters know those things at election time?
You're entitled to put that view to the Commissioner. I haven't seen the Commissioner's response specifically, but I think from a government point of view, if there's a barrier, I think it's reasonable to remove that barrier. They should have the ability to do it if it's in the public interest in certain circumstances, and we're open to clearing those barriers away.
Have you got a legal advice at the moment that there is a barrier?
Well, is
this a legal advice that there's a barrier at the moment?
Well, the Commission's expressed a view on the record. You may want to...
where is that advice?
You may want to raise... feel free to raise this issue with Ms Boyd, who I think will give you some helpful background as well, either now or later.
Okay. Ms Boyd?
It's a technical issue, I think, that arises because the relevant investigations that are in issue in this matter were conducted under a previous Act. As you'll remember, the Act was repealed in, I think, 2018. And so the new public interest disclosure provisions that you're referring to
there may be a disconnect between those and what has occurred under investigations.
Transitional arrangements, 2018 can't be year zero.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, and
That's
just if,
the
to the
point.
extent that there's any...
Is there a legal advice about this that parliamentarians can see?
I'm not going to disclose privileged legal advice in this forum, and I would encourage you to, continue asking the Electoral Commission around that, because it would be advice that they had procured. But as the Minister foreshadowed, we're certainly working with the Electoral Commission to ensure that there's no legislative barriers and that there's no uncertainty around the scope of their power to be transparent.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr Mark Banasiak now.
Thanks, Chair. Just sticking with the Heartland Plan, Minister, why in the plan does the regional funding target for 2028 have it listed as to be advised?
Sorry, the
Regional funding target for 2028, it's listed as to be advised. Why is it still to be advised?
look, where is that in the plan? Just draw what page you're referring to.
I don't actually have a copy of the plan
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
with me. Perhaps you could take it on notice as to...
Yeah, look, I think the funding there, the $5.4 million, is crystal clear. So I'd have to, why don't we get you some information on that specific question? But the funding is locked in, guaranteed for it. I can also just give you those brief numbers on the art gallery if you wanted them quickly, if you were...
Was I the one that asked me about the art? It might have been Mr. Rath that
Okay,
might have been asking
no worries.
about...
We'll come back in the afternoon.
Yeah, he's not here at the moment. Anyway, can you guarantee that the regional funding will exceed the current 19% share by 2028?
Look, we haven't set a specific target for regional funding. It is an issue I've been watching closely, and it's why we've got a specific regional plan. The really good thing is that $5.4 million has been allocated incredibly effectively. The team who was working on it, the working group across the regions, have really worked out what the maximum impact is. So they've done a great job on that front. We'll watch carefully, though, what the regional share is. We don't have a specific target.
Why have you chosen not to set a target?
For the share, well, because it's the art form boards making many of these decisions, which would influence that, and they're working through those decisions based on merit as they look at the projects. But I'm watching the share that the regions are getting to make sure that that doesn't tip too much in favour of the city. I'm certainly watching that closely.
Okay. There's talk about it in the plan around upgrading heritage rail sites into creative hubs. Who will carry the long-term maintenance liability for those creative spaces?
Look, there's been some really good discussions here. I want to thank both Create and the Transport Asset Manager who've been engaged in these. One of the big benefits is that Transport's often keen to keep these sites in public hands. That's really important from a transport point of view. But often they can allow some of them to be used for creative uses in the short term, and the short term in transport term is often years. So there's a real opportunity here, and we're investigating how that happens. It will vary site to site. TAM has contributed funding in some of those instances. Create certainly providing funding or are able to provide funding in some instances.
So you don't have a standard approach?
No, it's very much tailored according to what the specific opportunity is, and we're not doing this everywhere, but we're looking for some places to really trial this and make it work. So I want to make sure we get the right spots, the right arrangements, very much tailored. But I'm confident this will produce some big dividends.
Do you have a target for how many of these new hubs will be operational by 2028?
Look, I'd encourage you to ask Create New South Wales this afternoon. My discussions with the agency have been, let's get the best 5 or so of these opportunities. They're not all regional hubs, and really make them work. I'd prefer them to do that rather than try and take on 100 of these and have them fail.
Thank you. Can I just go to these culture stations? Culture station that was set up at Circular Quay, which is essentially a bit of a drop-in centre. with pamphlets and flyers. What's the total cost of establishing and operating that culture station, including fit out, staffing, marketing, digital services, etc.?
Yeah, we'll get you the specific number, but it was very low. And it was very low because it was a transport asset that was available, and the Opera House has been able to provide some staffing support. So it's been done for a very cheap price, but a very big impact in my view. One of the problems we've got is we've got these cultural organisations doing incredible work, but they're all trying to do it themselves rather than collaborate. If you travel around the world, these places are routine. You can go to one spot and often get last minute ticks or something like that, and that should be available in Sydney, and that's what we're working to provide here, and the early signs are positive. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, in the last time we were in a committee together, it was the cuts one in December, and I asked you about the potential KPMG report regarding a restructure. Now, you said that there was no KPMG report, or whether there was any, you said there was no report potentially from any of the big four accounting and consulting firms. Ms. Taylor said that as well, and this is specifically around the what the restructure has been based upon. Now, what's the KPMG contract therefore that is on the government, is on the Buy New South Wales website? That is KPMG. It's for, actually it's just been extended, so it's 4.9 million, almost $5 million to Transport New South Wales, and it's for something called organisational design resources for Transport for New South Wales. Contract duration from the 16th of September 2024, and it's been extended to March 2026 at a cost of almost $5 million.
Thank you for the question. That is some assistance, and we did talk about this in the last inquiry as well. That is for some assistance in carrying out the operating model changes, particularly in terms of the reductions in size of staff that were required to work through, and the number of executives that would be departing the agency. We sought some labour hire help from KPMG to do that on a temporary basis, so we weren't boosting headcount to then reduce headcount. So those resources, as I think we referred to last time, will finish up once the program is complete.
Thank you. So are you saying that people were hired, you said, to help with operational resources, I think?
Yes, HR-based professionals were hired as labour hire resources to help the efficiencies be achieved faster, so that effectively we weren't asking the very people whose teams were being restructured to then also determine when that restructure would happen.
I mean, the particulars, it does say that the particulars of the goods or services to be provided under this contract are the design and implementation of operating model, so the design as well?
Working with the leadership team. So the leadership team and a steering committee is responsible for the design and implementation. However, we needed some additional resource over that period to ensure we could do it quickly, and then it would deliver the savings and pay for itself in terms of using some additional headcount. Now, as I say, that will be completed, but in relation to your earlier question about what has been referred to as a KPMG report, again, I'm still not aware of what that would refer to.
That was going to be my next question. So are you saying, Mr. Murray, that a report as such was not part of, firstly, this contract, even though it says design and implementation of operating model for out to March 2026, close to $5 million, that they haven't produced a report?
Not a report. They certainly assist with some of the paperwork, and that paperwork has been provided in one of the SO52s from late last year.
So when, with the design and implementation of operating model, I mean, it goes without saying really, I can't see an agency like Transport for New South Wales outsourcing 100% any decisions to a consulting firm like KPMG, and of course they work with senior personnel, but you're saying here that KPMG did not put proposals in relation to particular operating models to Transport for New South Wales in that work?
No, my understanding would be that it's much more of a facilitation role with some HR expertise and restructuring expertise. And perhaps if I could make the point in a slightly different way, in the restructure of transport, the two biggest areas, or one of the two biggest areas that has been the target, I guess, of cuts is the people and culture division, which has been difficult because these are people who serve the public in terms of helping transport run. However, that is where, as I've said at these committees before, we have targeted a number of these savings. So with the HR expertise being impacted in the restructure, we have used some short-term resource, contract resource, to deliver the machinery around some of the restructuring. But it is all led by a steering committee, which is transport executives, not by a third party.
And when you say that that report was released last year, is that, do you know of whether that was released privilege or public?
I will confirm that for you. It was
yeah.
a large amount of documents because it would have been, obviously in considering the root and branch restructure of transport, there are a lot of documents that came through that process, including org charts and costs that were being considered in making those changes, and that is really what that contract is to assist with.
Yeah. Thank you, Minister. In addition to the 45 job cuts from the Art Gallery of New South Wales last year, is there any further rounds of redundancies? For example, is there anything happening now on top of that 45 job cuts that you're aware of?
Do you mean at the Art Gallery?
That's right.
Look, you feel free to ask this afternoon to get some more detail, but no, it's really not, it hasn't, there's nothing on my radar particularly. Obviously they've got to keep to a budget, and there was an issue there, but that restructure is concluded.
Okay, all right, I'll ask that later. The special entertainment precincts. Now, I want to ask you I'll explore this a little bit further in the afternoon as well, but Byron Shire Council, they were potentially looking for one. I know you've talked about this in the Parliament as well, but that's been rejected, and what I've been told is the council was after, and the community was after a few things. For example, slightly lower decibels than I think the department wanted, different hours, a bit more transport, recognising the unique situation of Byron Shire Council. Ultimately, that's been the special entertainment precinct. The plan's been rejected for Byron because they just couldn't get to a point of agreement. Why wasn't there more flexibility for a community like Byron to then be able to get government support? Yeah,
look, it's a great question, and these have been wildly popular, but it's true that they're not wildly popular in Byron, and they have rejected this. I hope they reconsider down the track. We're certainly prepared to be flexible. It makes this key point that it's up to the community, not the state government, about whether to roll this out or not. They're in control, and there was quite a lot of discussion about flexibility. Certainly on the hours of trading and transport, I saw those were not blockages to doing this. We could have come to an agreement, and there was significant flexibility. The real problem, and this was a problem from a state government point of view, is the community plan, the council plan, would have seen venues operate at a quieter level than they are today. So we're not having a special entertainment precinct that turns the noise down in venues. I'd understand communities want to get that right, but the idea here is the council and the community get to draw the map of where they want things to be vibrant, and that plan, it'd be unusual to have them turning the volume down.
I'll come back to a few specific questions about that later, just time-wise. Minister, this Mardi Gras was very different to Mardi Gras over the last few decades because the after-party was unfortunately cancelled. Cost is a very, very big deal for that party. Will the government commit to supporting, let's not talk about the parade and the broader festival. I know all about all of that.
I think we can all
but
agree
the
on
after
that.
the we're not cancelling Mardi Gras,
Right.
that's for sure, despite what the Libs may want.
No
But
one said
but
that. No one said
unfortunately,
that.
the after
Get a
party
whole float there.
itself is a big
How easy
part
is it?
of the community's involvement in Mardi Gras and in terms of tourism.
Thank you.
What are you going to do to support Mardi Gras after party financially? Will you support them financially so they can keep going?
Look, the state government and the former state governments had a strong record of supporting the Mardi Gras, and I hope that continues. It certainly will under this government. That has been focused on the parade, also the party. That's often been a commercial arrangement, particularly this time. It did fail. There were a lot of
Most of
disappointed...
the party music festivals are commercial arrangements.
A lot of
typically.
disappointed people. The change we made was to extend venue trading till 6 a.m. and run transport 24 hours in response so people could still have a great time this year. We'll certainly look to support Mardi Gras in future. I think it's a really important part of Sydney's culture.
Thank you. Now, Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you have a document in front of you. Are you familiar with the Sydney Morning Herald report that in January 2025 your office requested modelling by Electorate of different toll reform options?
I read the Herald article
Thank you.
That you're referring to.
Thank you. Can you explain to the committee in your words what those 4 scenarios, I've highlighted them for you, are what they are?
Look, I can't. I've only just received this document, so I'd really
It's
want
your
to
document.
I'd really want to examine. It's the first time I've seen this document. So.
It's your document produced under orders from
Well,
the House to the House about the modelling request. You don't dispute the legitimacy of the
Ms
document.
Ward,
do you?
when you say it's my document, we've produced thousands and thousands of transport documents across a
Okay.
range of calls for papers. It's taken
I
hundreds of
understand that. I'm
hours.
familiar. I've requested most of them.
From transport officials.
So are these, Minister, are these...
This is the first time I've seen this.
Thank you.
particular
Are
one.
these options for toll reform?
Ms Ward, this is the first time I've seen the
All right, we'll have a look at it.
document, so
There's a 2026 base case, there's a 2026 Network 1, there's a 2026 ITR and 2026 Network 2A Phase 1. Mr Murray, are these options for toll reform?
Again, Ms Ward, I couldn't comment on exactly what they are, and also note that the toll reform process is continuing in a commercial in confidence manner and reporting into Cabinet.
Ms Drover, are these 4 options for toll reform?
Look, I don't have the benefit of that document in front of me, so I
We can make one available to you. There's a document here that sets out the request to assess the 2026 toll burden across all electorates. Is Network 1 a toll reform option?
Ms Ward, if I could just preface questions on tolling, because while we have worked through the SO52, it is also important that we recognise that we are in the middle of negotiations.
You've said
with the
that, I
private
appreciate
sector,
that, I'm aware of that, thank you.
And it will
Is
limit some of the
2026
questions we can answer.
All right. I'm not worried about the detail. What I'm concerned about is a document here that sets out 4 scenarios, and 3 of you here are telling me you don't know what we're talking about. I find that difficult in all reality to reasonably believe, so I'm giving the opportunity for you to clarify that these are the 4 options that you are looking at: a 2026 base case, a Network 1 case, an ITR and a Network 2A Phase 1. They're toll reform options, aren't they? Produced under your own document in relation to the SO52 requesting documents on toll reform.
Again, this is a toll reform document. They are discussing elements that feed into the work that is currently being done.
From
But I don't want
Transport
to
for New South Wales,
characterise-
Mr Murray.
Yes, I don't want to characterise what each of those may mean because they may be the subject of intensive current negotiations.
You said that 3 times. We're aware there's negotiations. What I'm interested in is the documents that have been produced to the House. I'll get to the question. And the documents that have clearly set out, they are options, aren't they, for toll reform?
Point of order's been taken, Dr. Kane.
Mr. Murray has answered the question. Ms. Ward is asking it again and again. I mean,
Yeah.
he has answered the question.
Yes, I will uphold the point of order. The witness is answering the question,
I'll move on.
I think, to the best of his ability, and he is talking about negotiations that are going on, and he's entitled to answer
Thank
the
you.
questions.
I'm not asking any detail for clarity of negotiations. That was not my question. That was your answer.
My
Yes, I
ruling
won't be
still
asking.
stands.
Yes, I won't be asking. My point is this is a Transport for New South Wales document requesting, and I quote, "We've received a ministerial office request," that's your office's request, "to assess 2026 toll burden across all options on an electorate zoning basis." Minister, have you ever seen the results of that modelling?
Firstly, I do want to make a point in support of the position the Secretary's
Yeah,
just
I'm not
made.
asking what's in it,
The
I'm just asking what
reason,
you've seen.
the reason that the team will be very hesitant to talk about a live negotiation about toll
Understand that, Minister.
reform is this is highly market sensitive. We can't have
Have you
market
seen
gyrations based on current
Yes, and
discussions.
my question is
That's
not to the
why-
detail.
Yeah, but
My
that's
question, Minister, is this.
Yeah.
Have you seen the modelling via electorate
in support of
that
the
your office requested?
in support of the position that the Secretary's just put. As I read the document you're putting, that's not what is being requested. This says to assess the 2026 toll burden. Look, I mean, the government has made it clear we want the toll burden to be clear to the public. The toll burden is $195 billion.
Minister,
That's what
I'm going
drivers
to
are
ask you again.
still paying.
Respectfully,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you again. The document states on an electorate zoning basis. I'm not asking about the negotiation. I am asking whether you have seen that modelling requested by your ministerial office.
No, look, I don't believe I have, but I'm happy to take that on notice and clarify.
All right. Ms. Drover, have you seen that modelling?
Just looking at this document, it is dated, I think, January 2025, so actually wasn't involved in the tolling reform at that stage. So I'm not at liberty to comment on that. But I would reiterate the Secretary's position.
Understand. I'm
We
clear
are
on
in
that.
the middle of complex negotiations.
Thank you. Yes, you've all made that very clear. I'm not asking about the negotiations or the detail. I'm asking, Mr. Murray, have you seen the modelling on electorate basis that was requested by the Min Office to your department?
Again, I'd refer to my earlier answer. I don't want to go further into discussing the elements that we are providing into the toll negotiations.
Minister, correspondents said that the meeting with the Minister was arranged for 20 January 2025. Did you attend that meeting?
Look, it's some time back, Ms Ward. I can't. I don't know which meeting you're referring to.
Will you take on notice whether you attended that meeting referred to in the correspondence?
I'm happy to take your question on notice, of course.
Thank you. Are you covering this up, Minister? You've asked, your ministerial office has asked for electorate modelling on a transport issue about who pays more and who pays less. Are you covering this up?
No, absolutely not. Your MPs routinely ask for this information in questions on notice and then complain
Minister,
about the answers they get back. We provide this information to MPs routinely in the budget process. Your MPs, when they ask for it, we attempt to provide them whatever information they need, including about the toll burden.
So,
I can give you numerous examples if you'd like me to.
so you're comfortable with so the modelling that you do provide, are you comfortable to provide that modelling then?
Well, no, this is a highly commercial negotiation where I know you don't think it's possible to have toll reform land to the benefit of drivers. I do.
That's not my question.
We're working through, but it's highly commercially
My
sensitive.
question
as
is-
you can understand, as the position I put in the House.
I just want to pick up on
when
your
you
point
move
because it's
this
a
call
well-made
for
one.
papers,
You've said that routinely...
and it's really important that we don't damage the public interest here. My view is we can actually further reform tolls.
Yes, that's not
and
my
get a
question,
better deal for
Minister. We're
drivers
here to
after you
ask
left them
questions
paying
about your modelling that your
$195
ministerial
billion.
office has requested. So I'll go back to it again. Your ministerial office made a request for modelling by the Department of Transport for electorate basis impact. You're saying that your that's a routine thing and it's perfectly fine. Are you therefore happy to release that modelling?
Look, this is the first I've seen this document. I want to be clear, we will not be releasing sensitive documents about toll reform while these negotiations are underway. That is in the public interest.
All right,
We'll
so
get a better
speaking of the
deal
public
for
interest
drivers.
then, do you think
by
it's
taking that
appropriate,
position.
or do you think it's an appropriate use of taxpayer resources to have the public service look at different public policy options and model how they impact different electorates?
Look, I certainly want to know how this rolls out across the state. It's not unusual in my experience for MPs, including opposition MPs, to request information, including on an electorate basis.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Do you think it's an appropriate use of taxpayer resources to have the public service look at different public policy options and model how they impact different electorates?
I would make the point that Transport and many other agencies provide the government with a range of data, and there are often requests for that data to be provided by postcode, local government area and electorate. That is standard at Transport and has been the case for many decades, I'm advised. And this is available data based on core democratic units. It is not something that Transport seeks to influence in any way. It is the provision of data.
So this is standard practice to provide modelling by electorate. Is that what you're saying to this committee, Mr. Murray?
I am talking in general terms that where Transport holds data that can be aggregated in any number of ways, if that is requested, then that is provided. It's provided for questions on notice, it's provided for Treasury briefings, it's provided for
and you're comfortable
electorate profile.
Sure, and you're comfortable that that's an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars to model by electorate. It's not a transport metric, it's not a congestion metric, it's an electorate partisan Liberal seat, Labor seat, Independent seat, and you're comfortable that that's standard practice and appropriate use of taxpayer dollars. Is that correct?
I am comfortable that where Transport holds the data or can provide simple analysis by aggregating postcodes to provide it, then that is part of the system that has existed for many decades in terms of data provision. It would be improper for departments to hold back data that is easily accessible and available.
Mr. Murray, how is an electorate a transport metric?
Because our motorists, our passengers, our public transport users live and operate within those electorates, and their representatives in this building ask Transport regularly for that information.
This is
on either side and any colour of political party, those are requests that are regularly made about fines, payments, kilometres of road invested in.
You see, Mr. Murray, I can understand. So your representatives asking for this modelling, representatives of an electorate, so an elected member for an electorate can ask about their own electorate, of course. But this is a ministerial office on a public policy document asking for a comparison electorate by electorate. That is only partisan, isn't it? This is about future decision making. This is not about data.
But Ms. Ward,
isn't it the case, Mr. I haven't asked my question.
Yep,
I
we'll just hear the point of
Oh,
order.
I think I've heard enough of the question. Public servants shouldn't be asked for an opinion. I'd suggest that that question's not in order under paragraph 10 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution.
Mr. Murray's already started to answer these questions.
To the point of order?
Yes, to the point of order. Mr. Murray's already answering these questions.
I won't uphold the point of order. I will remind the member to also continue to treat witnesses with respect.
Certainly.
As well.
Mr. Murray, this is not about existing data and it's not about an elected member asking about their own electorate. This is about comparisons by the Department of Transport across electorates which are only partisan. It's not a transport metric. How is that a good use and a proper use of taxpayer dollars?
No, that's not the question. With respect, that's not the question I was answering. I was saying that Transport, in general terms, provides information where it holds it without creating undue strain on resources, and that can easily, by the purposes of an Excel spreadsheet or a quick algorithm, be determined as to what sits in what electorate or local government area, which are critical discussions in our feedback to MPs, to councils, and to citizens who ask of this information from the department.
And to government
That's all I'm
ministers
saying.
comparing electorate by electorate impact.
Well, the Minister is responsible for the Transport Department and for the delivery of the investments that are made in the budget, and we have to service in terms of providing the best information we can to the government of the day. That
Ms
is
Boyd,
the task.
do you think it's an appropriate use of taxpayer resources to have the public service look at different public policy options and model how they compare electorate by electorate?
Look, the Cabinet Office has provided consistent advice, as you would be aware, around the provision of electorate and other geographic unit data to ministers. The general position is that, you know, ministers are entitled to request factual information from agencies, and the use or purpose to which that's to be put is a matter for the minister. Of course, in the lead up to an election, it's always really important to protect the neutrality of the public service and the use of public service resources, and ensure that there's no perception that they're being used for electioneering or partisan purposes. So in that pre-election period, we advise agencies that any requests for electorate-based data should be considered on their merits, and if they would involve a substantial use of public resources, then that should be discussed with the minister and perhaps avoided. But in general, factual information that doesn't involve the significant use of agency resources can and should be provided to the minister, and indeed could be proactively released to the public under the GIPA Act. So there's really nothing that prevents that, the kind of disclosures or provision of information that Mr Murray's described.
But Ms Boyd, do you think it's an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars to have the public service and apolitical... I haven't finished my question.
Yeah, but you asked a very good
You don't
Very
need to run
quickly,
cover.
point of order. I do have to hear
You
it.
can tell you're onto something when
My point of order is, again, Miss Ward is trying to elicit an opinion from the public service rather than seek an explanation of government policy or how government policy is formulated.
Thank you. I will uphold
This
the
is,
point
if I
of
may,
order.
to the point of order.
You were asking in terms of
This is the
do you
Secretary of
think
the
in
Cabinet.
pushing it? Yes, but you need to be, is it
All right.
government
In your
policy or
role-
not? Yeah, thank you.
In your role as Secretary of the Cabinet Office, and given your legal professional qualifications and your advice to the government, is it an apolitical act to look at different public policy options and compare them by electorate?
I'm not going to comment on or give an opinion on the appropriateness, but what I will say is it's in line with the advice that we have provided consistently to agencies over many electoral cycles, that the provision of electorate data to ministers is not prohibited and should be assessed in its context around how significant the diversion of agency resources might be. And in this case, you know, we've heard from the agency that it is not particularly, you know, a particular burden to provide geographic unit data, including by electorate. They are communities of interest.
Thank you.
And,
Will you
yeah.
table that advice?
Happy to.
Take it on notice?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's actually public. It's in
Yep.
the caretaker memo. So,
Yep,
yeah.
okay, thank you. You can table that and provide that to the committee. That'd be appreciated. Thank you. And so, Ms Mears, have you ever seen this modelling?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Have you seen the modelling, the electorate by electorate modelling?
I don't believe so.
Would you like to take it on notice?
No, I don't believe I've seen any electorate modelling.
So, modelling requested to Transport for New South Wales by the Minister's Office as at January this year, January 10, and a meeting on the 20th. You don't appear, so no one's seen it. So we've got...
I'd said, you asked me if I had seen any electorate modelling, not specifically
on the tolling
that.
reform.
I haven't.
All right, so when the Ministerial Office requests it in January, nobody's seen it. We're sitting here in March and nobody can tell anybody about this electorate modelling that was
Actually,
requested on an urgent basis. Is that my
Ms. Ward,
understanding of your
you've got
evidence?
the date wrong in my estimation. Feel free to, it's actually a year, it's actually 2025, it's more than a year ago. Yeah.
All right, so no one's seen any of this modelling, all the results, or the meeting. All right, let's get on to tolling then. So documents show in these produced that Transport for New South Wales is preparing for a potential 1 July 2026 price change for tolls. Minister, what are the government's plans to change toll prices for 1 July 2026?
Well, I think the good news is phase 1 of toll reform is complete. We've made that toll cap permanent. We've confirmed the former government's plan for two-way tolling, but we've committed...
It's not our plan ever.
That
It's not our plan,
goes
it's yours.
into toll relief.
It was
We've set
your-
up New South Wales
Point of order.
Motorways to take control of our motorways assets. We've committed they'll stay in public hands. We won't be selling them off. Those assets have been are being transferred. We've set up the Ombudsman. We've set up the Consumer
Yes, but
Advocate.
Minister, my question
Phase
is what's
1
happening on 1 July?
Phase 1 of toll reform.
I understand that,
is
but my
complete.
question in the 1 minute I have left, Minister, is what is the plan for 1 July?
You're
or is that a
asking
secret
about
plan?
phase 2 of toll reform,
1
and
July.
those complex negotiations are underway, and it'd be unreasonable for me to comment. In fact,
Are there
it'd be
secret plans for 1 July?
In fact, it'd be market sensitive for me to comment
Minister,
on
what's
those.
happening on the 1st of July 2026?
Well, it'll be a new,
Is there a secret
it'll be a
plan
new
for
financial
transport
year.
officials, secret toll changes coming on 1 July that you've asked officials to prepare for?
Look, as usual, you're misinformed, Ms Ward, but that's...
It's your documents.
That's not,
It's your documents
that's
produced
not
to the
unusual.
House
Look,
from Transport.
This is unhelpful speculation, and it's against the public interest,
All right.
actually. So I'd just advise
Will
you to
you
be
rule
cautious.
out any changes on 1 July?
Ms Ward, speculating about toll reform during a live market-sensitive negotiation is against the public interest.
Minister, what's
It's not
market
helpful.
sensitive if nothing's agreed?
It's not.
There's nothing to see here and nothing's agreed. What's market sensitive
I know
about
you
it?
don't want this toll reform to work.
Minister, I just want to know what you're secretly
I
working
want it
on,
to
what
work
the public
because I
should
want
know
a
for the
better
1st
deal
of
for
July.
drivers. I think it's possible.
Do you have secret
But,
plans? You got secret plans for 1 July, don't you, Minister?
Look, I do want to deliver a better deal. We've already locked in the $60 toll cap
Yes.
permanently.
All right,
I'd
Minister,
like to go
understand
further.
the
No,
past.
that's
I'm
true.
looking to the future.
That
What will I
accusation's
pay
true.
for tolls on the 1st of July? You already promised at the election no new tolls, and you've already broken that promise, introduced new tolls, two-way tolling on the Harbour Bridge. What can I expect on the 1st of July to pay?
Well, you'll pay the escalated tolls
Can you rule
that
it
your
out?
government brought in,
Can you rule
including the
out new tolling on 1
$195 billion
July
that you're
2026?
charging drivers.
We know you've got secret plans.
the
You're
numbers
covering
you
them
tried
up
to
on the
keep
basis
secret
of commercial
till
incompetence.
2060
You broke your
and
own
beyond.
promise on no new tolls.
Order. Okay, we go to questions from the crossbench, starting with Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning still, Minister and officials. Last year in March, Transport for New South Wales confirmed that on our current trajectory, it will take at least another 47 years until all New South Wales train stations are fully accessible, with 100 stations at the time still not independently accessible. Minister, what have you done in the years since then to fast-track accessibility upgrades across New South Wales's public transport network so that people with disability can independently use it?
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for the question, Ms Boyd, and I know I want to recognise that you've pursued this issue doggedly. We do have an update for you. I'm going to hand to the team for it, so I've certainly taken an interest given you've pressed the government along the way, but
Ms Rubalcaba will take that question.
Good morning. So currently, as of end of February, we have 72% of Sydney trains, intercity and regional stations that are independently accessible.
So can I clarify what number is that?
That's 255.
So 2 more than last year.
Yep. We've completed 4 stations in the last 12 months, as well as 2 wharfs. We've got another 3 in construction currently, 2 more in procurement, and we're developing and planning another 16 currently.
Okay, so on that trajectory, Minister, we are still looking at another 46 years until all New South Wales trains are accessible if we're only doing 2 a year. Do you think that is good enough?
no, look, I'd like to do more, and I accept the case you've been making over successive estimates that the government should do more. We've certainly boosted funding, and I really want to recognise my colleague Joe Halen, who was successful in winning that argument to put more money into this. We certainly committed to that at the election. This will continue to be an area of focus for the government, and we need to be pressing not just on this train station issue because it is expensive and slow, but in a whole range of ways to assist people with disabilities.
Some of the aspects of the network are actually getting worse for people, and perhaps this is inadvertent. So I want to raise a particular, as an example, because I think sometimes it's hard to understand the frustrations that people with disability feel until you understand a a kind of lived example. So, for example, I had someone contact my office who has found that on the new fleet, the lights that indicate where the guard is are really sort of flush against the side of the train, and so at most train stations you can't actually see where the guard is, and that's a particular problem for people with disability because, or people with mobility needs, because if you are at a station that is not fully accessible and you have to find there's no train worker there and you're trying to find a guard to help you get on the train,
exactly.
you can't do that if you don't know where the guard is located. So little things like that are still coming up.
Yeah.
What are you doing, I guess, in terms of better consultation with the disability community before those sorts of new, the new fleet and other infrastructures brought in?
Look, it's a great question. I wasn't aware of that. I haven't heard that specific suggestion, so that's useful information. But it's a huge issue, the state of the fleet, and making sure that it's better designed for accessibility for people with disabilities. The good news is the new fleet that is starting to roll out is much better than it had been. But we've really taken that lesson strongly on board as we're thinking about designing new trains. I had some great discussions up in Queensland as well, looking at how they're tackling exactly this problem, about really the work they're doing to have these discussions up front well before you're in this design phase. That has already happened to some degree here, but I think we probably could do it better.
Yeah. Do you have any form of consultation group or roundtable that you consult with people with disability on a regular basis?
I might ask the Secretary to talk to that matter.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, we do have a number of disability reference groups, and we also meet with other groups that are perhaps not part of the reference group, but also are keen disability advocates. I've attended a number of sessions with those leaders from the disability community to hear about various issues across the transport portfolio that have been of concern.
Does the Minister ever attend those as well? I'm just thinking, Minister, just again in terms of that lived experience, you don't know until you hear it. Would you perhaps, take an interest in going and seeing at one of those?
I'm open to doing that. I've tended to meet with the disability groups specifically around specific issues, particularly around some of the taxi issues. And I've certainly done that in relation to both the transport and the other parts of my portfolio. But I'm open to your suggestion. I think it's a good one.
Thank you.
Minister, is the Powerhouse Museum at Ultimo, is that being converted to are there plans for it to be converted into a performance and theatre facility?
I've been quite clear that the community's expectations is they want the powerhouse back at Ultimo that they know and love, that they've got used to. They don't want huge changes. They expect a museum. They don't want a nightclub. We won't be building a nightclub at Ultimo. I think that's really important, and it's in line with the, particularly I know how important the powerhouse was to families with young kids. We want that familiar feel back, even in a new building.
A nightclub is slightly different in terms of operation than a performance and theatre facility. So are there going to be plans for performances, big concerts, theatre in the facility?
No, look, I don't think this is the place in Sydney for that to happen. I want a museum on that side. I think the community wants a museum on that side. Everywhere else is fair game, in my view, although not all my colleagues would agree. But at the Ultimo site, I think this needs to be a museum. And it needs to be familiar to the community.
Okay. Have you met with Foundation Theatres at all about the design and planning of theatre spaces in the kind of gutted shell, if you like, of Powerhouse Museum?
No.
Okay. Minister, in terms of grants that are provided to the community, I want to specifically some that have from the Office of 24-Hour Economy Commissioner. I've asked about who's on the various committees and decision-making bodies in relation to programs, initiatives, grants, and it was said that with that particular agency that they don't have external people on that body. It's staff and interagency staff. Is that appropriate in terms of transparency? The example was given, I think, about potential conflict of interest, but there's no transparency. I mean, do you have oversight? Are you able to be assured that nothing's occurring in terms of conflict of interest?
Look, I think you might need to be more specific on the programs for us to really drill down. I'd give you these couple of observations briefly though. One is this is an outward-facing part of the agency, so it does really engage with the sector. It does have an advisory board in place, and I meet with it, and it's a very good advisory board. It provides a lot of oversight and direction here, and it's very open to these sectors. That's important given the nature of the engagement.
Sure, I mean, Create New South Wales, for example.
And I'd expect the normal probity arrangements to be in place.
Create New South Wales has the art form advisory
art form boards, yeah.
Yeah, and so when I asked a question about how it was conducted in each of the different agencies, the Office of 24-Hour Nighttime Economy said they don't employ grant committees. Grant assessment panels have comprised agency and interagency staff, as I said. Grant assessment panel members are not made publicly available due to probity requirements, which ensures impartiality, prevents undue influence and protects the integrity of the assessment process. Why does the Office of 24-Hour Economy have that, but Create New South Wales has a completely different and very transparent process? Are you satisfied with that, lack of transparency?
Look, it's a good question, but I don't think you could transplant the art form boards into what is a more commercial engagement. You couldn't ask a range of the small to medium art sector is very different.
It's
from
still government money
hospitality.
going to...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But you couldn't. If you wanted to transplant the model, it wouldn't work. I expect the probity arrangements to be in place, all the conflict of interest processes to be in place. I'm open to any detail you feel you need. I haven't had suggestions that there's any problems with the way the grant guidelines are being applied in this
Just to
area.
be clear, I'm not suggesting there are problems, but it's difficult because of the lack of transparency to know, isn't there?
Well, I think I think the details of the grant assessment, I would hope that those details are able to be open to MPs who are asking about it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Mark Beneziak for questions.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just go to some questions I was asking in the last estimates about the Illawarra Rail Resilience Plan?
Yeah.
You confirmed that the Tooladewah passing loop was included in the plan. Has that been costed?
I can give a general update on the Illawarra Rail Resilience Plan, but this is obviously also the subject of some close work as we look ahead to this budget and future budgets. So, look, it is an important commitment that the government made over the course of the last election. The work's progressing well. The good news is rail reliability is lifting on the heading down south, and we're about to roll out we're getting the trains on the tracks. Those Marion trains will be heading down to the south coast. There's a lot more to do though, and this Illawarra Rail Resilience Plan is specifically looking at the blockages to really lifting reliability and performance right along the rail line. But we can get you some more details on your specific one now. I might over to Ms. Mayers.
Would you like me to add some detail now?
Do you have is there a costing or not?
No, there's no costing available on that. So where we're up to, we have completed the long list. So I think in, last estimates we talked about where we're up to with planning. It's due to be finalised right about now. It's imminent. So we've got the long list assessment. We'll be taking that to government for consideration, and the projects we consider moving forward in the medium to long term would then be costed for investment decision and any business cases undertaken.
Okay.
Yep.
So in that long list, you've got that loop. Do you have the duplication between Gerringong and Bombay?
Yeah, we consider. Yeah, I believe I answered that last estimate. So we included all those in the first consideration round.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you were just briefly mentioning that reliability is up. Last estimates, I think there was 80% dissatisfaction in the service down there. Have you taken stock of what that level of dissatisfaction is now?
Yeah, we can get you that comparable figure. Look, we know there's a lot to do, and particularly on that South Coast line, I think we can do better. The good news in relation to rail reliability is we have seen it lift over the last 5 months on average above the government's target. That's good news. There's still specific problems. There's still a need to do better, but that includes on the South Coast line. Getting those trains on the tracks for that South Coast line will make a real difference. The fleet reliability is one of the challenges that we're tackling on the network.
What's the earliest year we could see construction realistically begin on any of that long list?
Look, these are subject to government decision at the moment, so we simply haven't made that decision. We're doing the planning work now. It's important work. It's also, some of these projects are very large scale, so we'll really need to, what we want is a comprehensive plan that we can look at tackling over the longer term, but these are subject to government decision at this point. So they're in a relatively similar position to where you, when you were last asking. Of course, we've completed more work and it's heading towards decision.
Okay. Just going to the freight reform roadmap. What's the cost to taxpayers over the next 4 years to implement that roadmap?
I'll refer to the Secretary.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that, Mr. Benaziat.
Yep.
So we are progressing well. We've completed a number of the actions under the freight reform plan. We have scoped out the majority of them and they are underway. I don't have a detailed costing on individual initiatives with me. Some of them that have been delivered would have been at no cost. Their policy changes and the like, but some of the infrastructure ones, for example, Western Sydney Freight Line, we've got funding for the business case for that, and that's progressing well. So any detail around the individual initiatives I'd have to take on notice.
And I can confirm I've recently called Duncan Gay back into service to continue on chairing the freight committee. I'm really grateful for the assistance he's providing the government.
Here. Nellie Melbourne.
Don't let him near the bike paths.
Chair, that is very good advice. We'll be careful to keep him out of that area. But he's doing a great job on the freight side.
Perhaps on notice, Ms. Mayers, can you tell us how many of those 95 actions will require new funding? Obviously, I think would you say 4 or 5 have already been?
8 are complete.
8 are complete.
Yeah, and there's a range of initiatives, obviously, across policy, education, infrastructure and programs. So, yes, I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Is there a specific budget line for this freight reform delivery, or is it?
No, I would say there's no specific bucket of money or line item. It would be depending on the program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you not just go to the issue I was raising last estimates around Port Botany and the conflict that is existing there between dangerous goods and fatigue laws, with heavy vehicle drivers being asked to not park in the port? Have we come anywhere closer to a resolution on that issue?
Mr. Benaziak, we did take a look at this one, and perhaps I could come back to you later in the hearing, because I know that when we looked at it there were a number of other parties involved, but if I could just clarify that, I'll come back to you perhaps in the later session.
Sure, thank you. I might Now, I'll jump to Powerhouse Museum. Minister, you promised to be transparent or more transparent than the last government on this. Do you feel you've met that public commitment you made?
Well, I'm open to dealing with whatever questions you want to put to us. We'll try and get you the information you need.
Well, why were outdated business case summaries provided for Powerhouse Parramatta and Powerhouse Ultimo rather than providing full information? Full up to date, like you in the Powerhouse Parramatta and Powerhouse Museum Ultimo projects, you provided a 5-page summary of the 2018 business case. Do you think that's been transparent?
Look, we're open to providing what information we can. And look, I think the community needs to know. So I've pressed on a number of the issues that have been raised with me. Sometimes that has been difficult because there is a little bit of disinformation about what has been provided. So a number of the documents I have pursued and asked to be produced, some of the groups have suggested they existed and they haven't. As the advice to me, feel free to quiz the Powerhouse about that directly. But in general, I'm open to providing what information we can. And if you give us the specifics, then I will take it on notice and I'll commit to releasing what we can release.
Okay. Do we have a total cost for these projects? Yeah?
Yes.
You able to provide them?
Look, I don't have those figures here, but the budgets remain as they were at the budget time. The government's made no decisions in the half-year review that impact on either of those overall construction budgets. So they're as reported in the budget.
Which budget? The last one?
Yeah.
Last budget,
Yeah,
okay.
correct.
Thank you. I might save some of those questions for the afternoon. They're a bit more detailed.
Me, I can.
Yeah, you can jump in.
Great. Minister, the airport metro line, is it still on track for passengers by next year? Is it December next year?
Yeah, so in relation to the airport line for the Western Sydney Airport, that metro line, while there'll be significant public transport as the airport opens, this metro line will take some time longer. That's as a result of fixing issues such as the fire walkways, and it's also because of the commercial discussions that are taking place with the contractor. The direction I've given to the team is we don't want to be paying billions of dollars of taxpayer money because of contract changes that had to be made. So I've asked them to protect taxpayers' interests first and open the line when they can.
Okay, thank you. Questions from Ms. Natalie? No, Mr. Chris Rath, Opposition.
Thank you, Minister. I wanted to turn to the Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund, which you've been promoting. I know you've answered questions on this previously, but the taxpayer funds are being used for private ventures where they're part Australian owned. The federal government has a criteria of majority Australian owned as part of their Revive Live program. Applications opened for this $3 million fund on the 18th of September 2024, with the fund lasting until the later of the fund being exhausted or 30 April 2025. The first grant under this program was $500,000 allocated to the Listen Out Festival, owned by Fuzzy Operations, a majority foreign-owned company. Did your government introduce this program and its rules, which are different to the feds, around foreign ownership to specifically allow Fuzzy Operations to be able to receive a grant?
Well, no, absolutely not. I think that I have talked about this a little bit before. Look, the issue is, I think it's important that there's a local component to this. We haven't set the same rules as the federal government, partly because the music festival sector and the music sector is so international, so often our people are partnering with overseas agencies. Not out of the question to change this in future too, so I'm open to views from MPs on this. But this was a very important fund, as we were literally worried about festivals falling over. It did fund 5 festivals at a crucial moment. The good news is that the festival sector is doing a lot better at the moment. We've had some great sales as I'm talking to some of these events. So this fund is less required at the moment than it was right at that moment, but it was crucial to maintaining confidence at the time.
The answer you previously provided, we took on notice, you admitted that you had met with the Managing Director of Fuzzy, Adele Robinson, on 31 July. You also admitted that on 3rd of September, just 15 days before the fund opened for applications, that you met with the Australian Festivals Association, an organisation that's chaired by Adele Robinson. Are you suggesting that none of these meetings influenced your decision to allow foreign companies like Fuzzy to receive funding under the program?
Yes, I mean, firstly, I'm absolutely engaged with the sector a lot. I've been accused of a lot of things, but not engaging with the music sector isn't one of them. So,
no, you
and
definitely do that.
Yeah, and not just with these this organisation. So I think that's really important. But secondly, no, look, I don't. I mean, it wasn't something that had come up. This ownership
fit
question.
The criteria around Fuzzy to make them eligible to be able to get funding as part of this program, which is why there's a difference with the federal criteria.
Yeah. No, it's a fair question, but the answer is absolutely not. It wasn't discussed. I've told you the sort of principles that we've worked through, but they were uninformed by the particular ownership of any.
Were they lobbying for that in the meeting?
No.
If that didn't influence your decision, did the fact that Fuzzy donated over $1,000 at a fundraiser held by yourself as well as the Premier during the last election, did that influence your decision on the criteria?
No.
The round of funding in which Fuzzy received funds concluded on 30 April 2025, with this fund administered by Sound New South Wales. Can you confirm how many days later Adele Robinson was appointed by yourself as the chair of Sound New South Wales Advisory Board, a position that has a paid position?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that on notice. I think it's a fair question. I will say she certainly is the chair and a very effective operator in my experience in the sector. Obviously, I work with all the festivals. There's a lot of players in this sector. It's quite diverse, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
So, I mean, this is just to get this straight. There's a fund that you set up in which companies like Fuzzy can apply for. The criteria is set to allow foreign companies like Fuzzy to be able to apply. They meet with you before the fund opens. They've donated to the Labor campaign. They are successful in actually getting this funding, and then you appoint Adele Robinson, who's been doing this work, as the head of Sound New South Wales, which carries a paid position. Like, you can see why the opposition would be asking questions about this, and that it does look a little bit too convenient when you map it all out like that.
Look, I'd just make 2 observations. One is this fund was desperately needed. The festival sector was in crisis at the time, and it's done a great deal to stabilise sentiment. It's helped 5 specific festivals. And look, one of the reasons why I've worked closely with the sector is that your former government went to war with them. That's part of the reason why there has been some strong work. So that's the background. But look, we've really worked to structure carefully, based on advice, some funds that will help the sector, and I think that's been a good use of support. I'm glad it's been used sparingly, and I'm glad it's not used much now. That's actually good news for the sector. But if we lost the festivals we had in New South Wales after we lost hundreds of venues, we'd be in all sorts of trouble. And this has got them through the tough period. Now they're doing better. That's good news.
Do you know if Ms Robinson has ever declared a conflict of interest as part of her position on Sound New South Wales?
The normal conflict of interest provisions would apply, but I'm not aware of the specifics.
And then further to that, you've appointed her to the 24-Hour Economy Advisory Council, and I think it's her sister, Julia Robinson, was appointed to the Creative Communities Council, and she's also a lobbyist for ARIA, or Head of Advocacy and Policy there. When did you appoint Julia Robinson to the Creative Communities Council?
Look, I'd take the specific date on notice, but most likely at its inception.
Right. Well, it all just seems a bit too convenient, a bit too close for comfort, Minister. All of these different pieces of the puzzle.
Well, I don't agree, Mr. Rath. I mean, you're entitled to ask whatever question you like, but the government is determined to back the music sector. Of course, I work closely with ARIA. They're the Recorded Industry Association. Of course, I work closely with the industry body for the Festivals Association. What do you expect me to do? It is very different to the former approach where the government refused to sit down with industry. The government we had to legislate a roundtable because the government was refusing to meet with the festival sector. And that was dangerous, and people were dying as a result. We're taking a different approach.
Minister, you're very active, and you have been doing a lot of work in terms of festivals, and no one can deny that. But we need to also be very clear that there's proper processes in place when the CEO of a private foreign-owned company is lobbying for funding from the New South Wales government, and then he's also the chair of the advisory board that is actually determining funding decisions or making recommendations to you about funding decisions. So there has to be proper processes in place, including conflicts of interest. Yeah. You would accept that, I assume?
Yeah, well, I should say, Mr. Rath, look, I don't really object to you asking these questions. I think you're entitled to do so. I don't agree with your characterisation as of Ms. Robinson being the CEO of a foreign company.
She's managing director of Australian
but she's a local. Very much a local festival operator, in my view. But look, but I think you're really entitled to ask these questions. I'm also entitled to put the very real public policy reasons that the government's driven these programs for. So, and they are very real, and they've had a real impact.
Just final one from me, Minister. Different topic. Will you guarantee that we will have third-party campaigner caps for the 2027 state election, and when can we expect to see legislation before the Parliament?
Look, as you're aware, Mr. Rath, the government intention, and I talked about it earlier today, is to introduce changes to the electoral law as early as the next sittings of Parliament. That work is being done at the moment. We're starting to brief on that at the moment. I'm happy to, it's a very detailed area, so happy to go into chapter and verse. We should be really proud of the electoral funding environment we've created in New South Wales, including the capped environment, and that's not particularly the areas that the government's looking to change.
But I'm very happy to work with you, Minister. I mean, I'm not the shadow minister anymore, but the opposition's very happy to work with you in a bipartisan approach on any electoral reform matters. But the changes that you're going to put to the Parliament, I assume, won't cover third-party campaigner caps, which is why I'm asking whether we can see legislation, or can you commit to bringing forward legislation in this term of Parliament for the 27 election? Yeah,
so look, we'll certainly bring forward the government's electoral legislation very rapidly, and we can have that discussion further at that time.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, wearing your transport hat, to Metro West. On day one of Metro West, will 16 trains be able to deliver a service every 4 minutes for commuters?
Look, I'll have to. Have we got the details about the? So we're on track to 2032. We've issued the contracts. That's progressing well. Day one services, given they're on 2032, I haven't quite focused on
Thank you,
the...
Mr Regan. You might want to come forward. And while you're looking for the answer...
But I'm looking forward to day one, if that's the question.
We all are. We'd just like to know if the 16 trains will be able to deliver a service every 4 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms Ward. The trains that we've purchased and the contracts that were signed just prior to Christmas will deliver a 4-minute service.
They will deliver a service every 4 minutes?
Yes, that's absolutely the intention.
The 16 of them?
If I can just come back and confirm it's 16, but yes, the trains we bought are for a 4-minute service.
And you're confident that with those 16 there won't be delays?
To deliver a 4-minute frequency?
Yes.
No, the spec for the Metro West, consistent with the current spec on the City M1 line, is for a 4-minute
On
service
day one.
on day one in the peak hours.
Which sounds like
I
great
can
news.
get one in 4 minutes. Mr Rath can get one in 4 minutes. Mr Venazzi can get
Yes,
one in
every 4
4
minutes. Yes.
Okay, excellent. You can even get one. You don't even need to protest. We'll just have them there.
I just-
I don't want to go.
Ms Ward, if I can just confirm, I will
All right.
this afternoon confirm it is 16, but
Thank
I think
you.
it is, but if it's not, it's just one different to that.
Minister, where in New South Wales will those trains be built?
Well, I want to note Dr Kane's position
you.
as a
Where will the trains
conscientious
be built?
objector on metro travel, firstly.
You can do that in your own time, in the limited time I
Yeah.
have left for us to play. So where in New South Wales will those trains be built?
Look, the contract that has been procured won't see those trains built in New South Wales. There, of course, will be New South Wales jobs as a result of this project, and significant ones. The focus for the government is on the heavy rail system and the bus network.
So did you say they won't be
for,
built in New South Wales?
For building rolling stock here, and those plans are progressing well. I know you're opposed to them. I know you keep...
No, I just want to be clear. You said they will not. I'm not. They will not be built in New South Wales.
Mr
Okay.
Regan can give you some more details about the contracts.
Yes, so the Minister is correct. The trains that have been purchased will not be built in New South Wales.
Will not be built in New South Wales. Okay, Mr Minister, the Tangara fleet, the new Tangara fleet, will that be built in New South Wales?
Well, the refurb is going on at the moment. The refurb that we're having to do because no decision had been made, and planning is going well for the future fleet that will replace the Tangaras. We've made...
No, Minister, the new fleet, the new Tangara fleet, will that be built in New South Wales?
Yes, we'll be building that in accordance with the local content commitments we've made, and that is going to create significant jobs in New South Wales. I'm really looking forward to being able to update you some more about it. I know you'll be sceptical. I know it's the opposite of the way you approached it.
I'm asking the question because the Premier promised that it would be built in New South Wales, so I just want to be clear.
Built or assembled?
Built in New South Wales will be confirmed?
Look, the commitments we've made will be delivered, and I'm really looking forward to updating you some more on
And
this.
so
You're going to love it, Ms Ward. I'm going to change your mind on buying these all overseas. You're going to love this
Let's
one.
put number plates on bikes and then we can talk. Is it a broken promise if the new Tangara fleet is not built in New South Wales?
Look, we've made very specific commitments about our goals for how this will happen, what the definitions are. We'll adhere to all those commitments.
Well, Minister, the Future Fleet Program website states, and I quote, 50% local content target to ensure Australian and New South Wales-based businesses and jobs are engaged in designing, building and maintaining the fleet. That says it's a target. Is it a target or is it a mandate of 50% local content?
Look, your approach in government, and to be fair, this wasn't just you,
I'm not talking about my approach. We're
was
3
the
years
opposite.
into yours,
You were
Minister. We've got
scouring
5
the world
minutes
to buy
left.
this.
I'm
buy
looking
this
at
everywhere
your
else.
website
We're
talking
doing
about
the
your
opposite.
Point of
promise.
order's been taken. I think
Minister,
we
I'm
know
asking
where
the
it's
5 minutes I've
going.
got left.
Order.
It goes to courtesy. Talking over the top of the Minister is not helpful. This should run as a question and answer session, and it would certainly assist Hansard if there wasn't the cacophony of noise.
Yes, look, I'm not going to uphold the point of order, but the member knows what I'm about to say in terms of please
Chair.
try and not speak over each other, Minister, as well. For Hansard, we've been doing pretty well.
Conscious of time, Minister, which is why I'm keen to get to an answer. Is the 50% for the Tangara fleet a target or a mandate?
Look, we'll meet the target.
Target.
That's the plan. So the commitment we've made is we're expanding opportunity by implementing a 50% minimum local content.
As a target,
for this.
just to be clear, not a mandate.
That will happen, and that's going to be great news in New South Wales and Australia.
So under the current policy setting for this target, what guarantee can you provide that the new Tangara fleet will be built in New South Wales as the Premier promised?
Well, I can guarantee it won't be what Andrew Constance was doing, which was offshoring everything
Minister,
you could
once
find.
again, you're
I
harking
can
back
guarantee
to
that.
years ago.
And we'll meet
I'm
our
asking about
commitments.
you, as you sit here with responsibility and excitement for transport and building it in New South Wales. I'd love to be excited too, but I want to be clear. Under that current policy setting, is the 50% local content target, will that provide the fleet to be built in New South Wales as the Premier promised? Or did you dispute what the Premier said about it being built in New South Wales?
Oh, look, this will absolutely meet that commitment to have the 50% local content, not just for the new fleet, but also for the maintenance. Now, we'll do that in accordance with the definitions of local content, of course, but this is really exciting. I've been up to see what Queensland is doing. They're doing a great job. We're learning the lessons from Queensland and Victoria. I believe it is possible. I know that wasn't Andrew Constance's position. Well, I do want to thank him for saving the photon development application
Minister,
down
I
on
just
the
want to
South
ask about
Coast.
Tangara just for the moment. You might want to talk about everything else, but in the limited time. So just to be clear,
Just a brief thank you.
What is the definition of local content?
It's the well understood definition of local content that sees content from across Australia and New Zealand.
So local content could be New Zealand, it could be Queensland, it could see jobs go to Victoria, could see jobs go outside of New South Wales.
Look, we do, it's the standard definition, that's been well understood for a long time, you've asked questions about it before. We benefit from this, by the way, because we have a lot of component manufacturers here who are actually doing work for the other states. So we can all do well here, and a lot of my focus as Minister has been talking to those other states about how we can not only get jobs here in New South Wales, but get a better deal for taxpayers as we cooperate.
So who benefits? Is that the AMWU benefit from that, or is that because that's not what the Premier promised? I don't think that person's looking for a job here are too happy about it.
Precisely in line with the Premier's. And
so
the
who
good
benefits?
News, well, passengers will benefit, the public will benefit, the workers who are employed and their families.
The workers employed in Victoria and
The
Queensland and New
workers who are
Zealand.
employed in New South Wales and their families will benefit from this.
How does a family or worker in New South Wales benefit if a job goes to New Zealand?
Look, I guarantee we'll do very well out of these jobs as we bring this back from overseas, the far-flung parts of the globe that Andrew Constance was manufacturing.
So jobs in New Zealand
transport
is not what the
rolling
Premier
stock
promised,
here.
is it, Minister? Seriously.
We're going to do very
well. Do you dispute
well.
what the Premier said, that it would be built in New South Wales?
We're going to do very well out of this contract.
So will New Zealand?
The specific way we're looking to, informed by what's happening in Queensland and Victoria, the specific model we're setting up, which I can't reveal to you today, but you're going to be so excited.
Well, let's not have any detail.
Well,
Let's just have the press release for WA. Minister, just tell me, how many buses have you ordered from China? Do you want to take it on notice?
No, I don't want to take it on notice.
How many buses have you ordered from Malaysia?
I know you're opposed.
How many
to
ferries
our
from
plans
Tasmania?
To manufacture buses here. I know you're trying to shut down the photon plant down in Nara. I can assure you.
Minister, I just want to know how many buses you've bought from Malaysia and how many buses you've ordered from China.
I'm really grateful for the jobs.
Can you take it on notice?
Are grateful for the jobs.
How many ferries did Joe Halen order from Tasmania?
This
is a Jobs for Australia and New Zealand plan, isn't it, Minister? Is that why you're no longer Jobs Minister?
I invite you to put these questions to the officials in the afternoon. I think that'd be more
So how many
productive.
buses have you proudly ordered from China? Can you take that on notice?
Look, why don't you pursue this? We'll give you all the details about
You've got every opportunity to answer.
where the buses are coming from. I note you didn't buy a Bendy bus in 12
ordered from
years
China,
in government.
proudly ordered from Malaysia,
Absolutely
and
not.
proudly ordered from
Minister,
Tasmania.
I think that
That's
would be
local
time.
manufacturing.
Minister, a recent report showed that unfortunately people are spending less in the nighttime economy. There was a drop of $1 billion, I understand, from 2024-25 compared to the previous year. Some people in the industry, and it's also kind of obvious in terms of reducing costs for people because of cost of living, because people's appetite, how they're spending their nights is changing and shifting. Why won't you consider 24-hour transport, trialling 24-hour transport, not just for big events, but to encourage people to come into the city. Surely that's a big part of it, making it cheaper.
Yeah, look, it's a great question. I can't confirm the specifics of the data, but I'm sure you're right, and feel free to ask the team for some more
The
information.
state of the night report.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's why we never had this information before.
It's great.
The team has built actually
There's no
a
doubt.
tracking tool, which is one of the world's best.
Yeah.
So it's why we know those figures. That's great news. The way we are approaching this 24-hour transport issue is in a couple of ways. Firstly, you're right about the big events. Mardi Gras after party collapsed. People were devastated, but we're able to open up venues till 6 a.m. and run transport around the clock, much in the way we do for New Year's Eve. That was a success. Now we'll look to see what we can do, where else we can apply that. We're also looking at breaking this problem down to work out which precincts we can support with greater late night transport. And that's a good way to tackle the problem. You don't want to do this all the time around the clock because people aren't out using the transport, but we can really service some of the areas that are going well. That's the way we're starting to tackle the problem. Of course, all this is expensive and we're working through it, but that's the success of the Mardi Gras transport and what it meant for venues is a really good sign.
Yes, I mean, you've got your government, your priorities is very clearly around strengthening the nighttime economy. We've got all the vibrancy reforms. We're seeing impact in some areas, but this $1 billion drop in in-person spending, it says in this Sydney Morning Herald report, is clearly hurting operators. Nighttime Industries Association Chief Executive Mick Gibbs says he's really urging a trial of 24-hour public transport from key nightlife hubs. I mean, you've got to start somewhere that makes it easier for people to get around. We see there's a lot of other things that your government's doing, but ask anybody who's going out and they're always talking about transport and they're still talking about transport. So when will you look at even trialling 20, not for big events, but so that people know when they go out Friday, Saturday night, there's going to be transport at 3 a.m, 4 a.m.
Well, I want to thank the Nighttime Industries Association for their advocacy. They've put the case well. We did have a trial on February 28, and it was a big event.
You know what I said, Minister, we're not talking about big events. We're not talking about one-offs.
But and we'll have some more specific updates about how we're supporting some of these precincts shortly, but that's the nature of the work. But of course, it is one of the key levers. It's not the fastest to move, but it is one of the most important.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition? Ms. Wall.
Thank you. Minister, Metro Southwest, what's the current cost of Metro Southwest?
We have allocated in the half-year budget an additional $2.4 billion to the two Metro projects as we did that. And that has, for the City and Southwest project, that's left an approved, an estimated budget of 22 to 23 billion.
So Metro Southwest itself, 22 billion?
Well, that's for the combined project. That's the way that's been reported. So I'm reporting in a similar way to all the budget reporting, so it's comparable.
All right. And what confidence do you have that it will open by August 2026?
Look, the government has made no change to its predictions about when it will open. That's the second half of the year. As soon as we've got a more specific update, we'll be giving it to the community. I'll be very keen to do so.
August 2026?
Well, that's your prediction, but I will point out a number of the other predictions have been wrong. There has been speculation by the opposition and by media outlets, and it's been wrong.
That was an Infrastructure New South Wales prediction, not my prediction.
Well, look, my messaging has been, and the Premier's messaging has been really clear, the second half of this year, you know how big a project this is, so we're working closely with the rail regulator, and as soon as we can update the public, we will. I really want to thank the businesses for their patience.
But Minister, you are the Minister, and all you can do is predict when things might be open.
Oh, well,
surely
you're predicting.
You've got some more clarity.
I know we're working through this at fine-grained detail. I won't be making predictions. I'll be announcing the date when it is able to be announced.
But what's your prediction for when the next Metro line will open? Any of them?
I'm not in the prediction business, but if you're asking about the metro lines, the second half of this year for City and South West, and 2032 for Metro West, both of which will be great news.
And so, should we predict when, if any of the metro lines will open, or is it in this term of Labor, or is it the next Labor government?
Look, predictions are a matter for you, but I've given you the dates for the projects.
Well, Minister, not sure that that's a date so much as a window of half a year, of 6 months.
Ms Ward, you've also got
the very businesses you were just thanking are waiting on a date to employ people, order stock, and other serious things for their businesses. It's not a matter of prediction and smiles and joy
and look,
for them.
and they have been very patient. I mean, the good news is, as this line opens, it is going to be a benefit to those businesses and those communities.
Minister, what's the monthly
cost
cost to run the replacement buses for Metro South West?
Look, we've got that individual cost for you. There's two elements to it. There's the cost of operations in the first place. We've also had to make sure we repair the roads as we go, so we've added extra funding in order to...
Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Well, so can you take on notice how much
I'll take that on notice,
taxpayers are
absolutely.
spending per month on the bus services?
Yeah, no, well, I'm very happy to do that.
All right. And could you take on notice, Minister, the total cost to taxpayers per month since the shutdown?
When you say the shutdown, what do you mean?
From when the replacement buses shut down?
Yeah, no, we're happy
started
to
the
take
shutdown
that.
of the train line,
We're-
beginning of Metro buses?
We're happy to take that on notice.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Questions from government members?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister, very much for appearing before today's hearing. That is the end of your time with us. We don't require you for the afternoon.
Thank you. Bring him back.
We'll see everybody else after lunch, which will be at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
and we will kick things off. Welcome back to the afternoon session of this hearing. I'll just kick things off. Mr. Regan, I've just got some questions for you to begin with, please. Now, high-speed rail.
Yes.
Between Newcastle and Sydney. Now, there's a slightly different route that's being considered now, Mr. Regan. I mean, obviously, there's not any kind of detailed business plan out for it yet or anything, but the feds are wanting to push looking at Central Station, and I think this is different to some of, or at least the last concept for a high-speed rail from Sydney to Newcastle and beyond. Certainly wasn't through Central Station, Epping or somewhere, I believe. Which option would you prefer or think is better? How much have you kind of looked into this in the past?
So I'll answer to the extent I can, and it may be that others in transport have had a view. We have not had a significant involvement in the business case that the High Speed Rail Authority has been preparing. We do meet and have discussions with them, and I know there have been a lot of different options that have been considered, and some of the discussions that we've been involved in is how they would intersect or otherwise with the current metro and the potential plans for future metros. So I don't have a view for the committee as to which of those options is correct, but certainly the way we are designing the metro station, particularly at Parramatta, which is one of the potential sites for a high-speed rail station, is designed to accommodate another rail corridor alongside the station that we're delivering, whether that be a future metro or heavy rail or high-speed rail, but it is being designed to allow for that. In the Sydney CBD, there are limited pathways still available to bring another rail line through, but I don't have visibility on which pathway they're looking to come in. And then I guess the other comment I can make similar to Parramatta.
So through and out the other side as well in terms of
I think so, but I'm not across the detail. But there's only a limited number of paths that you can put another underground railway through the city without going very, very, very deep. Also, clearly there is there's provision at the Western Sydney Airport for a second railway to come through parallel to the metro line that we're building there as well. And again, that is not determined at this point as to whether that's another metro, a heavy rail or a high-speed rail, but there is provision for another railway to go through there. But I don't have any more real detail as to how they've got to where they are and what the options are.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murray, on that issue, within Transport for New South Wales, is there a unit or a group that is starting to work on that now?
Thank you for the question. We provided the High Speed Rail Authority with a number of secondees between mid-2024 and mid-2025 to assist with the business case. However, they were entirely working at the direction of the High Speed Rail Authority. Since the release, and as Mr. Regan has indicated, during the preparation of that work, we held a number of high-level meetings about some of the options that the HSRA was starting to factor in about alignments and stations, but they were held purely on a high-level basis where we could feed in our experiences as they developed this business case. Since the release of that last week, I've had a conversation with the CEO of that agency, and we are now planning the next steps in terms of how we, as an agency, engage, and also the Department of Planning with the significant alignment questions will need to be a key player in that discussion as well. But it's safe to say they have been preparing this as that confidential business case. They've now received the $250 million funding to take that forward over the next 2 years, and we will now engage with them, particularly around the impacts that will have on state infrastructure.
With the $250 million of funding, how much of that, is going to within Transport for New South Wales?
At this time, I'm not aware that any of that would come to Transport for New South Wales. I am sure that as these conversations start to build, there will be conversations about who's responsible for various costs that might be either part of the development of the railway or that are ancillary costs related to other infrastructure that will be required. But we haven't had any of those discussions yet.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Regan, just in trying to get a little bit more information about the airport metro line and where it's all up to. So as we're sitting here today, in terms of each station, how's the station builds going?
Yes, thank you for the question. So as you'll be aware, there's 6 stations on the line. Each of those are fairly advanced. There's 3 different types of stations. So there are the underground stations at the southern end of the line, fully underground at the airport business park, and at Bradfield. Those stations, the boxes are fully excavated, and there are works now on the actual station construction underway. There is a viaduct station at Luddenham, which is up in the air on the viaduct. Again, the viaduct is complete, and the works around the construction of the station are currently underway, which sits either side of the track. And at Orchard Hills, there is another station that's semi-underground, and again, that's excavated, and the station contractors are now on site. And the one that's probably the most visible is at St Mary's, with the interchange with St Mary's, City train station and the metro. Again, the station box is underground, but in this case, the interchange comes up to surface level and then up another level, and there's a brand new footbridge, which is being delivered by colleagues at Transport for New South Wales at the moment, and that is quite advanced, and that will have all the accessibility, new lifts, and direct ability to go from the metro to interchange to Sydney trains. So the stations are reasonably well advanced, and certainly all the heavy civil works around the station boxes, the connecting tunnels and the viaducts are all complete.
How much of the stations, have you got the costings there of each station? So I'm assuming is one of the underground stations, for example, the cost of those stations compared to the viaducts, and are we, in terms of the ambition around these stations comparatively, are we still talking, what were they, 500 million, $700 million per station, or have we dropped, are they slightly cheaper than
So I think
existing
those numbers that you're referring to probably relate to the longer and bigger stations on the city section and the west section. So there are a couple of differences. One of those, the way it's been contracted is that all the 6 stations and the railway system, the track and the power, are all under a single contract. So we haven't publicly broken that down into the component parts of what those different stations and different components are. There were 2 earlier contracts around viaducts and tunnels, and we've made the disclosures around those costs. But the rest of it is in a single...
What were they again?
The tunnels contract.
Yeah, and the viaducts.
And a viaduct contract.
Yeah, and sorry, in terms of, therefore, what each station was what the budget is.
Yeah, so that they're all wrapped together. All the station costs are wrapped together in the public-private partnership structure that is delivering the rest of the railway. The big differences between the airport metro line and the city and the Metro West line are the size of the stations. So the trains initially will only be 3 carriages long, whereas our trains on the other lines are 6 carriages long, and the stations are built to be 8 carriages long. The airport line is built because of the different demand patterns to be expandable to a 4 carriage train, so the stations are only half as long in terms of the length of trains they'll service. So they are a bit different. They also don't have the scale of additional enabling infrastructure for direct development on top of them, because in most cases there is developable land around them. And obviously at the airport it's a different proposition there, with the airport having control of the space around it.
And so with the laying of track work and everything, I know the Minister this morning was very reluctant to say anything about the potential December 2027 start time. Where do you think it's at?
Well, we haven't agreed or set a date for the opening. There are a couple of key reasons for that. I think we have been quite clear that there were a series of challenges originally with the program, and there have been some scope changes, and there are some other commercial issues, claims and discussions around cost and time and program impacts. We're in a pretty big negotiation at the moment with our delivery partner, which will, the outcome of that negotiation will clearly impact the target date for opening. So we're still in the construction phase of the railway, we're not in the testing phase, so it's probably too early to really sort of land that, and it will depend on the outcome of that commercial discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Benasiak now.
Thanks, Chair. Who should I speak to about the state's new literacy strategy? Literary, is that you, Ms. Hawes? Would that you be the best person?
Are you talking about the library, the cultural institution?
The writing and literature strategy. Would that be you?
Just bear with me for a second, if you would.
You're right.
So if you will bear with me for a second, because it's week 3 for me, I'm just being fully briefed across the portfolio. But I might invite Ms. Glasscock to come in because she has more of the detail about
that's
this
fine.
strategy, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so...
Yep. So, maybe Ms. Glasgow, what has driven the need for this strategy? What deficits or issues are we trying to solve with this strategy?
Yeah, so when Creative Communities policy was created in 2023, we undertook significant statewide sector consultation, and we had over 10,000 pieces of data submitted as a part of that process from all parts of industry around the needs and opportunities within the creative industries. Overwhelmingly, there was a call from the writing and literature community that there was a need to strategically look at the issues that they were facing, and so we formed a working group with that community and commenced work on developing this strategy. This has been developed in very close consultation with industry, and it provides a number of key strategies and commitments to provide targeted support to the industry.
Okay. Often independent writers face low incomes, like any sort of, fledgling artist. What percentage of the funding is going to directly improve their potential earnings and employment opportunities?
Yeah, supporting authors is one of the key pillars of this strategy. There are a number of commitments that are directly around providing support for authors. I don't have the percentage in front of me, I'm happy to take that on notice, but we looked at lots of different areas in which we could directly support authors. We have a significant program of fellowships that will be rolling out soon. The EOIs are set to open shortly for that, which will be providing support to fund authors for their work. We've also partnered with Placemaking New South Wales on a fantastic project that is providing affordable housing in the Rocks with 4 terrace houses that will be provided at a very low rent for artists, particularly for artists working in literature. So not only writers, but authors, illustrators as well will be open for that program. So there's a number of initiatives.
How is the government going to measure the success of this program?
Yeah.
Like what are its KPIs? How will you know that you've got to the point where you are successful?
Yeah, so we're working through program logics to do with all of our programs and of our plans and strategies at the moment. Obviously, it'll take a little while to gather the data once all the programs are live, but we have a new evaluation and data team within the new structure of Create New South Wales, which we're really excited about, which is going to enable us to really robustly look at the outcomes of these projects and programs. It's important to note that the literature strategy is a 3-year plan as well, so we'll look to monitor and evaluate that over the whole term of that plan.
And the proposal to spend $630,000 for a public library membership campaign, can you talk us through the rationale with that, given that library membership is generally already free and widely available? Why are we spending $630,000 promoting a membership that's already free?
I don't have that right in front of me. I believe that's an initiative that's being run through the existing library network already with the State Library and regional libraries.
Okay, it's just,
I'll have to
it's
have
just included in the strategy.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Can we take that part on notice, and we'll try and get the answer to you in the
Yeah,
rest of the
I'm
session.
just, I'm generally trying to understand, like, libraries are generally free to become a member of.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that that's the right characterisation, so we'll take it on notice and come back to you this afternoon.
Sure. All right, well, quite a few of my questions were about that, so we might come back to that when we get to it. Try and shift to the music bill. Would that be Ms. Collins? Thanks, Ms. Collins. Part of this music bill that the government has introduced is to introduce a 500,000 all ages live music venue program. How was the figure of 500,000 arrived at?
So the All Ages Live Music Venue program, excuse me, is a new program opened by Sound New South Wales. The figure was arrived at because it is a new space of government for policy work, and we wanted to make sure that the work we do in the all ages space is, supporting venues with track record. So we're considering it a bit of a trial program with up to $100,000 per applicant. So we're looking at working with 5 dedicated music venues across the state to deliver a series of all ages programs.
So those five venues have already been identified, and
no. So the expression of interest, I believe, is currently still open, and it's a public application. So venues who want to put forward a program are able to do so, and it's a 2-stage process where they do an expression of interest, and then if they meet the criteria, they're invited to formally apply.
so it's a competitive, open
Absolutely.
competitive process. Okay. And this is just obviously a one-off funding as a trial, and then you'll assess.
Exactly, yeah, because we're trying to make sure that the work we do to support all ages audiences is working in line with what venues are able to offer, and making sure it's safe for young people, and that it's very difficult to run all ages shows because of the cost factor. It's actually, you can't charge the same price as you might charge commercially. There's often increased costs around security and not being able to sell alcohol, so it can be quite difficult, and so we're trying to work with the sector and with venues to make sure that the program we're supporting is meeting expectations.
Okay, sure. And how is it, have you any idea as to how that $100,000 will be handed out? Will it be given in a lump sum? Will they have to meet certain milestones as part of the project or the program that they're putting in? How will it be acquitted?
So the applications require the venues to put in a program of events, so it's not just a one-off big show. It's actually about putting on, we're hoping for more ongoing, regular all ages programming. So the payment will be made as one delivery to then deliver a series of programs throughout the year.
Okay. In terms of the other parts of the bill, will you still be the best person to answer that about noise regulation?
Noise regulation may
Might be a mix of us. We have my colleague here who regulates noise impacts.
Okay. So what specific decibel thresholds will apply under the new average over time noise metric? Have you worked that out?
So I think music festival regulation, though, would be, in terms of noise, would be slightly different. I think that's the EPA. We regulate noise from licensed venues. So for festivals itself, I have to take on notice the best authority, and if we can get the answer for you today, we will.
Yeah, that'd be great. Is there anything in this legislation that will override existing local council noise controls at all?
I don't believe so.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, we'll
and
check,
come back
but
to
I
you
don't
with the
believe so.
detail.
Sure. And will there be ways residents can seek review if they believe this new framework weakens protections around noise complaints and sound?
Yeah, again, I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you with more detail.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, can I just ask, I've lost my head, but Mr. Rodriguez, with the, actually no, Ms. Collins, sorry, because you've got the grants for the contemporary music development grant, or is that's
the contemporary music development grants? That's
yes,
with New South Wales, correct?
Yeah, and also is there strategic industry development grants in there as well? It's part of the same bucket, is that correct?
Yeah, so the contemporary music development grants have 4 streams. So there's First Nations funding, 2 streams of First Nations, 1 for recording and promotion, and 1 for industry development initiatives.
Yeah, I will come back. Yes, we've had 20. Yeah, over to you, Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming back. I have questions for the Senior Manager, Toll Relief Strategy Transport for New South Wales.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. I have had a conversation with that staff member this afternoon, and I want to apologise to the committee, but she is not available to attend this session.
Why is she not available to attend this session?
There are a number of reasons that we have discussed this afternoon. However, what I would like to perhaps offer to the House, should it please the committee, that we could take questions on notice for that staff member, and that they could be answered in a written format, so that we could continue to answer those questions and make sure that any inquiries are fulfilled. But also Ms. Drover and myself are available to the committee.
Yes, but Mr. Murray, the Minister's office will edit those questions on notice, and that Senior Manager is able to take any questions on notice in any event, so it's not continuing any questioning. The person responsible for toll relief strategy, the person who is here to answer questions, was requested by this committee, attempted to be blocked by the Minister, and it insisted now just hasn't turned up today.
No, it's more difficult than that, Mrs. Ward, and I just want to state there's a number of personal and employment issues that I've discussed with the staff member. To say that the person who's responsible for toll strategy is in the room through the CEO of Motorways. The person that had been planning to attend is, yes, a senior manager, but reports to a director who then reports to the CEO, who reports to me. So in terms of ensuring those questions get answered, we will do everything to ensure that the committee's questions are followed through.
Yes, Mr. Murray, why did you send home the only person who can answer questions on the electorate modelling?
Point of order's been taken.
Point of order. Mr. Murray has explained that there were personal and employment reasons for the witness not appearing this afternoon. That question has now been answered. To suggest there's some nefarious reason is out of order.
That was not my suggestion. I hadn't finished the question. My question is about the electorate modelling. It's quite a different question. It's to Mr. Murray. It's
yeah,
not
just
about
in
the
terms of
employee.
the point of order, if the member has questions about the issue, but just to note that the committee did deliberate about and agreed with the Secretary's request that the witness not appear this afternoon.
Thank you. And the only person that can answer questions under oath on the electorate modelling has been sent home. That's correct, isn't it?
I would suggest
Do you or Ms. Drover dispute that?
I would suggest that I answered questions on the electorate modelling this morning, and I also did so, Mrs. Ward, under the banner that we are very restricted in what we can say about tolling strategy at the moment, based around where this issue is at in terms of commercial negotiation.
The person who was John Graham's policy director in the ministerial office during the start of toll reform was the only person who could answer any questions on this modelling. That's correct, isn't it?
I couldn't answer that question. The New South Wales Motorways was set up to be the permanent public service agency that would take forward modelling, providing that to government, and to assist in developing the next range of these negotiations.
Okay.
There is a team there. That structure has only just been stood up in the last week.
All right, then let's get to those questions then. If you or Ms Drover can answer those. What was the output of the electorate modelling requested in this?
Again, issues related
Was it
to...
a map? Was it a spreadsheet? What was the format that the public service was paid by the taxpayer to undertake this electorate modelling? What was the output?
Perhaps I could
I'm not
answer
asking for the
that.
detail, I'm just asking for the format.
Understood, and appreciate the question. Perhaps if I could say there are a number of sets of modelling.
No, I'm just asking about the electorate modelling on a zoning basis for these 4 options for toll reform.
Point of order's been taken.
Mr Murray was attempting to answer the question. I think he'd said 3 words.
I will uphold the point of order. I think he does need to be given a little bit more leeway to answer the question.
Both prior to the establishment of New South Wales Motorways as the primary agency, and since that creation in the middle of last year, modelling has been a consistent source of information and intelligence fed into the discussions with the concessionaires. And again, because of that, I am not trying to hold back answers to the question, Mrs Ward. I am conscious that we are dealing with listed entities who are negotiating with government, and any suggestion that they could take further information from this hearing could have wider influence.
Thank you, Mr Murray. I'm not asking what it was, I'm asking what the format of it was. The format isn't confidential. Was it a map?
I would guess that the most modelling is provided as data streams, but again, Ms Drover may be able to answer that more fully.
Yeah, is it a spreadsheet? Is it a map? Is it a table? Is it a map of electorates? That's not, the format is not confidential.
As I clarified earlier, I wasn't involved in the day-to-day toll reform in January 25, so I'm not aware of this modelling work undertaken. I don't recollect ever seeing it in my time, so I don't want to speculate what format it was delivered in. It could have been in a table, it could have been as a map. I just don't wish to speculate.
All right, well, would you take it on notice, please? Because the person that I requested be here to answer this question is now not available. I've been told that you and Mr Murray are available to answer those questions. Could you take on notice?
But I do need to reiterate the Secretary's statement. If it is subject to the direct deal, and by from what I've read today at this forum, it looks as though it is part of the direct deal, and that is obviously subject to those confidential commercial negotiations underway, and also the subject of cabinet consideration.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the format of the data is not confidential. A map or a spreadsheet, which is all I'm asking for, is not confidential. The content of it is, and you've made that point, and I hear that point and I understand it. But the point of my question is, what is the format of this modelling that's been undertaken and paid for by taxpayers by electorate?
And we will take that particular question on notice, and I would reiterate my earlier point that it would be streams of data, and as Ms Drover said, the many different forms of modelling have been presented in different ways over the last 2-year period.
Certainly, but when the Minister's Office requests information by electorate saying we want to assess these 4 options and we want you to sit down and work out if it's a Liberal, Labor, Independent electorate zoning basis, surely you don't have streams of information. You provide the information that they've requested in a format that's probably either a map or a spreadsheet in one document, don't you? So you don't go back to the Minister saying it's streams of information.
And see what we can bring back. Happy to take that on notice.
All right, so has...
about the document being referred to?
Is this a point of order?
It is a point of order. I just wondered if Ms Ward was referring to a different document, because she seemed to be reading from a document where she said
it's been
Liberal,
tabled,
Labor.
Sarah. You don't
No, I've got this.
my time.
I've got this one, but it just, you seem to be reading and saying Liberal, Labor and other, which is not in this document. I wondered if there was another one.
The witnesses can answer however they like.
I think she was
just wasting my time.
Reading a notes.
Notes. By electorate, I think that was a given.
It's very clear that it's by electorate. That was the request from the Minister's Office.
Not
is that electorate modelling
Keep
be
directing
done?
your questions towards
Thank
witnesses,
you.
please.
Has modelling by electorate consistently been done?
I'd have to take that on notice.
And the Minister's Office will edit that answer too, I'm sure.
I would go back to my earlier comments that Transport provides electorate data on a whole range of issues.
For one public policy position by the government?
No, for reporting against transport activities.
How is it a transport metric to look at what political party is the incumbent in an electorate and compare them?
Well, we provide it for all electorates. It's not something that...
On public policies? What other public policies have you provided an electorate breakdown from the government?
As I said this morning, we provide it on transport initiatives, we provide it on investment, we provide information into Treasury electorate reports, we provide visit briefs for visiting
It's
MPs
quite a
of
different
either
thing,
side
Mr
of the House.
Murray. That is quite a visit brief to an electorate is quite a different thing from a public policy. Huge amount of reform where comparison has been done.
But
Ms Drover, has modelling by electorate been consistently done on this project?
As I said, I can't speak to what occurred before July 25. I'm not aware of regular modelling on an electorate basis. We tend to do it on postcode, suburb or LGA.
Mr Murray, it has been done, hasn't it? Electorate modelling, that's the case.
I've seen the document that you referred to this morning. I'm not aware of that documentation myself. It seems that it would have been done, but as I said this morning, it's not. This is a very simple task about data requests and aggregation, and that's what's been provided previously.
Well, if it were simple, it would be a transport metric, it would be a congestion metric, it would be a treasury metric, but this is purely partisan political Chris Minns re-election campaign data. That is the only reason for electorate comparison,
Well,
isn't
again,
it?
I'm only aware of documentation that's been provided, which is pure data assessment that is worked through by the department, which holds many thousands of reams of data, and it can be sliced and diced in many different ways.
Sliced and diced according to electorate.
And the
Ms.
department
Drover,
plays
since
no
1
role
July
in determining
Thank you.
how that's used.
Thank you. Since 1 July, Ms Drover 2025, has electorate modelling in toll reform been done?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. And so, Mr Murray, we're going back and forth on this data set, or data streams as you like to call it. Electorate zoning was the exact request from the Minister's office. Do you see any issue as Transport Secretary with providing electorate breakdown on public policy for this government, for our independent public service?
Mrs Ward, I can only go back to what I said at the outset, which is both sides of Parliament, both sides of politics and the crossbench regularly request data from Transport. We hold that data in many different forms, and as Ms Boyd clarified, it is, as long as it is not...
That's not my question, Mr Murray. My question is, from a public policy expenditure public interest test, do you think it's acceptable for Transport and bureaucrats to provide electorate information on public policy? I'm not asking if a member for a seat asks for information about their seat. I'm asking about the use of independent public servants paid by the taxpayer to conduct modelling electorate by electorate. It's not a transport metric, is it?
It is if it's just if the same data that's available is just factored into different assessments or calculations. Transport does not conduct policy work by electorate. I can say that. That's the where your question is being directed at the agency. We provide information into processes that enable government to make decisions around policy.
And when you do that, do you compare outcomes in electorates? So this public policy would affect this electorate this way and that electorate that way?
I can't speak to that on a hypothetical basis. I know, for example,
but you've indicated that you regularly do this and you're fine with it.
No, I have said, and I'll come back to what I've said rather than where the question keeps changing, that Transport, if it has the data available, with the length and breadth of Transport operations, the investments made in every local council area, local members area, postcode, we collect that data and we can quite simply aggregate the data if required.
If required by the Minister's office to compare electorate
If
by
required by
electorate.
anyone.
So can you model for me what the outcome of the Alan Fells toll review proposals would be via electorate?
I would have to take that on notice. I
All
have
right, if you take it on notice, that'd be very helpful. If that's something that's normally done and is nothing to see here, that'd be very helpful for the committee.
I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Can I ask about the Opal upgrade? What's the status of the Opal upgrade?
Yes, thank you for the question. We are entering the final stages of procurement for Opal Next Gen.
All right. Have bidders been formally shortlisted?
We are not doing a formal shortlisting process, and that was always part of Opal Next Gen this phase.
Why not?
What I can say, and again I'll be a bit careful because it is a live procurement approach.
Sorry, can I speak up on that though
Yeah.
before you do move on? What's informing the decision not to shortlist?
Because it's not a stage one a one stage or two stage procurement as we would do in the infrastructure space. It is a rolling piece of work with a number of international providers. And that is nearing its end. We are in the best and final offer stage of that procurement.
Thank you. Is it correct that the Opal card upgrade will now cost up to $738 million?
Again, we are in the procurement stage, so I'm going to be very careful about what I say about how much it would cost. What we have been public about is that Opal Next Gen moved from a Category 2 project to a Category 1 on Infrastructure New South Wales's ratings. That required it to have a P90 contingency rating, which means it needed to have an additional contingency uplift from the budget, which it did receive, which takes it into that $700 million budget bracket with contingency.
So is it still the government's position that contracts will be signed early this year for the Opal card upgrade?
Yes, that's the intention.
Early this year?
I guess it depends on the definition of early, given we're already tearing through March. But as I say, we are in the final stages of the BAFO process.
BAFO process. It was reported that the government had extended the contract with incumbent Opal card operators, Cubic, by another 2 years up to September 2028. So can you talk me through the key dates from here? So when will the contracts be signed?
Yes, that is correct. We have formally extended Cubic to September 2028 so that the work on the new technology can be performed without having to think about the current technology and provisions.
Thank you. My question was more to the dates, though. If you can just talk me through when contracts will be signed, what's the rollout plan?
Well, if I come back to what I said, the contracts are aiming to be signed in the first half of this year. The process, once those contracts are signed, they will set out the timelines for introduction of the technology. Opal Next Gen is not, again, it's not a switch off, switch on process. It is a staged rollout that will blend both old and new technologies.
Okay, so when the contracts are signed, you'll have the dates. It's gone now from early to first half of this year, and we'll know once it's signed.
Correct.
All right, so when will customers be using the new system?
Again, that will be subject to when the final contract is announced. That will give us the timelines. What I'll come back to again what I said there. The transitional rollout means that people will see changes to Opal Card that are part of the overall Opal Next Gen project as soon as this year.
Right. After contracts are signed, sometime this year, not early before the first half of the year, but sometime this year.
I'm afraid that's the best I can do at the moment.
Okay, I'll try and figure that out. What's been the cost to the taxpayer of the extension of Cubic's contract?
Because it's the extension of the operating technology, there's no additional cost.
So why, in your view then, if there's no additional cost, should taxpayers not be told the cost of Cubic's contract?
Well, I take it on notice what the cost of the ongoing contract is. When I say there's no additional cost, it's what we pay on an ongoing service basis to deliver it now, which we would have to do if we were delivering it under Opal Next Gen anyway. It's part of that budget.
So for a 2-year extension, there's no new money?
No, it's the same recurrent funding that we would require anyway to run Opal as we are now, and I'll take the exact numbers on notice.
Yeah, I mean, which is it? Is it new money or an extension? But we still have to pay it, don't we? Either way.
It's part of Transport's OPEX to continue to run that system as we run all of our technology and cover that cost.
All right. Woollahra Station, where is the Woollahra Station business case up to?
I'll ask Raquel to help us with that one.
Thank you. We are progressing the business case. We've done site investigations, geotech testing and contamination testing, so that will feed into the business case and the plan.
Thank you. When will it be complete?
I don't have a date for completion.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I don't have a date for completion of the business case at the moment. We're looking at the development phase. We're doing some early concept designs. I've got to work through the process.
Do you anticipate this year, 2026, the business case might be complete?
The business case will be complete this year.
Okay, and so then when will the community consultation occur?
Let me get some dates for you. I think there will be some community consultation as part of the review of environmental factors. That will be imminent.
While you're looking for that, perhaps you might also, or your team might look for how much has been allocated to the project as we sit here today.
I think there's been an announcement on likely allocation, but we've got to work through the business case and the estimates before we get to a final cost on that.
So, well, I'm asking you, as the person sitting here at Budget Estimates, what that number is. It might well have been publicised, but I'm asking you as the responsible person answering those questions today, how much has been allocated to the project as we sit here today at Budget
I can tell you
Estimates?
what the budget I have allocated. So there's $7 million, or there's $10 million allocated for the development, and that includes $3 million to the Department of Housing and Infrastructure for rezoning. That's not within my control.
Yep.
I have $7 million to develop a business case.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms Collins, we'll just go back to what I was asking about before. So I think it was was it the Contemporary Music Development Grants or the Strategic...
Contemporary Music Development Grants, yeah.
Yeah. So industry development is part of that.
Yep.
So with the... I'm trying to work out Music New South Wales. I've seen that a new alliance has formed to, I think, to advocate for live music venues. That's also been funded, I think, from Sound New South Wales. Do you know which organisation I'm referring to?
The group of venues under the name of the Live Music Venue Alliance.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what's the difference between the work that they do and the work that, for example, Music New South Wales, which is in Sound New South Wales. So they've been funded, firstly, I think, from Sound New South Wales, Live Music Venues Alliance.
I believe so, yeah.
Do you know how much they received?
I don't have it in front of me, no apologies, but I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
Yeah, and so with your grants online, the recipients sometimes, I think, are mentioned. I think some aren't for privacy reasons.
Individuals.
Yeah. But it's impossible for, I think, from the public's perspective to get a sense of which, for example, the industry development grants, I don't think you list what each body has received. Is that correct?
I'll have to check what's publicly available through Grants Finder. I think there is a brief summary, but I'm more than happy to share those grants are publicly announced and the programs.
Yeah, I think because I can just see the recipients, but not the total.
Sure. Yeah.
So with, for example, the Live Music Venues Alliance, which was formed September or something last year, and was reported something like that, and was reported in the music industry news as being formed to advocate for live music venues, and it's an alliance that this government has funded, even though this government seems to be prioritising supporting live music. What is the difference between, why did the government fund the Live Music Venues Alliance? I mean, look, they're probably fantastic, and I'm not suggesting otherwise, but it just seems unusual.
Yeah, so the difference, I guess, between Music New South Wales and the Live Music Venue Alliance, so Music New South Wales is the statewide music body. They run professional development programs
Because you do that as well, don't you? Sound New South Wales, do you do that as well?
We don't run them, we fund others to run, so we try to enable the sector to deliver that work on our behalf. So they have been around since I think 1998. Full declarations. I ran that organisation for 8 years. So, they have a mission to support artists in particular, and working with the whole ecosystem across the music industry, but specifically targeting those who are often not supported by formal business structures or working with managers or record labels. The Live Music Venue Alliance is a group of venues that have, recently formed to look at issues not just around funding or things that might be coming from New South Wales Government, but how they can work together as a group of individuals. One of the things they recently announced was a specific program around supporting under 18s or all ages ticketing, so the venues working together to offer ticketing subsidies to people who are really unable, sometimes priced out of live music. So they do have different remits. I believe, like many of the industry organisations, they work well together. They're sort of all kind of building the music industry together, but they are separate organisations.
And in terms of Sound New South Wales and who's on the grant committees or the deciding that, how do you do that again?
So we have an industry assessor pool, which is I think last count was approximately 50 industry assessors that we access depending on the grant program and in order to manage conflict, so we can work around conflict. So we've got, they're different programs require different expertise, so we sort of tap different people from the pool of assessors to sit in on individual grant programs.
And so with the Live Music Venues Alliance, saying this kind of was built on, this is in the music, I think is the publication. This is built, it's said, after the success of building on the efforts of the grassroots campaign Save Our Stages New South Wales, and that was where, obviously launched during COVID, United 76 venues across the state to lobby for emergency support, which obviously was very needed at the time. I mean, it still seems, if we've got a Live Music Venues Alliance forming in last year, it still seems as though, don't you think, that live music venues are doing it tough to the point that they don't think they're still not getting enough support despite everything that seems to be being thrown at them? And I don't know if, Mr. Rodriguez, whether you've got anything to add to this as well, but I was quite surprised to see this, frankly, because I thought, though, we didn't have to see lobby groups like that under this pro-contemporary music government.
Yeah, look, and I would say that...
I suppose my question, sorry, Ms. Collins, is what was there? What did they get the funding for?
It's to help them... I'll have to come back and sure. My memory is that it was for to support the organisation to run programs, to build membership and to advocate for venues. Part of that is really about enabling venues to build audiences, because we understand that government's doing a lot of work in the music venue space. That's not going to solve the problem, because actually it's about audiences, venues working together, building up the commercial sector and skills within that commercial sector. And whilst it's important that industry does that for itself and make sure that it's building up those networks. So I hear your point that there's another association, but I think it's great to see the venues working together. My understanding is that the Save Our Stages crew is actually the same.
Yeah,
they've just changed their name. But they're and they're serious about partnering with government to deliver great outcomes for venues and really build up new audiences for the state.
Did you want me to chip in?
Yeah, if you've got something.
Well, just I guess in terms of the overall post-COVID response and now into enabling nightlife and engagement, the question kind of remains about audience preferences that have also shifted, and we'll probably talk about that later in the inquiry. And so having dealt with some of the macro issues, if I call it that, around lockout and those things, finding synergies and cooperative agreements between market participants to, as Emily has mentioned, build audiences is probably the next phase. So I don't want to misspeak. I don't know that it's just the purpose is to lobby government so much as to partner around a specific task. And I think the My Gig Pass example, which has just been launched, is an example of an output from that.
Can I ask then about the, thank you, Ms. Collins, I'll just about the, and this is whether the data exists for this, to show this. But I mentioned before when I was asking the Minister, I asked about the kind of $1 billion drop reduction in the nighttime economy, which I think any of us can see if we do go out after in the city at all hours, compared to 8 years ago or whatever. Do you have the data on live music and gigs? And I don't mean just in terms of venues, but overall, kind of foot traffic and expenditure and nights. Are you monitoring, I assume, that as well?
If the question is specific, we can sometimes give the answer. Broadly, we're monitoring mobility expenditure, and that can be sometimes broken down into certain classes of activity.
Because it's tricky, because now you've got live music in pubs, of course, but I think I'm wanting to know, with all this effort around the venues, about people, because I feel like there's less people at certain things now. It's harder to sell tickets, but is it working in terms of what the government's throwing into the keeping live music venues open, not just pubs staying open later?
It's a complicated question. I'll try to do my best to answer. The measurement of it is sometimes a function of the classification of business types. So we'd have to have a specific to know whether it's, so broadly the category might be entertainment, for example. That might capture live music, cinemas, other things. Audience preferences are changing, I think, by geography as well, which is another complication, because a lot of the venue stock, if I call it that, tends to be centred in our traditional going out areas versus where new populations are appearing. And so maybe I don't want to take too much time, but that's a sense of it.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, Mr.
Chair, can I clarify the library fund question that was raised?
Yes.
If that's okay, the 630K, just to clarify, as we sort of thought, it's not really about library membership, it's an initiative about safer infrastructure, particularly for women and girls. It's actually a transport-funded initiative, so just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Yeah, just the way it was worded.
Yep.
Do you have any more information around the question I asked this morning around funding going to Fuzzy through the Minister's portfolio?
What's your question, sorry?
You took it on notice about how much funding had been given to Fuzzy over the last, I think it was 3 or so years.
We might need a bit more time to gather that and make sure that we give you a correct answer.
If
you want to go back 3 years. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay, we have it.
We sought the information. Through the Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund, Fuzzy Operations received $500,000 for Listen Out Festival in the 24-25 financial year.
But that was 500,000?
Correct. And they also received $500,000 for Field Day. They are the main promoter for Field Day.
Okay. Was that before or after Ms. Robertson was placed on the board of Sound New South Wales?
Both were before. Both grants were completed beforehand.
Okay. Thank you. Can I just go to the Create New South Wales, the multi-year funding that was announced in April 2025. There was money given to Newcastle Museum. I'm just trying to find the exact figure. Newcastle City Council, Newcastle Museum, $195,000. My concern is that the person that works for that entity or that organisation was actually on the board or the grants committee deciding whether they got money. Miss Julie Baird, she was the chair of my understanding, the grants committee. Is that correct?
That'll be for me.
Yeah.
I'd have to have a look at the membership, but just so that you can have some context, the Art Form Board membership is broad. We have industry skills from all around the place, and they are industry leaders, which is why they're there. We follow our department's conflict of interest policy, and we have very firm parameters around that. Certainly for multi-year funding, if board members have an application in, they are removed from the process of assessing grants in that round.
When are they removed from the process? As soon as they make that application?
That whole round, yeah. So what happens is applications come in, Create New South Wales look at all the applications that come in to assess eligibility. At that point, if any Art Form Board member directly has an application in, they won't be privy to that round. They won't be involved in it.
Okay. Are you able to take on notice how many other Art Form Board members had applications for this multi-year funding, and how many of them were successful in receiving money?
Sure.
Thank you. Just sticking with that funding, I know Parramatta City Council received 7 grants in this process, totaling 1.6 million. Just over $1.6 million. They're one of the richest councils in New South Wales, with an operating budget of like $570 million. Does that sound like an equitable distribution of funds to you, Ms. Glasscock? That one of the richest councils receives, not one but seven successful grants, totaling $1.6 million, while other councils may have missed out.
Yeah. So our Art Form Board members are independent, and they competitively assess grants against a published criteria. It is a competitive round, and successful applicants are the ones that have demonstrated from an evidence base the claims and the requests that they are asking. One of our key priority areas, we have 6, is absolutely Western Sydney, so that is taken into account. So is First Nations, regional, next generation of creatives and audiences, broad and inclusive communities, and accessibility and equity. And that is the lens in which our assessors look at all of the applications.
Can I just go to that point? You mentioned Western Sydney being a priority for arts funding. Where did that decision come from? I know you've got a Western Sydney standalone sort of plan from 25 to 2028. Where did that decision come from to have a standalone plan or strategy for Western Sydney in the absence of any other standalone plans for other regions?
I'll just answer that in a couple of different sections, if that's okay. If you're asking about who's determined the 6 priority areas, that's before my time, and I would have to take that on notice.
Yeah, happy for you to do that.
Yep. So after Creative Communities was launched, it was acknowledged that there was a need to create subsector strategies that sit underneath that policy to enable us to deliver on the ambitions of the policy and to provide a clear map for what we need to do. There are 2 geographically centred plans, Western Sydney as well as the regional plan that was launched recently. The other plans are more genre specific. So those 2 key areas, which are 2 key priorities of Create New South Wales, regional and Western Sydney, were both considered in need of their own plans to have targeted support.
So Western Sydney gets a plan of itself, and the whole of regional New South Wales is lumped together into one plan, noting that they have very fairly distinct and specific needs from region to region within regional New South Wales?
Yeah, that was definitely noted in our consultation in the development of that regional plan. We made sure that we had representatives from all 9 regional areas on the working group, and certainly the differentiation of areas and the differing needs, especially between regional, remote and rural, were one of the key things that we looked at in that plan.
Just going back to one of the successful grants from Parramatta City Council, it was for the Parramatta Lanes Festival, which ran over 4 days. It seems that there is some connection, or it seems like it is potentially being run by the Powerhouse Museum. Is that correct? Is there some connection? I'm just been given a link that seems to be that this is actually presented in conjunction with the Powerhouse.
So our funding agreement is with the council, who do deliver Parramatta Lanes internally. I understand perhaps that Powerhouse may have had their own events at a similar time, but we have...
I'm happy for Ms.
Ms.
Havila to come up
here who could
and clarify.
respond to that.
Yeah.
So happy to clarify. So the Powerhouse is a partner with City of Parramatta Council, and we deliver Powerhouse Lane, which is part of that festival, and we receive some financial support from the council to deliver that program.
Okay, and was that support derived from that funding?
No.
Okay. Are you able to tell us how much funding you were provided with by Parramatta Council?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but I can get it to you quickly.
Happy for you to take it on notice, that's fine. Thank you. That clarifies that for me. Thanks, Ms. Havila.
Yep, you are.
Well done.
Okay.
Mr. Barakat, could you give me an update, please, on the Music Festival round table? I've seen that they've got the latest minutes from a meeting in December, which was held at the Central Coast, and I believe people went to a festival there. What are the stats telling us in terms of music festivals and numbers? Have we seen any more in the last 12 months cancelled?
In terms of cancellations, I'd have to take that on notice. My feedback through the roundtable is that things are much improved than what they once were, and I think obviously there's the different funding available now that Ms. Collins has spoken about, and obviously the regulatory settings that have changed to the review of the Music Festivals Act have made a, I think, significant difference, including the removal of that subject music festivals category. So as to specific numbers of cancellations, I can take that on notice, but the feedback we get anecdotally through the roundtable is that things are vastly improved.
And what about with the the medical and safety plans?
Yep.
Can you just provide the committee an update in terms of how that new system is working? And I'm particularly interested in the ability for the police to suggest conditions, I think, and just how that's working and whether there's been any blockages there, or whether you think it's worth it.
From my perspective, it's working quite well. So my role in that process is to determine which festivals require an agreed health and medical plan. That's a health and medical plan that has to be agreed to by New South Wales Health.
Yeah.
All festivals, for clarity, must have a health and medical plan, but only certain have to have that high threshold. So of the 77 festivals that have been held since the ledge reform came in.
What date's that?
27th of September 2024 until the 3rd of February 26 is what I've got here. So that's 77 festivals. 23 of those had to have an agreed health and medical plan, and then 17 of those 23 had to submit a law enforcement and safety schedule. So that's a significant reduction in numbers of festivals that would previously have been classified as subject under the former legislation. In terms of police input, when I, under delegation, make a determination of whether a festival requires an agreed health and medical plan, we seek submissions from New South Wales Health, New South Wales Police, the festival organiser, and we also reach out to the round table. Those submissions come to us, we consider them, and then we make a determination based on those submissions as to whether or not the festival does require that higher threshold of plan.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition, Mr. Rath?
Thank you. I might just start on the Powerhouse Museum, and I think some questions have already been asked, but do we have a precise date of when people will be entering the doors? Whoever can help. Sorry, that wasn't...
I'll try. I will help.
Thank you.
So very excited to say that we're getting very close to being ready to open Powerhouse Parramatta. We, Minister Camper and Minister Graham announced the 95% completion last week. We should reach 100% completion, and then we'll go through a process of fit out, which has already started. We're looking at the end of the year. We don't have a set date, but it will be before the end of 2026.
Right, so we're hoping for a launch party towards the end of this year.
Correct.
Okay, excellent. Very good to know. I know there's been, budget blowouts from years and years gone by, but are we expecting any further cost blowouts from the relocation, or it's all basically accounted for now in the budget?
So if I may clarify, there hasn't been any budget overruns on Powerhouse Parramatta or the revitalisation of the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo. They're all being delivered within the allocated budget.
Right. Let's just lay the spin on wearing
Right. But we're expecting it to be within the budget envelope that's currently allocated.
Yes. Yeah. Parramatta will open within its budget.
Right. Excellent. Thank you. I might go to Art Gallery of New South Wales and Ms. Page. Yeah. It's very awkward questioning like this, but that's okay.
Ms. Page, have you got your nameplate? Ms. Page, have you got your nameplate somewhere? Someone will get it.
Just like having a chat.
That's okay.
Yeah, we'll just have
someone.
Yeah.
Make it easy just to pass notes.
Thank you. I know that the original reporting was that of the 7.5 million savings at the gallery, that it could impact 50 positions. Is there a precise number now of the number of headcount that's been reduced? I think did the Minister say earlier today was 35 or something like that?
Thank you for the question. So the number that we were originally looking at was 51.8 FTEs.
Right.
Then, as the Minister said, 7 roles were proposed for removal, but were kept with additional government funding, so that we ended up with 44.8 FTEs proposed for removal from our structure. From that, we ended up with actual people removed were 31.8 FTEs. And if I can say that just differently, in the forward year 25, we had 382 FTEs, and now in forward year 26, we have 337. So there's your two ways. There's the amount of people, and then what we have ended up with in terms of FTE numbers.
Yes, yeah, I know that. Yeah, obviously different metrics.
Yeah.
What types of roles have been let go? And obviously you've taken on additional roles in other areas, but what are the types of positions that were viewed as no longer required?
So thanks for the question. We did think about this really carefully, so it was very considered and very calibrated across the institution, but also across grades. So I began that restructure through my own executive and then moved through every department. The only departments that I felt we needed to keep were the ones that raised commercial revenue.
Yeah, that's important.
Yes, makes sense.
More of an impact.
That's right.
Yes, and were any of the staff that were removed, was it partly because you were in some ways overstaffed because of the rollout of Sydney Modern, or did that not have any bearing on the reduction?
It's a good insight. There is definitely some rationale to that in the lead up to Sydney Modern project, and as you know, delivered on time and on budget. We did bring quite a lot of staff on. There was COVID and a number of really big complications for us to deal with, and yes, we did have to taper down throughout the years to come. So we have done that. I'm pleased to say that, however, even with staff departing, last year we had the highest visitation we've ever had, 2.3 million, and these January and February this year we've also had the highest visitation on record. So we are
of any cultural institution, isn't it, I think?
It is.
Yeah. Oh, very good. Well, I always love my visits there as well.
Thank you.
And are there any programs or initiatives that have had to be cut back or reduced in scope or size as a result of the $7.5 million of savings?
Yes, there has had to, and I need to do that also for my own staff to make sure that their workloads are manageable as well. So what we have done is we've kept the main big shows, so we still have 4 big blockbusters a year, 2 in winter and 2 in summer. That includes the Archibald Wynne and Sorman that we're about to go into. And then some of the things I have paused. So there were some Australian monograph shows that we'd had for quite a few years and have done some incredible shows with publications. I've put those on pause, and I've instead putting collection into those galleries. And then some of the programs, public programs, have also gone on pause. But I would say that for the most part, and indeed in view of the numbers, I don't believe that visitors will see that.
Yeah, okay. And you're still doing art after hours on a Wednesday night, is it?
Thank you for asking me about that.
I haven't been in years, but it was very good last time I was there. I think you had a jazz band.
Yes, well, I think, yes. We've got incredible attendance in art after hours, and that's because we offer 2-for-1 tickets. Yeah. And that's again our way of addressing cost of living. And if I can just be cheeky and say also with queer art after hours that we had during Mardi Gras, we actually had our highest visitation ever, and that was 14,500 people, or visits I should say, and that was incredible to have the community come out in such droves across both buildings. So really we're so pleased to see that community support across all different communities.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for that. All right, I might move to the 24-hour economy question. So maybe to you, Mr. Rodriguez. I think Ms. Femin asked a similar question, but I'll ask it again. The FTE at with you, is that 68 staff? Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
68.
FTE,
okay.
Yep.
And what's been the increase over time? So what was it sort of at when the office was first established? And I know there's been a sort of uptick, but where has it sort of come from in the last year or two, and where's to get to the 68 mark?
If you give me a moment, I think we may have answered this in the responses to our supplementaries.
Right.
Well, if not, I will have it in my notes somewhere. If you give me a moment, I'll
yeah,
find
that's
it.
okay. I might, and probably as part of that as well is what's been the total, and if you have to take it on notice or come back later in the day, that's fine. The total annual staffing cost as well. So the headcount cost, and then the staffing budget costs for, say, this financial year and the 2 prior financial years.
Yes, maybe I'll just take all the notes and come back to you a bit later.
For 2 years, did you say?
Yeah, say this year and maybe the last 2 as well.
We'll
before
get
that for both FTE headcount and the dollar cost of the staffing. I know when the office was first established, it was probably more working on legislative reform, regulatory reform, I know that's still probably, part of it. The minister's doing a lot of work in vibrancy and things like that. But has it changed at all in terms of as we move beyond regulatory changes and towards delivery? Has there been a change in the nature of the type of work that the office is doing?
I'll try and give you the high points and cut me off. I've got a tendency to go on, but it's changed quite substantially since we were brought into government in 2021. Originally, the remit was for Greater Sydney only. It was also during the pandemic, so there was a lot of, I guess, almost emergency relief work, if you can call it that. The regulatory reform work, as you know, 3 tranches of vibrancy, but it's also been accompanied by expansion territorially of the office's remit beyond Greater Sydney to, in the first instance, the areas formerly known as 6 cities, and then more broadly the state. And concurrent with that, our number of programs that we've run has also grown alongside it. And those programs have been either a function of the strategy, which we have a new strategy from 2024, but it bears some resemblance to the original Greater Sydney strategy. So there's programs like Uptown and Purple Flag. So they've continued and grown over time due to the geographical expansion. And then I guess the broader policy work of the office has also been extended beyond vibrancy now to things like the night workforce agenda, which is an action under the statewide strategy as well. So if I had to summarise, we've expanded both in terms of geographical remit and also depth of operations, and then also supporting the stakeholder base that we've built across initially Greater Sydney and now increasingly the state. In the last week, we've announced, I don't want to say one of our last programs, but definitely our latest program, which is the Regional Nighttime Economy Accelerator, an adaptation of the Uptown program to suit regional communities as well.
One area I'm very interested in, which has obviously been part of a lot of the work, or some of the work you've done, is at King's Cross. It's one of those areas that some people want it to go back to the way it was pre lockdowns and lockouts, and others want it to change to something completely different. What has been the priorities or the strategy there? I think it still needs a lot of work. I don't think it's an unfair assessment of could be doing so much better than it is in terms of vibrancy in the 24-hour economy. What work is your office doing in that area?
So I think that one of the principles of the strategy is for the government to provide an enabling environment, and it may sound a bit wishy-washy, but part of it's about understanding that communities and businesses should ultimately, between them, decide what their areas want to be and allow space for culture to evolve over time, rather than, I guess, the top-down or command-and-control version of what nightlife should be. Obviously, history plays an important part of identity, but it's why our program structures, the legislation, the vibrancy reform agenda, and then if I can give you an example, the special entertainment precinct model is ultimately a tool for councils who are closer to their communities to I guess, work out with their community and their business what might be suitable to that area. I think in terms of King's Cross, or maybe I can talk about where we are seeing areas flourish, and it is when you see that alignment between the council, its vision, the businesses, the community, and then those actors taking advantage of the state's new settings, either through the special entertainment precinct model or our Uptown programs, to give life to areas. So hence the flourishing of Enmore Road. I think where there's either yeah, I guess we know a little bit of the story of the cross, but perhaps in that time post-lockout, conflicting land use has become more of an issue. That these questions are sort of yet to be answered to some degree.
Yeah. I don't. I think that King's Cross doesn't know what it wants to be at this point in time. It's sort of, it could gentrify and become nice little wine bars, or it could, I don't know if it's going to go back to the big nightclubs of the past, but it's sort of stuck in this identity crisis, and it's sad to see it not flourish as well as it could.
I think so for all of us, and it's partly why a big part of our work is in trying to surface data and there'll be views on our ability and how great we are at doing it. But the thing that the data allows is for you to be clear about audience preferences and behaviours, and as is reported in State of the Night, as is currently the headline of every broadsheet, it's pickleball over pisco sours, isn't it? It's this narrative around, changing habits, run clubs, these types of things that I'm not saying that's the answer for any area. I'm just saying that these are behavioural shifts that in a post-pandemic world we're encouraging stakeholders to engage with, rather than trying to preserve what they think nightlife should be.
What was the cost of the State of the Night report?
The work on the State of the Night it was done internally as a report. I would have to take a specific, and it'd only be an estimate, I think is the best I could come up with, but it would come from existing team members.
Right, it's not wasn't external consultants who were used.
It's all internal piece of work.
Yeah. And has any work been done to assess if there's any duplication between yourself and Create New South Wales or any other cultural agencies? When you're creating new offices, I know it's 2021, so it's been a few years now, but any potential duplication between the different offices or agencies?
So I might sort of say something at the sort of, especially coming in fresh and from an overarching perspective, it is still quite a young agency, and we are developing our data and analytical capability. Obviously, the work in Michael's Patch is incredibly exciting, but one of the things that we want to do next is look at how we consolidate that across the whole group, and what we can do if we are, using the collective rather than the individual areas. So that is an area of an area that we really want to explore in the coming years.
Excellent. And the Neon Forum, do you have any figures on what the cost was to deliver that?
I might have to take the cost on notice, but it's an annual forum that this year attracted over 1,000 people, and it just keeps continuing to grow. I think I mentioned in the inquiry, it's identified as an action in the strategy, and it's also part of my function under the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner Act to bring together participants from all across the 24-hour economy, including government, councils and industry, and so it's an event that is seeing success, and we've got any number of case studies of positive outcomes from it.
What could you elaborate a bit more on the positive outcomes, policy outcomes, reforms, sort of key learnings or takeaways from the forum?
Yeah, I'll give you a couple of examples if you like. One of the things that New South Wales has that is unique in the world is this, I guess, delivery of the vibrant coordinated precincts component of our strategy. Why it's unique is that obviously the government has backed it through legislation now, but these districts that are increasingly coming to maturity are then able to engage with what I call other actors in the going out economy, and that can be government agencies, can be councils, can be commercial partners, and in so doing unlock additional revenue, additional opportunities. So an example of this would be one of our districts, the Chippendale Collective, partnering with the International Astronautical Congress that came and hosted their welcome party in the district as opposed to in a conference centre, as an example, that type of outcome. And some of these are actually commercial deals coming through through the system. So at Neon, for example, we had something called Face-to-Face Marketplace, very catchy, I know, where the Century Venues, the proponent of Sydney's Comedy Festival, pitched its festival, and districts were allowed to engage with it. As a result directly of that event, Sydney Comedy Festival has now taken its festival into 4 more districts across Greater Sydney, reaching new audiences, unlocking. So it's an active conference. We run workshops for councils. A number of the councils that are engaging with STEPS now attended those workshops, and we could get you the stats, for example, on those, if that was helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll jump in for a minute and a half, and then you guys will have a minute and a half before the break. In response to the questions, the supplementary questions, which we referred to a bit from the Arts and Transport Cuts Inquiry, to put it short, there's a response by the Office of 24-Hour Economy Commissioner, and it's in relation to the salary costs, and I'm just wondering whether it was a typo. It's on page 2, just under where the FTEs are listed, and at the first dot point it says that the actual expenditure for staffing in 24-25 was 10.2 million, and then 25-26, which was just to the 31st of December 2025, it's repeated that at 10.2 million. And that would appear as though staffing costs have doubled or double this financial year.
I think it is a typo, Ms. Fairman. Apologies.
Okay. All right, I might then obviously on notice, but to correct that would be a good thing to do anyway, I think, for the record. I'll go straight to the opposition now.
Thank you, Chair. Just and I think, Chair, you asked a similar question, but I just wanted to re-clarify. Has there been any redirection of funding from Create New South Wales to the 24-hour economy?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't have all the corporate history, obviously, because I have started relatively recently, but not that I'm aware of. I can take it on notice if it's helpful for you.
Thank you. That'd be good. But Create New South Wales has had a downsizing of their staffing arrangement. Is that right?
Well, and Kerry can speak to the detail, but they have embedded a new structure, and that was driven by a few factors, including alignment with the direction we're going in. But if you want, I'll invite Ms. Glasgow to speak to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we undertook a restructure last year, and the new structure stood up on October 6th. It was significant, but it was certainly around. So, would you like the numbers? Is that what you're after?
Yeah, that might be good. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
We now have 79 FTE in the organisation. Prior to the restructure, it was 110.
Right. What type of roles were
I can provide you that information.
Can I jump in just a clarifying question on that? Because at 79 FTE, the data we got back from Create New South Wales has it dropped from 95.77 FTE as at January 2025 down to 64.21 FTE as at January 2026, and you've just said, Ms. Glasscock, 79 was.
So the new structure has 71 ongoing and 8 temporary roles. That would have been at January, I would imagine, taking vacancies into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Sorry. I can come back to it after the break. It was just what types of roles have been.
We can go into that.
Yeah, we can do that after the break if you want.
Okay, all right. Sure. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We've got a 15-minute break. See you at 3:45. Yep. Okay, great. Welcome back for this last round of questions, and we'll go straight to the crossbench. Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you. I think this might be for Mr. Rodriguez or for you, Mr. Barakat. Are you there? Hello. Can you provide us with an update on the RSA sexual violence prevention training content?
So any new person entering the industry has to undertake an RSA course. Within that course now there is content focused on the prevention of sexual assault, sexual violence, drink spiking. As at the 15th of February this year, we've had 63,000 people complete that training.
Okay, and there was some uncertainty before about whether it would be mandatory for it to be included in refresher courses for those with
it hasn't
existing
yet.
cards.
That will be done this year, and then it will be mandatory for anyone who has to go through the refresher training to also undertake that. We've also provided the training to all licensees across New South Wales, and where there are existing staff, encourage licensees to provide that information to them, talk about it in their staff meetings as a sort of an interim measure until it's embedded in the refresher training going forward, which again will be this year.
And is there, I guess, what's being done to then monitor the progress and impact on that, and whether it actually makes a difference?
So we'll be, I guess, in terms of monitoring take up, we'll be monitoring the numbers as we do now. And I guess in terms of whether or not that's making a difference, we would, as a matter of course, our inspectors, investigators are out and about in the field all the time. We'll be interviewing licensees, we'll be talking to venue owners, we'll be engaging with police to look at rates of incidents of sexual assault, sexual violence in licensed premises. The Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research is the sort of the point of truth for data in relation to this, and we'll be looking to for reductions in that space in terms of crime statistics. Obviously, it's probably too early to see that at the moment, but we'll obviously be making that a focused effort going forward to look at rates of this sort of type of incident being reduced over time as a result of the onset of this training.
Okay. Does the RSA training include anything on equipping people to know sort of who to refer victim survivors to?
I believe it does, but can I just confirm that on notice for you?
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. I understand there were some licensee changes as well.
If you're talking about recent changes through the vibrancy reforms to the ability to take action for the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority,
Yes.
I can sort of
Yeah,
read through
I think
those if
that
that's
is-
helpful.
It was mentioned at our hearing the other day.
So disciplinary action can now be taken against a licensee who has failed to prevent or address a significant risk of safety to employees or other people on the premises. A competency card, which is required to work in a licensed premises, can now be revoked where a person has committed a sexual offence, a drink spiking offence, or other relevant offence. There was already a process in place that allowed the Liquor and Gaming New South Wales or the Commissioner of Police to seek the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority to remove the ability of licensees, managers or close associates, so those more senior roles, where they would deem not fit and proper people to not work in the industry for a period of time or forever. And we also now have an exemption in the Liquor Act, which allows licensees to retain an intoxicated person on their premises for very specific reasons. So if that person is requiring medical attention, if they need public transportation home, for example, a taxi or an Uber's being called, but they need somewhere safe to wait, obviously that person needs to be monitored. They can't enter the gaming room, for example. They can't obviously be served any more drinks. And if all that is done, then a licensee has a defence, I suppose, to allowing an intoxicated person to remain on their premises.
One last question on this.
Sure.
The Ask for Angela program.
Yes.
Is that being monitored to sort of evaluate its success and see whether any changes are needed, and how long is it being funded for?
I might take the specifics of that on notice if that's okay, Ms. Ford.
Okay, that's great, thank you. I think Mr. Regan, yes, back there. I was worried you were not here, but there's just a lot of you. Thank
There's only
you.
one of me, though.
There's only one of you. I just wanted to ask about Sydney Metro's process for verifying that personnel nominated in tender submissions are actually employed by the nominating organisation at the time of that submission. So if if a submission is made by somebody tendering for work and they say, well, this is the team we put together,
yes.
What work is done to ensure that those people that they're suggesting actually are on board with being suggested?
Yeah, thanks for that. And it's a pretty significant area, and I might just answer it in two parts. So the metro projects, we tend to contract with a series of head contractors, and then they contract further down into the supply chain. And some of those supply chains are quite deep.
Yeah.
With our direct counterparties, there are certain positions, including project directors and the like, that need to be nominated, and there needs to be a process of agreement to change, and there are circumstances where also we can request change of key personnel. It tends to be at that top contract layer, and then generally below that there are certain subcontractors that are treated as significant contractors, where there might be, again, consent rights that are required around either change in key personnel or sort of more contractual step-through rights if necessary, if there's a problem with one contractor. But we don't have those protections further down the supply chain. That's the responsibility of our lead contractors or key contractors to manage down the supply chain themselves. So we don't have full visibility or controls over key individuals as you go further down the supply chain.
Okay, but when Sydney Metro itself is involved, being the one to then decide on whether a tender should be accepted, and the tender that's been presented to Sydney Metro for those purposes lists people as being...
It does, in key roles, that's right.
Yeah.
And so there are procedures to ensure that those, that there aren't situations where a contract can be bid and then day after bid it's a whole group of different people. That's sort of not allowed.
So how do you ensure then that that doesn't happen?
Well, there are, some of them require our consent to change, and we also have, with those contractors, all sorts of significant sort of committees and management structures at senior level where those kind of issues are discussed. There have been circumstances where if contracts or parts of projects are going off track, that we would encourage the contractor to look at bringing on different personnel where appropriate.
Yeah.
Sometimes they would come and request our consent if someone leaves the company, and clearly we have to be reasonable in that. It is our contractor's role to make sure they've got the right people, but for those really key roles, there are processes of agreement and commitment, and when they make the tender, they also have to commit to certain key positions.
Have you ever done any kind of independent audit or any kind of investigation to make sure that, even notwithstanding their agreement to get your consent for changing staff, that they actually have the staff on that they said they were having?
I mean, it's a relatively small number of staff at senior level. It doesn't go all the way down to kind of the sort of frontline construction workers.
Yeah, but those that are named in the tender.
Named individuals. I'm not aware that we've done an audit, but we do keep track of it. So I might, if it's okay, take that on notice and come back to you as to whether we've specifically ever done that. But we do have a pretty close interaction with those contractors, and of course we know who's working on it at a senior level because they're the people who we meet with, and my team would liaise with them through those committees. So I might just come back on a little more detail.
That would be good. Thank you. If I could ask the Secretary, what involvement did Transport have in discussions between Acciona and Ausgrid that prevented the situation at Roselle Parklands from being disconnected on the 6th of February?
Thank you very much for the question. We were notified actually through the Minister's office. Transport was notified through the Minister's office when the union had arrived on site at Roselle on the morning where those issues arose. We are not a direct party to the issue that was being played out there, but we certainly wanted to be assured that all parties were clear in what was being claimed and what needed to be done to address those issues.
Was the Minister informed?
As I say, I think a call went from the ETU to the Minister's office to say that they were on site, and the dots were joined up amongst the department and the Minister's office to just find out what was happening there. That was as it was occurring.
Thank you. Mr. Regan, but just back to you for 1 minute. Have you ever received allegations of a contractor falsifying employment status of contracted employees?
We have received allegations along those lines in certain circumstances. I think there is one particular situation that is currently under an independent investigation, and there is a detailed investigation going on to some alleged irregularities at the subcontractor levels. That is live at the moment, so I can't comment on a specific investigation, but we appointed an independent investigator, a senior counsel supported by a major law firm, to undertake investigations into some of the allegations that we received that were very concerning allegations. So that is hopefully coming to a close at the moment, but there are still some unanswered questions that our investigator is discussing with some of the subcontractors on one of our projects, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go back to you, Mr. Barakat, about the Music Festival roundtable and the data that's starting to come out. You've said there's 77 festivals since the commencement of the Act and the roundtable?
Between the commencement of the Act until the 3rd of February, I have the data I have says 77 festivals, yeah.
Yeah. So, of the 17, well, do you have any data on how the user pays charges are going?
As to whether they're increasing?
That was obviously a key issue during the...
I don't have that here, but I'm happy to see if we can get some information from police for you and provide anything on notice if we
So
can.
that would be good, thank you. So does the roundtable, because the roundtable meets, it does an annual report which reports on their activity, but not so much with respect that I'm looking at about the outcomes for the sustainability of the music festival sector.
Yeah.
The whole kind of point really was that music festivals were being cancelled, were struggling. A big deal was what the police were charging them for the joy of having a huge line of cops and sniffer dogs harass music festival patrons.
Yeah.
But the government, at this point, you don't, as you're a co-chair of the Music Festival Roundtable,
That's right.
and
Yeah.
the police haven't been asked to submit data around whether they're, with all of this reform, whether it's resulted in the police charging music festivals any less.
We certainly get updates from the police at every meeting. We have an assistant commissioner who's a member of the roundtable, and I mean, to be frank, industry is very clear with the police at those meetings, because there are industry representatives on the roundtable, about the need for data, and the police do provide what they can. I take your point about what's in the annual report, and I'm very happy as the co-chair to take it to our first meeting, which is later this year, to see if we can include more of that sort of outcomes-focused data and reporting in those reports going forward. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, because the New South Wales Health Reports is reporting about the drug checking that's taking place, and I think we can expect to see a reasonable report from New South Wales Health at some point in terms of its annual reporting on what's happened with the 12 or 14 trial festivals.
Yep.
But what we also need to know as part of that, and I think that is appropriately through the Music Festival Roundtable, is how the appeals process is going, because whether any of the festivals have used the appeal process. Do you know that?
So there's sort of three separate ones. There's the health for ambulance user pays, police for police user pays, and then external independent, I guess, panel that consists of the head of Sound New South Wales, CEO of Destination New South Wales, and a deputy secretary from the Premier's department. I know that only one festival has applied to that external panel so far. As to whether, I don't know anecdotally that festivals have applied to the New South Wales Health for the ambulance user pays, but again, we don't have that data, but I'm happy to see what we can get from both health and police and provide it on notice if we can.
That would be great, thank you, and I'll start asking more specific questions on notice if they don't come back nice and detailed. You know, I'll keep pursuing it.
I do know this, yes.
Because it's important, it's for the public. Now, music, more broad. This is probably a question for you, Ms. Glasscock, actually, in terms of music beyond contemporary music. Where does that sit, say, funding jazz or classical? Where does that, because I'm not sure that sits within contemporary music, is that correct? It sits within Create New South Wales?
That's right. Create New South Wales still funds other music genres and art forms, anything that's not contemporary music.
Okay, so within the creative communities document, what are the objectives around music? Like, is there, there's 5 priority areas.
Yeah, so creative communities, the policy more broadly doesn't necessarily dive into genres specifically. It sets more overarching commitments around the health of the creative industries more broadly. And it certainly acknowledges the unique role government has to play in not only being an investor but in an enabler and an advocate for the creative industries. Where we are starting to break that down to the next level is, as I was mentioning earlier today, in these subsector strategies. To date, we haven't undertaken one for music. We have done fashion, literature and the geographical plans for regional and Western Sydney.
Yeah, and so with the grants that Create New South Wales provide, what is there for individual musicians?
Yeah, so we have a number of projects.
Or a group of musicians, actually, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have an art form board that deals with classical music and orchestras and the like. We have a number of different funding programs that sit within the Arts and Cultural Funding Program. Probably the most relevant would be the project rounds, where individual artists are able to apply for, or a band, are able to apply for direct funding. This round, since we reformed the ACFP, is protected for the individual artists, so organisations that are on multi-year funding are no longer able to apply for the project funding as well.
Okay, and could you, I think last time we discussed the, was it the arts and cultural funding that was the subject of the inquiry into the arts cuts, looked at this and received a decent amount of criticism about the way in which that people were notified, the way in which that was conducted. And I think we had a discussion about that at the time. It's now March. Could you talk to us about the improvements made within Create New South Wales as to that process? Because there was quite a bit of criticism from this, from individuals.
Yeah, so we are coming towards the end at the moment of a independent evaluation of the first 12 months of the ACFP reformed rounds. So as you are aware, we've only just gone through one of every type. That report is due back to us very shortly, and it will we'll have it in time to enable us to enact the recommendations in that and make any improvements before we go live for the next multi-year rounds.
Okay, all right, thank you. We'll come back to that. Mr. Rodriguez, what's one of the funding programs that the office has is the regional program funding. So the difference between that, because I saw that there was 10 or 12 recipients recently, a number of them are on the northern New South Wales, I think Ballina, Tweed, maybe Lismore. What's the difference between that was provided and what Byron Council went through in terms of special entertainment precinct?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Two different things. I guess there's one of the precinct interventions as a whole is business-to-business coordination. So this is the Uptown program that we've used and talked about in Greater Sydney and 6 cities. When we were expanded across the state, we looked at that model and in consultation with the regions, were given feedback that it wasn't a like-for-like transfer of how you get businesses to coordinate in an urban area as distinct to a regional area. And so the regional nighttime economy program is, I guess, a version of Uptown that we've customised in consultation with the regions for the regions. It has capacity building and a grant funding mechanism in as part of the program in one go.
And so the money goes to, that grant would go to what, like a business chamber or something similar?
That's correct, yeah. In the grant guidelines it would specify, but it's funding to businesses or a collective of businesses who will complete a scope of work over a period of time. So that's a 2-year program and 10 districts or 10 collectives now funded. That's distinct from the Special Entertainment Precinct program. The Special Entertainment Precinct program accompanied the legislative reform work and is a funding program to councils specifically for them to investigate whether a Special Entertainment Precinct is suitable for their area, and funding for acoustic reports and community consultation, town planning, things of that nature. So 2 distinct programs.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition, Ms. Natalie Wood.
I'll just finish on my question. We got cut off before, and then I'll hand over to Ms. Ward. The types of roles that were no longer employed or no longer needed.
Yeah.
So from 110 down to 79, I think you said.
Yeah. So we had broad cuts across the organisation, similar to how Ms. Page was talking. We looked at the whole workflow across the organisation to realign with creative communities. We had a significant reduction in the grade 11-12 tier of the organisation, and also within 7/8 as well. Importantly, I think the most important thing to note really is the shift of priorities, and that was really the focus around the restructure. So Create New South Wales had come from a really unique moment in time where there had been a significant government investment into cultural infrastructure. We were responsible for delivering over $2 billion in cultural infrastructure right across the state over the last 4 years. Most of those projects had come to an end or indeed were coming to a close, and so the majority of cuts has happened in the infrastructure space within the organisation, and that's to reflect a shift of government priorities that aligns with creative communities about looking at the people who work in those buildings and the infrastructure that's been built, the soft infrastructure networks and partnerships that need to fuel the ecosystem that feeds the content, and also to really look differently at creative space and have a look at underutilised existing spaces and other public owned assets and how we can be opening them up to the industry.
Right, so it's basically the capital costs or capital expenditures come down, so new buildings and infrastructure type projects has gone down, and that's why you no longer need the 110. You can operate now with 79 because you're not building like Sydney Modern, for instance.
Correct.
Or you're not building powerhouses coming to be open very soon, as examples, for instance.
Yeah, so we needed a significant workforce in that space when we were delivering those sorts of projects. We're no longer delivering them. As and when, if things like that arise, we have a structure now that can ebb and flow up and down as we need it. But for our business as usual, the focus has been shifted to the industry that makes work, making sure that we're supporting them through program development and delivery, but also importantly evaluation. And we have a new policy and strategy team as well, and this is really important for us because a significant responsibility that we have is the delivering of the creative statement to Parliament every 3 years. So a lot of data analytics to be able to help inform industry, but also to be able to provide that really deep evaluation and data that government requires.
Thank you. I think that's report from me. I'll hand over to
Fabulous, thank you so much. I might come back to the Woollahra station, like I indicate, then I'll go to Mr. Regan, if I may. Thank you. So I think we were talking about Woollahra Station and the allocation to the project. Thank you for your help on that. So is Transport for New South Wales aware that the project will cost more than $500 million?
I can't comment on that. At the moment, we need to go through the planning and development phase. I'm not sure how a costing can be derived without doing the work to get to the estimate.
Right, so what is the work that's under? I mean, you must have an envelope. It's not a $20 billion project. It's where do you have sort of the envelope or the margins out at this point?
I would be guessing if I told you a number now. I don't have a number.
So there's no number for Woollahra Station?
I don't have one now.
Okay, and so is Transport for New South Wales aware, is the overstation development a possibility? Is that on the table for delivery of the station?
It's not currently within Transport for New South Wales scope to develop that, so we're just looking at the station activation itself.
Okay, so it's not in scope at the moment?
It's not in Transport for New South Wales scope.
What does that mean?
So we are looking at the transport infrastructure, not the overstation development element.
Is anyone in government looking at the overstation?
I think the Department of Housing, Planning and Investment are looking at that.
Sorry, it's just quite hard to hear. The Department of Housing is looking at that, did you say?
Yeah, they're looking at the rezoning elements of that and the viability of that, so I can't comment on that.
Okay, I think you said there was an allocation for some rezoning.
As part of the initial allocation, yeah.
Okay, and so is that included in that allocation or is this a separate stream?
It's included within that allocation, I understand.
Okay, so if we were to put additional questions on notice to them, or could we put them to you to pass on?
What specifically is your question?
In relation to the overstation development.
You want more details on that, or?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take those on notice.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask why the Woollahra station is not listed on the Transport Infrastructure Industry portal?
It's a good question. I'll take that on notice.
Is there a reason why it's?
I don't think there's a specific reason it's not not listed on there.
All right, if you could take that on notice, that would be helpful. Thank you. Mr. Regan, over to you. Sydney Metro.
Yes.
Lovely to see you again. Thank you for your work. I think we met last time in August. When we did meet in August 2025, we had a conversation carefully recorded, I might add, by Hansard, and I thank them for their great services. At that time, you'd said we're continuing to work on 2 business cases. I'm talking about the further extensions of Metro,
yes,
north and south from Western Sydney Airport. And you very kindly said we're continuing to work on 2 business cases. There's a business case for extensions between St Mary's, Western Sydney Airport Metro and Tallawong in the Northwest Metro. And we're going to work to finalise the work by around the end of this year, being 2025, or early next year, being this year now, 2026, for government. We're continuing to look at options, which is great. I think I was joyous about those. So what is the status of Metro Western Sydney Airport Northern Extension?
On the Northern Extension?
Yes.
Yes, thanks for the question, and I am pleased to say that we have, since August, continued doing the work on that business case. It is almost complete, and it will be presented to government shortly. It's at the point now where it needs to go through the normal assurance processes with a review by Infrastructure New South Wales, which is done when the business case is close to complete, and we'll be able to give that to government once those reviews are done. So it is on track, and that work has continued to look at different options for making that connection between St Mary's and Tallawong, and different potential points of interchange in between.
Okay, and is that a final business case?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be up for an investment decision?
Well, certainly we provide to government a final business case with that assurance process in place, and then it's a matter for government when they would look at taking a decision or not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Regan. And will you be anticipating providing that to the government prior to the next budget, say?
That's certainly the timeframe we're working to, subject to the assurance process.
Yep.
And that's the timeframe. We haven't got an exact timeframe, but the time, given where we are and the level of development that's taken place, that's what we're working to, correct?
Sorry, working to...
We're working to that, yes, to the dates you said.
to before the budget.
Yeah, correct.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And same of the southern extension. Is that?
Yes. So the southern extension is a bit broader. That's a joint federal and state funded business case, and we're doing that jointly with Transport for New South Wales because it also has an element of consideration around the connection from the existing heavy rail at Leppington further across to the metro and to the work we're doing there. So it's running on the same time frame. Again, it's quite close to being finalised. We'll now go through its assurance process, and it also includes a number of different options for making those connections and potential ways to deliver the project in different combinations and stages. So it's at the same stage.
In different combinations with heavy rail or linking into
that's right. So looking at different interchanges, looking at different alignments and the like between the two, but certainly it's as per what we've described before.
How many options are there?
Like all business
good
cases,
government advice.
There's many options, and they get ranked, and there's a number of options that are being put to government for consideration.
All right. When do you anticipate that will be complete?
On the same time frame as the northern extension.
And that is prior to the budget.
That's the current position.
Okay. All right.
And Ms. Ward, if I could just, while I remember, you were correct. There are 16 trains on Metro.
Thank you. It wasn't me. I have to credit other people who do.
Just wanted to make sure I gave you the right number.
Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Thank you. That's helpful. All right. And can I ask about Hunter Street Station?
Yeah, sure.
Metro West, of course. Why did taxpayers have to spend $1 billion on the Hunter Street redevelopment?
So the Hunter Street station is an integrated station development that includes three key components. Three key components.
Yep.
One is the station itself, and there are two major development sites above the station, one at the western end and one at the eastern end.
Yep.
It is the largest station that we have procured
Yep.
on the Metro network, considerably larger than any station we've procured, because of the role that Hunter Street Station will play as the sole Sydney CBD station on the Metro West line, which is quite different to, say, the M1 City line, where there are 4 stations through the city. So it is much bigger to be able to take the volumes, and it also has underground connections in both directions. So you've got 2 surface entrances with 2 towers above those, but also underground connections to both Wynyard and Martin Place, to provide the ability for the first time of a direct interchange between the 2 metro lines, the M1 line and Metro West, and also the ability to interchange underground to each other heavy rail line in Sydney. It will be the only station that has that.
Okay.
So just to finish that, the way it has been
back
contracted.
To the $1 billion. Sorry to interrupt you, but I feel like I've heard enough. But on the $1 billion that we've spent on that, why do we have to spend that?
Well, the cost of the station, that's what I was just actually about to go on and say, the cost of the station also includes the structural works to enable those developments. And if the station is built without developments on top, it is a very different station build and design to one that has the ability to support 2 50-storey plus towers. So it's not quite like for like, perhaps, with some of the numbers for the station only option, because it also includes the infrastructure to support those towers.
Okay.
And the government has now contracted those towers. We have not offset in that station cost the revenue that will be generated from those towers. So it's quite different. It's not a like for like.
Okay, all right. I might ask you to take on notice. I understand we only have one bidder in the end.
No, we had 2 bidders.
Okay, so there were 2 final bidders.
No, there were 2 bidders in the process.
Yes.
They had
final bidder.
There was one final bidder. That's right. Yes.
Right. So I'm correct. My understanding there was one final bidder.
There were 2 bidders, and one of them pulled out of the process, and in the end we were negotiating with the remaining bidder. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Did that impact how you negotiated with that one bidder?
Well, certainly the bid process was set up to facilitate a process where if one bidder pulled out, it didn't terminate the entire process. And so there were additional cross-checks and additional comparators that were put in. So the bidder had to beat government comparators that had been developed in advance, not just win a competitive process, but more similar to some of the processes that are used to assess unsolicited proposals. there are additional cross-checks. So it had to be value for money, and it had to be value for money across the piece, the station itself and with the developments.
Mr. Regan, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm conscious of the time.
That's okay.
If
I hope
there's
that answers your
additional
question.
information, no, it does, but if you'd like to provide additional information or notice, I'd be
Would
happy
you be able
to take that.
I have, that's the answer to your question.
Great, lovely, thank you very much. Parramatta Light Rail, Stage 2. Thank you. When will contracts be awarded for Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2A?
For 2A, there's no contracts been awarded just yet.
Yeah, when, I know that. When will they be awarded?
We're currently out to market at the moment. The registrations of interest have gone out and closed in this last month, I think, in February. So we'll be progressing those over the next few months.
When do you anticipate contracts will be awarded?
Final contract? Early. The main contract works. It's an ECI phase. It's split into 3 elements of the contract: the main works, systems, and also the light rail vehicles. So they'll be progressively through towards the end of the year into early next year.
Okay, so just the date for awarding those contracts?
I don't have a final date yet. We're working through an ECI phase.
Yeah, but you have the spreadsheet with the timelines out. I've seen 100 of them. So
at the moment, it's in the first quarter of next year.
First quarter 2027. Okay. Q1. All right, and so when's work forecast to start then after contract award in Q1 2027?
So we are looking at a broad range of scope at the moment. As I'm sure you're aware, there's critical path to delivery of projects. We are commencing property acquisitions. We're looking at utilities. We've got some quite critical utilities. We're also constructing the enabling works on the bridge over between Melrose Park and Wentworth Point. That's already underway. So we're looking at what...
Sure. When will work be anticipated to start on Stage 2A though?
We are looking at some early construction works that are on critical path.
When?
This year.
Okay. And when will the work start on the main bulk of the works?
Well, that will be determined through the ECI phase with the main contractor when we go through the procurement phase.
And what date will that be?
We've got a registration of interest out currently. There's a 3-phase ECI. We need to work through with the contractor the constructability of Stage 2A. From there, we will get the final schedule and final pricing.
When does the government anticipate the work might be shovels in the ground to start?
We are planning to start some.
Stage 2A.
We are planning to start some construction works this year. The main works will be tied to when we get the final procurement.
Okay, 2027?
It will be 2027, yes.
All right. And so where will the trams for Stage 2A be built?
The trams. We acknowledge that there is some local policy. We've done extensive market interaction in the lead up to this in terms of what availability we have locally. We need to assess the value for money of local content and whether there's an exemption required. It's a very small number of fleet that we need. I think it's 4 or 5 vehicles in terms of where that value lies.
So what options are you looking at?
Well, as part of the market procurement, we are talking to both local and overseas suppliers. We're going to go through a process through procurement to assess and value the most appropriate. So there is a combination of overseas and local.
Overseas and local, all right. And anything in New South Wales?
No.
Okay. And when will passengers be able to use half of Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2?
Half?
Yeah.
The 2A?
Yeah, half.
The schedule will be based through procurement, but we are looking, the business case identified various options for delivery and staging of the whole route as well as part route.
Sure, but understanding now it's broken into 2 parts, 2A and 2B. When will passengers be able to use 2A?
I'll have to take that on notice. It's early 2030s, but I can't give you that.
Early 2030s,
yeah, I'll take that
okay.
on notice.
Thank you. All right. And Stage 2B, so in regard to the proposed contract structure, will it have an inbuilt option to use the existing contract to deliver Stage 2B?
We are looking at options as to how we can assess and value that and have an option to switch on should that be required.
I'm sure you are looking at options, but will you be looking, and are you looking at an inbuilt option to use that existing contract?
Yes.
You are?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, which existing, I'm sorry?
Well, you have an existing contract, or you will, for 2A. Will you be looking at a new tender for 2B, in which case it's kicked out a lot longer, or will you be looking at an inbuilt option for the...
We're looking at an inbuilt option because that will drive some efficiencies.
Yeah. So you are looking at that?
Yes.
Great, thank you. They're not trick questions.
No.
Just, all right, and is it correct that stage 2B is currently unfunded?
That is correct.
How much funding is currently allocated to deliver stage 2B of Parramatta Light Rail?
There is no funding allocated for 2B at the moment.
Thank you. And when would stage 2A open?
That's the date you've just asked me for, which I said I would take on notice and come back to you.
And when will stage 2B open?
Well, that will follow 2A, and depending on when that's funded.
All right, so you'll take that on notice as well? Thank you very much. E-bikes, Mr. Murray, is that you?
Yes.
Thank you. So an expert review is happening, led by Transport for New South Wales, recommending a legal minimum age between 12 and 16 for riding an e-bike. Welcome news. Could I ask this, who's on the expert review for the e-bike age limit announced on 20 February?
So we're bringing that together now. We have established groups within government. One of the commitments that was made in that announcement by the Minister was that we would also consult with the Department of Youth and other groups that represent young people and their use of the bikes in the communities, particularly regional communities.
Okay, so as at today, do we have names, position titles, how many people will be on it?
I don't have that for you
you
today.
take it on notice?
I can take it on notice, but obviously the people who we've been already consulting with, including police, attorney generals, will be also represented.
Okay, and could I just ask for the terms of reference on notice as well, please? Thank you.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Regan, the investigation that you mentioned before, is that on the construction side or the project management side?
Relates to construction.
Construction.
That's correct.
And when did you receive those allegations that are currently being investigated?
Last year. Bear with me. I'll just get you there. The allegations, there were two. Initially, we did receive information earlier last year, and the lead contractors involved did undertake an investigation. There were then some further allegations that got some media attention around September, October last year, which were much more serious and included allegations that also didn't just relate to construction, but also to other criminal activities that may have been taking place on sites in Western Sydney, including the Western Sydney Airport Metro. We take those kind of allegations extremely seriously, and so we immediately decided to appoint an independent investigator under our contract. We were able to require probity investigations, and this is being done under those that section of the contract. So we appointed a major law firm to assist a senior counsel to undertake that investigation, and that's the one I was referring to.
Okay, so that's the We Build and Future Form.
That's correct.
One.
Yes.
But you've had no other allegations of contractors sort of fraudulently saying that they have employees that they don't have?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, interesting.
In terms of specific allegations against contractors, we have had a number of allegations in and around this same area that seem to relate to the same series of subcontractors and then subcontractors below those subcontractors. So yes, there's been a number of sources, and that's one of the reasons we put together the investigation to try and see whether they are all related or whether they are separate. So that's what's currently ongoing. Correct.
Okay, so there's been no allegations of unusual or falsified contracting arrangements in relation to project management services?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand the distinction.
Or professional services firms?
Oh, a number of years ago, there were some allegations in that space, and I've had many discussions here at the committee back a few years ago. I'm not aware of any further allegations on that. But there were in the past, and they were all dealt with, including where appropriate through reference to other agencies, including ICAC.
Yeah.
I think there may be some outstanding legal actions that may have been taken, but they're not relating to new allegations.
Okay. Does it concern you, given, I guess, everything that's come out around construction recently, but also the existence of some of these allegations? Do you think that there could be others that need to be looked at if you were to do an audit that you might uncover?
I think we dealt with this in a really in-depth fashion 2 or 3 years ago, and including having a further external legal review at that point in time. We haven't had any further material new allegations in that space since, so it may relate to the same things back then, but we believe they were fully investigated, and I'm not aware of anything new. If there's something in particular that you can steer me to, I'm happy to go and find out, but I'm not aware of anything further.
Okay, that's very useful. Thank you. I will come back to you, Mr. Murray, with a quick one. Has Transport mandated the use of VersaFlow masks now on the Western Harbour Tunnel and other tunnelling projects? I don't know if that's one for Ms. Drover or for you.
It may be either for Ms. Drover or Ms. Webb, but I'll pass over.
I can answer the question. The responsibility for safety on our projects is actually with the principal contractor. So for Western Harbour Tunnel, it's with Acciona. They do offer VersaFlow to all their workers, but they do rely on the personal preference of the individual worker, so they don't mandate it as such, but they are available for anyone that would like a VersaFlow.
Okay, so it's not been built into contracts with the principal contractors to require them to provide that for workers?
No.
Okay. Why did Sydney Metro decide to no longer report occupational hygiene exposure incidents as significant health and safety incidents after the parliamentary inquiry into dust diseases?
Mr. Regan, did you have anything on, did Sydney Metro change reporting on? Could you perhaps
Sorry.
That's all right. I just lobbed that one at you at the
No,
last
sorry,
minute.
I missed the reference at the start.
That's
Apologies.
okay. So we're talking about occupational hygiene exposure incidents. I understand they've ceased to be reported now by Sydney Metro as significant health and safety incidents, which is weird because that's sort of a new practice after we did our inquiry into dust diseases, which exposed how important
I know we
these are.
still measure and do report on that, so I can look into that, because certainly I see information on those issues on a regular basis. So I don't know where are you referring. I can look into it in terms of reporting to who.
So, sorry.
That's right, keep going, yeah.
Sorry. So in terms of, so for example, in the annual report is where it would normally be, how many occupational hygiene exposure incidents occurred in 24 to 25?
Yeah, I can take that on notice for you.
Yeah,
we definitely still measure it.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
You
Thank
good?
you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, I'll keep going after this. Thank you. So, Mr. Rodriguez, I just want to pick apart a little bit the Uptown Grant Program. Is there somewhere that is an evaluation of how those grants are going? Because you're up to, is it 4 or 5, round 4 maybe?
Round 4 just opened, correct.
Yeah. So how much has been spent on these, the Uptown Grant programs to date, or well, including what round 4 is going to be?
Yeah, if you give me a moment.
Sure.
I'll break it down for you if
Yes.
you'd like. So Uptown round 1 was $4.1 million. Uptown round 2 was $6 million. And Uptown round 3 was $5.5 million. And the latest round, which is open but not yet expended, is $4 million.
Okay, and Are the recipients councils or the business collectives or either?
They're specifically business collectives.
Okay, I've got the profiles of the 21 districts Uptown program booklet, which might be from the first round. Is that right?
I can't recall exactly when that booklet was produced, but it would be from an earlier round. I was going to add that we have a website called Neon Marketplace where you'll find 34 districts. So we went digital at some point.
Okay, and is it correct that the Uptown grants that the same businesses can apply for another grant even if they've received one a few rounds ago?
That's correct. Without getting to a specific one, but happy to take a specific question, the concept originally came out of COVID recovery. So I guess that was probably Uptown round one. And then as we moved post-COVID, the program took shape as delivery of the, at the time, described Neon Grid, a distributed series of nightlife hubs across Greater Sydney. The idea behind it is to, I guess, seed fund and then build the capability of the business collective over a period of time. As a result, the amounts under the Uptown funding rounds tend to reduce over time. And there are instances where, for example, a collective will apply, miss a round, come back later and apply again. So the idea is, and I was giving an example earlier to Mr. Rath, where as these districts mature, they see greater patronage, greater business, and then they're also able to partner with corporates, as is the case with, for example, Barangaroo, or just recently in North Sydney for sponsorship and other revenue forms, taking you to this idea that the district eventually becomes self-sustaining and free of government funding.
Have you got, because there's the Data After Dark quarterly insights with some stats on Neon Marketplace, which I think are the snapshot that I'm looking at is statewide, I assume. Do you have, firstly, are you able to look at the results or outcomes as a result of a particular amount of money put into a particular district, firstly? And secondly, are you able to prove the foot traffic? Because we talked about spending before, but I think some of this is around people also going out and not having to spend heaps on drinking at the pub.
So there's, I guess, two distinct concepts just to tease out. One is evaluation of the effectiveness of the overall program, something which I can come back to, but inevitably takes a bit of time because you have to spend the money, acquit the grant, and then look at has the program been effective. In terms of the measurement side of things, like how is anything going at any given day, that's what Data After Dark is designed to do. It has, just due to the nature of how data is managed and sold or acquired, it doesn't always necessarily break down to the same geographic footprint that we have shaped for a district. So we are currently in the process of negotiating with some of the data providers to give us that level of analysis so that we can, I guess, be more confident in the outputs from the inputs. But one observation I would make is that based on, I guess, this concept of district maturity, so if you look at established places over a period of time that have had interventions and councils are working with a plan, generally speaking, you can see a better performance in expenditure, subject to some geographical differences which you've identified, especially in the inner city, cost of living, etc. The other complication is that you can't, in measuring mobility, just rely solely on Opal tap-off, because people obviously walking, driving into an area as well. So, but the ambition is for us to be able to basically assess exactly what you're getting at.
Okay. All right.
And
thank you.
unfortunately, the Data After Dark reports are just a high-level state report at the moment. But
It's very interesting. You can see what I'm trying to get at is the funding that's being put into all of this area. What is coming back, especially at a time when we've got in the arts and cultural sectors people really complaining to me, and I'm sure a few others, about what's being spent. And I love the nighttime economy as much as probably quite a few people do. But
I'll give you an example, just of when you look at certain areas of Sydney and by the way, some of the references and have been that you've made were sort of 2-year data. But as an example, if you look at an area like Haymarket, its F&B spend is up 10.7% over that 2-year period. You get further into the Sydney CBD, and it's down 4.24%. And the question is, well, what's the price point? Is it affordable? That's what that data indicates. If you look at Marrickville South, up 29.1%. Alfresco dining, accessible walk-up audiences, etc. So I think
cheaper food probably.
I understand and Mr. Benaziak asked similar questions last time, but it's we want to be able to highlight this data so you can measure it.
Thank you. I'll move on. Ms. Collins, just a couple for you, if I may. Going back to some of the grants, an example would be the strategic funding grant in 24-25 delivered $3.25 million to support the delivery of 10 key initiatives. In terms of what's reported back to you at this point, even if it's not public, what are the associations or organisations that receive part of that? Say an organisation gets $600,000. What do they then need to do in terms of reporting back to you about how they spent that and monitoring and evaluation?
So all of our programs require acquittals. So once they've spent the money, they come back to us within the agreed time frame to provide, reporting on the budget, how they spent it, and then the outcomes and outputs of that program.
Okay, and then with the conflict of interest and probity, are these all internal, remind me, are these internal committees again? What did you say last time? For example, something like with the strategic funding grant.
So the strategic funding program is not industry assessed. It's assessed by, I think there's one industry assessor, a South New South representative and another interdepartmental representative. Is that the question?
Okay. So none of that is presented in any reports or annual reports in terms of what you have to. So South New South Wales at the end of a 12-month period with your grants, with the grants that you give out, is there an internal reporting requirement to say, for example, you had $22 million worth of grants this year, and here's the outcomes, and here's how we advanced the cause of contemporary music, for example, in New South Wales? Do you have that level of reporting against the overall budget?
So we don't have that at the moment, but we are looking to do an annual report that we can publicly share around the investments we've made and the impacts of that. Or is it like an annual update of here's how we spent the money? The important thing to remember is that the startup often has a really long, the investment has a long lead time or trail. So if you invested in the 24-25 financial year, those recipients often then have 12 months to deliver that activity and then report back to government about what those outcomes are. And so, the organisation is fairly new, and so whilst we've been collecting data and measuring those outputs, we are now starting to look at the evaluation of those so we can fully analyse, like, are these programs targeted and effective, what might need to change, and really, we're really open to being really adaptive to both the industry need and to how investment should be made. So yeah, we're across all of our programs, we've been capturing those acquittals, the data, to make sure that people are doing what they've been funded to do. And the next phase for us is really that evaluation piece to make sure that we're achieving the high expectations that we have for making New South Wales a really positive music state and a global player.
Thank you. I do have just thanks, Ms. Collins. So I've got a question that I have been asked, actually, about the, some people are upset about the $10 fee, the replacement fee for lost, stolen or damaged school opal cards. Apparently there's a $10 fee on those. Is that a is that a requirement? Is that under some kind of statutory requirement that a $10 fee is charged, or is Transport for New South Wales just doing that to cover costs?
I would have to take that on notice. As someone who's paid that fee multiple times myself, I'm quite interested in the answer.
You should be championing that internally, Mr. Mark.
It's not really appropriate for me to challenge it. So,
the unclaimed cap balances, you could pay for that.
On your behalf, I will chase that down.
Thank you. The constituent will be very happy. Now, a particular bus service as well. If the Glebe bus, what number is it? Where is it?
I might ask Mr. Collins to come up to the table. If
Yes,
that's
thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Collins.
Wouldn't be an estimates without you, Mr. Collins.
I thought I got away with it.
Never.
No,
been waiting so long, you've grown a beard.
Well, if you haven't got it up top, you've got to get it down.
Whatever works.
Mr. Collins, this is an update actually on it's the 445 bus service from Gladstone Park to the Balmain Ferry Wharf. There has been, I understand, some emails from the member for Balmain to the minister last year. Has been a bit of a concerted campaign to get this bus service restored. I could have asked about it to the minister, of course, because it's a restoration. But is there any movement within the department around this particular bus service?
That particular bus service, I do not believe so. I would definitely check with our office. Obviously, we've certainly improved a number of those services in the Balmain area, 442, 443. Obviously, we've reinstated a wharf recently at Elliott Street, but I haven't had any correspondence on the 445. So I will check with my office, make sure that we haven't had any inquiries. Okay,
and what about any work? This week, of course, we saw the announcement around the Glebe Island, what's it called, the Bays West precinct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What about restoration and active transport the active transport link for the Glebe Island Bridge, which of course has been a big community campaign for some time. Now that we've got the government announcement around Bays West, is there movement at the station, so to speak, in Transport for New South Wales on this?
Thank you. So we had some, I'll call it seed funding, to look at what would be required for that. So it is on our radar. We did note, and we have been briefed on what has been released, which you would have seen as part of the Bays decision. So we will look at what that scope looks like as part of the master planning with DeFi for Bays.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And they've said it's required. Yep.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. In the spirit of good things, I recognise that it's almost 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, so I'll endeavour to be as quick as I can and invite you to do the same with your answers. God forbid anybody should grow more beards. Mr. Murray, on the SO52 documents, the toll reform call for papers, when will the remaining documents be produced?
Yes, in the spirit of a speedy answer, Mrs. Ward, we are finalising the second tranche and I expect it to be lodged with TCO imminently.
Okay, when you say imminently, I think this was the tranche that was due in December, that you then gave yourself an extension until January and then didn't meet that extension. I've then been very close to censoring your leader in the upper house. So when you say imminently, is that this month?
I expect that there'll be some documents ready for me when I return to the office. So when I say imminently, I mean I hope to be able to sign that off very quickly. I do acknowledge that this is outside of the dates of the House's requirement. It is, as you know, the 25th return for transport in the last 12 months, and we have applied significant resources to this to get it over the line.
Yes, the classic after estimates delivery of documents.
We did everything possible to ensure that this could be delivered in that first tranche, which was provided to the House during the last discussions.
All right. Buses, I think that might be you, Mr. Collins. Zero emission buses.
Yes.
So on the zero emission buses, what percentage of manufacturing, assembly and component sourcing under Wave 3 is expected to occur in New South Wales?
Well, I can tell you that currently we have in service 338 vehicles, but since March 23, obviously there's a range of bus suppliers. Good news, I suppose, for local content is that 220 of those were from Custom Denning in Western Sydney, but there's a range of other suppliers, and as we've heard earlier, Photon have started building their factory or started clearing the site for local build and assembly in Nowra as well.
Yeah, well, there's still just a paddock there, so let's just get back to the percentage. What percentage of the manufacturing, assembly and component sourcing is expected to occur within New South Wales?
I don't think I've got that calculation. Our objective and policy...
For Wave 3 specifically?
Wave 3?
Well, I think take it on notice.
The policy obviously is for 50% content.
I understand the policy. I'm asking what percentage under Wave 3 is expected to occur in New South Wales?
Take that on notice for Wave 3. But obviously at the moment it's been over 50% of the vehicles have been sourced locally.
Sourced locally under Wave 3?
No, up to date. I'll check on Wave 3.
Yeah, I'm only asking about Wave 3. What percentage is expected to occur in New South Wales? How does the Wave 3 procurement ensure maximum participation of New South Wales based small and medium enterprises?
We're working with a number of entities, as you probably are aware, quite revolutionary designs and local content. Also, a lot of those bus assemblies have subcomponents, many of which can and are sourced from New South Wales.
Sure, but how does that Wave 3 procurement ensure the participation of those SMEs? I
think the important thing is to recognise that the agreed policy of 50% content talks about Australian local content, and we attempt to do that, but obviously it's up to the manufacturers and those people who put in their proposals under those bus panel contracts.
All right, if you might like to take that on notice if you'd like to elaborate, but I'm not sure that that's answering the question. I'm not trying to be combative. I'm kind of over it. But
perhaps I could add to it, Ms.
All right, you might be able to on notice. What weighting, if you might take this on notice also, what weighting was given to local industry capability and economic benefit in the tender evaluation process? If you might take that on notice. Yep, thank you. And can you detail how New South Wales businesses across regional areas are positioned to benefit from this procurement? Be helpful also on notice.
We'll take that on notice. In the Photon procurement, there are a number of Nowra and South Coast-based businesses who are signed up and delivering parts and labour into that program.
Thank you. It is still a paddock. It's got a new fence, but it's still a paddock.
But those companies have been engaged and are delivering components.
All right. On notice also, how was the value for money assessed in a way that incorporates economic return to New South Wales, not just an upfront capital cost? You could take that on notice also.
Yes.
And then also what economic multiplier effect has been identified from local manufacturing versus offshore procurement.
Okay, we'll take
So
that on
that's
notice.
fantastic. And then the Scattle project, active Sutherland to Cronulla active transport link.
Yes.
You can take these on notice also if you invite you to. What is the timetable for the Scattle progress?
Green development, we can, if you want specific program information, we can take that
We
on
would, yeah,
notice.
thank you, that'd be appreciated. Obviously an electorate issue, and we divide things up by electorate now apparently, so that would be great. When will the remaining proposed routes be exhibited? Is this another question on notice? And what is the current budget for the Scalt? Am I saying that right?
Scattle, so 24 million is the budget.
Okay, great. And if you could take a notice, when will they be finalised? When will they be built? And why have the remaining routes not been finalised, let alone construction started after 3 years?
Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. That would be great. And then I think the 24 million was in the 22-23 budget.
That's correct.
So after over 3 years, it was commenced, or stage 2 was commenced by us in 2023, completed in 24, but there's no time now for further work. So
I'll need to check the cash flows with the program.
all right. There's also no separate line item for this in the 25-26 budget papers. Could you clarify where that might be found if it's the case?
We can check that.
Okay, and I have a final one on the bus service. Mr. Collins, to Redbank, North Richmond. Last year I asked the department to follow up representations to include a loop through the Redbank estate. You might remember we had a chat about that on the existing bus route 680 from Richmond to Bowling Mountain. Has the plan for inclusion of a loop through Redbank on the 680 route progressed?
I'll come back to you on notice on that one.
All right, thank
Don't
you.
think so.
And if so, what is the time frame for the expanded route, including a loop through Redbank? Is it likely to commence as bus stops and shelters, as they've already been provided by the developer, the Redbank estate, so there is that. Thank you. That's I'm happy to invoke the mercy rule and put other questions on notice. If others want to contribute.
I'll take up all of your time. No, I won't.
I'm not ceding it.
I'm just
reading the room.
Just to be clear, I think you are. As in, you are. You were saying you're done, and we are. So it's now up to Mr. Anthony here to use up. That's amazing. So thank you very much, everybody, for attending and for the work you do. Obviously, you've taken quite a few questions on notice, and we'll throw some supplementary questions your way. No doubt the Secretariat will be in touch about those. Happy Friday. And that's the end of this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We appreciate your work. That's terrific. Thank you.